Chapter 1301. In the broad Creed Mountain, the North Ocean clone raised his head and looked up. He saw that the entire sky was filled with radiance. As the radiance condensed, it gradually turned into many runes and gathered together. One after another, the great formations began to connect with each other, establishing a connection. In the end, an extremely huge formation that no one in the world beyond worlds had ever seen appeared. It almost enveloped the entire world beyond worlds. Most of the mortals in the world were confused as they looked at the phenomenon in the sky. On this day, they had seen too many bizarre scenes. Most of them had never seen such continuous miraculous scenes in their entire lives. They couldn't understand how magnificent it was. They only felt that the world had changed once again, causing countless mortals to feel fear and trepidation. As for the martial art practitioners in the world beyond worlds, regardless of their cultivation, they could feel that the flow of the spiritual chi in the vast world beyond worlds seemed to be showing signs of changing. What's going on today? Everyone looked at each other and started contacting each other. Previously, when the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Emperor showed his divinity and the exalted fire luminary ascended to the grand heavenly realm, it was undoubtedly a joyous event for the Taoism martial art practitioners. However, the changes that happened right after that. Everything happened on a single day, causing everyone to be doubtful. The Senluo Emperor and the others, who knew what was going on, were deeply worried at this moment. Because they couldn't see through how the situation would develop next. Until, suddenly, their own hands also had unexpected changes. The token plate that they obtained from the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had a strange change. Radiance surged on the token plate as well. Then, it flew towards the sky and disappeared at the end of the void. It had passed through the world beyond world's boundary fence and arrived at the cosmos. A ray of light extended from every token plate. Then, the ray of light flew towards the depths of the cosmos, as if it was guiding the path of some existence. Then, light pillars shot up to the sky from the center of the radiant formation patterns all over the world beyond worlds. Under the guidance of the rays of light, the thick light pillars passed through the world beyond worlds territory and flew towards the dark void in the depths of the Taoism universe. These thick light pillars were like ropes that connected the world beyond worlds to some existence in the depths of the cosmos. Then, the beam of light began to retract. Like a cable, it slowly dragged the existence in the depths of the universe out. Streaks of golden light flickered as purple mist pervaded the air. A vast palace of white jade that seemed even larger than the world beyond worlds gradually appeared from the depths of the dim universe. It was the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall in the past. At this moment, the group of heretic immortals were still suppressing the discomfort caused by Suo Mingzhang's attack. However, the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshan, had already returned to the Tao universe. His face was pale, but his gaze was still steady. Looking at the immortal palace that gradually appeared in the vast universe, Jiangshan's expression turned solemn. The legendary awakened sky palace, Jiangshan's gaze followed the pill hall and saw the light pillars that looked like ropes. Then, he saw the world beyond worlds that was connected to the pill hall because of these light pillars. Jiangshan's gaze turned cold. Such a huge move. Are you trying to forcefully merge the world beyond worlds with the pill hall? It's impossible. As long as the Triratna Jade Scepter is still in the hands of the North Star Emperor, it's destined to be impossible. Jiangshan's expression suddenly changed. Wait, are you trying to split the world beyond worlds into two? He immediately rushed towards the direction of the pill hall. However, a figure blocked in front of him. With a high crown and ancient clothes, he slashed his sword across the sky. It was the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei. You actually want to split the world beyond world? Jiangshan spoke with a stern expression for the first time. Don't you know the consequences of a world being torn apart? When his fist landed, it was so heavy that it felt as if the entire world beyond worlds was suppressing towards Yu Zhenbei. The five Qis unification was broken by Suo Mingzhong. Jiangshan's cultivation had temporarily regressed back to the profound immortal realm. It wasn't impossible for him to advance again. However, it would take more effort. However, although his cultivation had fallen from the five Qis unification realm, Jiangshan's strength was still tyrannical. In the past, The earthly sovereign was the leader among the three sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. On one hand, it was because of his seniority. On the other hand, it was because of the concealed sovereign's support. However, the most important point was that the earthly sovereign, Jiangshun, was stronger than the other two sovereigns. Wherever his iron fist went, the void collapsed and was crushed by the heavy force. Zhaoge is indeed trying to split the world beyond worlds. Yu Zhenbei's expression didn't change. He raised his sword and welcomed the attack. Split, not split. The world beyond worlds wouldn't collapse without touching the Triratna scepter's imprint beneath the Kunlun mountain. However, with the help of the Pill Hall, we can still split this world into two, from one world to two worlds. Yu Zhenbei said with a serious expression, "Old Jiang, please. Just like how the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor did in the past, why don't we go our separate ways?" Now that the North Star Emperor couldn't care about the Tao universe, it was the perfect opportunity. The location of the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds was already known and fixed by the Immortal Court heretics. Moreover, the North Star Emperor might be under his supervision at any time. Although the Immortal Court suffered a setback because of Suo Mingjong, and the North Star Emperor left, they couldn't run away. As long as they remained in the world beyond worlds, or even the Tao universe, the threat would always exist. After understanding the situation, Yang Zhaoge started preparing a bold plan. He would leave the world beyond worlds, and establish his own sect. It was easy for him to leave by himself, and it wasn't difficult for him to bring his fellow disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain along. However, in the world beyond worlds, there were Yu Zhenbei's Jade Capital Crag, Chen Xuanzong's Jade Sky Peak, the southeastern Golden Court Mountain, and others who were closely related to him. Since he wanted to establish his own sect, Yang Zhaoge decided to go big. Due to the Triratna scepter, he couldn't fuse the entire world beyond worlds with the Pill Hall. However, after making the appropriate arrangements, he would take away more than half of the world beyond world. The world beyond worlds was the blood and sweat of Yang Xintang, Xiao Junhuang, Suo Mingjong, Chen Xuanzong, and the others. Other than the Taoism martial art practitioners from the Three Clear lineage, there were also billions of mortals living within. Although Yang Zhaoge knew that his morals were limited, he wouldn't go so far as to cause the world beyond worlds to collapse and plunge its people into misery. However, that was all he could do. He didn't intend to let the North Star Emperor, Jiangshun, and the others benefit from it. Hence, not only the world beyond worlds, but Yang Zhaoge would also take away more than half of the lower realms that belonged to the world beyond worlds. He would bring away as many people and resources as he could. Yang Zhaoge never intended to start from scratch. Of course, he would pick up what was already there. Previously, the Broad Creed Mountain's influence in the world beyond worlds had increased tremendously. It wasn't just limited to the Eastern Territory. It was vaguely standing side by side with the Kunlun Mountain, forming the two centers of the world beyond worlds. After today, Central Kunlun and Eastern Broad Creed Mountain would be the true leaders. You sit in your Kunlun world beyond worlds, and I'll sit in my Broad Creed sky beyond skies. Chapter 1302. Experiencing the changes that were happening in the world beyond worlds, the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshun's expression regained its calmness. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The old man let out a long sigh. At least you didn't lose your mind since you care about the common people. It's true that ice and charcoal can't be placed in the same furnace. However, this old man can't just sit and watch as you separate the world beyond worlds. He took a deep breath, and his body seemed to have instantly grown taller. Then, a huge hammer suddenly appeared in Jiangshun's hand. The surface of the black eight-edged hammer flickered with an earthen yellow luster. It was extremely heavy. It was the tranquil immortal artifact that the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshun, had used to shake the world beyond worlds in the past. It was the fifth Earth octagonal hammer. It was as famous as the Astro Sovereign's broken cold wave and the concealed Sovereign's heaven-shrouding fan. After Jiangshun became a virtual immortal, he didn't use it anymore. However, he could use it again now. The Chilean Cliff's martial arts originated from Jiangshun himself. Their style was more focused on defense than offense. Jiangshun himself was very clear about this. When he had ascended to the profound immortal realm and abandoned the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram to refine his tranquil level immortal artifact, he had specially refined such a ferocious offensive weapon. A pure weapon that was filled with destructive and offensive power. Currently, Jiangshun had a hammer in his hand. As he raised the fifth earth octagonal hammer, his entire aura changed. At this moment, the honest elder with a strong scholarly aura had transformed into an iron-blooded general on the battlefield, conquering the world and breaking through enemy line. The sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei's expression became even more solemn. He didn't have a tranquil level immortal artifact with him. The enemy in front of him wasn't like the lofty sovereign, Zhong Buxu of the prime clear lineage. Zhong Buxu also had a tranquil level immortal artifact. However, it was damaged due to other matters and needed to be repaired. That was why he didn't bring it with him when he entered the pill hall. At this moment, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshun, raised the fifth earth octagonal hammer and smashed it towards Yu Zhenbei's head. The ferocious and domineering immortal artifact had completely fused with Jiangshun's yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer. They helped each other, creating an effect that was greater than two. It was actually even more ferocious. When the hammer landed, it seemed to be similar to when he attacked when he was still a virtual immortal. Yu Zhenbei's sword light spread out and interlocked with each other. Jiangshun's hammer moved about. Although the enemy in front of him was powerful, Yu Zhenbei's expression was solemn, and he didn't show any signs of fear. He was only focused and devoted to the martial path of the sword. He calmly dealt with every single attack of the enemy, and dealt with Jiangshun's violent and ferocious attacks with the method of guerrilla combat. Although they were both guerrilla warfare, there were different methods. Yu Zhenbei didn't blindly dodge. Instead, as his figure moved, he struck out with his sword again and again, fighting attacks with attacks. Like the wind and rain, it continuously eroded the sturdy mountain rocks, day and night, causing them to decay. Although he was in a disadvantageous position, Yu Zhenbei was still able to defend himself, and didn't show any signs of being defeated. Jiangshun's gaze towards Yu Zhenbei was filled with pity. In order to stop Yang Zhaoge from connecting the pill hall to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible, he started going all out with his attacks that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. He intended to force Yu Zhenbei to retreat. Jiangshun didn't have the mood to be entangled with Yu Zhenbei here. That was meaningless. To him, stopping Yang Zhaoge was the most important thing. However, at that moment, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared from the white jade hall in the faraway void, and instantly reached in front of Jiangshun. Jiangshun's heart tightened. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall is indeed profound. It can even split a portion of its strength to defend itself when it's performing the ritual to separate the world beyond worlds. Helplessly, he could only turn around and block the golden light with his hammer. However, with that, it wasn't easy for Jiangshun to bypass Yu Zhenbei's obstruction anymore. Although he still had the upper hand, every time he tried to turn his advantage into victory, the pill hall would shoot him with a sneak attack. It made Jiangshun extremely frustrated, and he couldn't take another step forward. Within the pill hall, within the core purple divine pavilion, Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm. While he was dealing with the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshun, he was also carefully controlling the progress of the ritual. This plan had too many implications. It could only be carried out because he had obtained the pill hall, which gave Yang Zhaoge the capability to play such a huge game. However, even so, he wasn't completely confident. If he was careless, he might fail on the verge of success. If he didn't succeed this time, there might not be enough time and chance for him to redo it. Due to Suo Mingzhang's attack, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshun's cultivation had dropped. Although Yang Zhaoge had to be wary of him, with Yu Zhenbei blocking him, Yang Zhaoge could easily resolve Jiangshun's interference. However, the current him wasn't the one Yang Zhaoge was wary of the most. If there was a chance that the plan would fail this time, it would be in other areas. Exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Yang Zhaoge's gaze pierced through the pill hall's domain and scanned the Tao universe. You've been planning for so long. Is this all you've got? You should know the exalted fire's temper. Did you only place your hopes on no one discovering you? The truth has proven that it's not reliable. However, If you had other arrangements, where would it be? Although Yang Zhaoge had guessed that the 9 underworlds might make a move, he never expected a top-notch great devil like the Shadow Devil to be able to sneak into the world beyond worlds without anyone noticing. Until now, Yang Zhaoge was still curious about how the Shadow Devil managed to sneak in. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to find the answer under the current situation. Instead, he had to face a problem. Because of the Shadow Devil's influence, the Astro Sovereign couldn't do anything for the time being. Since his side's strength was damaged, they had less ability to react to any sudden situations. While Yang Zhaoge was trying his best to ensure that his plan would proceed as planned, the Exalted Earth Luminary, Jiangshan, was also trying to find a way to break out of this situation. His understanding of Gao Han would only be deeper than Yang Zhaoge. He was also worried about Gao Han's movements. Previously, in order to protect the immortal splendor on top of his head, he took Suo Mingzhang's attack head-on. With his heavy injuries, he shouldn't be able to fight anymore. Although he thought so, Jiangshan didn't feel relaxed at all. Yang Zhaoge's plan was gradually coming true. Jiangshan could only be anxious. Not to mention Yang Di, Nai Jingshan, and the others who had yet to push open the immortal door. Mars Halberd had yet to show himself. The female emperor, Jie Mingkong's whereabouts were still unknown. The concealed sovereign, Yang Ci's 4-Chi's fused aura was broken by Suo Mingzhong, which meant that he had temporarily fallen to the true immortal realm. If he wanted to cultivate again, it would be easier than Gao Han and Jiangshan. However, it wouldn't be done in a day. But Jiangshan shifted his gaze to the side. There, the concealed sovereign Yang Ce was looking at the faraway world beyond worlds, and he was in a daze. The exalted concealed luminary didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Although he had fallen to the true immortal realm, he was still a top-notch existence amongst true immortals. Although the current situation wasn't something that Yang Ce could handle alone, Jiangshan still felt a chill in his heart when he acted like he wasn't involved. Yang Zhaoge also noticed this abnormal scene. Feeling Jiangshan's gaze, Yang Ce turned his head and smiled. The situation is unstable, and the building is about to collapse. Sorry for troubling you, Daoist Yang. Daoist Yang, I've always known that you have your own thoughts. Jiangshan said slowly, for so many years, you've maintained contact with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. You said that you wanted to obtain more information from that side, and you did report a lot of important information to the North Star Emperor. However, I believe that you're trying to gain more information from both sides. No matter what you did in the past, I hope Daoist Yang will reconsider your actions. Yang Ce smiled. Yeah, you know about all these. Unfortunately, you don't know who I am. Chapter 1303. Unfortunately, you don't know who I am. The exalted concealed luminary, Yang Ce had a leisurely expression on his face. However, his shocking words caused the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshan, to feel terrified. He stared at Yang Ce and vaguely thought of something. His expression became extremely solemn. Yang Ce, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression. He smiled leisurely and said, "We haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we've met again, I can't talk to Brother Jiang with my original appearance. Please don't blame me. We all know how powerful Suo Yanlong is. If we want to make use of him, we'll definitely have to pay a huge price. Moreover, there's still the North Star Emperor. In order to reassure them, I can only pay a huge price." Fortunately, things went smoothly. As he spoke, the concealed sovereign, Yang Ce, started to transform. His facial features were still the same as before, ordinary and unremarkable, making it easy to forget. Only a pair of eyes were an exception. The pair of eyes that were previously calm and lustrous were now shining brighter and brighter, like the morning stars. In the end, the stars rose like the rising sun. They quickly crossed the horizon and hung at the top of the vault of heaven like the sun in the middle of the sky. Jiangshan didn't back down at all. He stared at the dazzling radiance and spoke word by word. Brilliant. Cold. Even Yu Zhunbei, who was fighting against Jiangshan previously, slowed down his movements at this moment. He was surprised to see the exalted concealed luminary, who he was once extremely familiar with, but was now unfamiliar to him. It wasn't accurate to say that he was unfamiliar with the current appearance of the exalted concealed luminary. However, Yu Zhenbei had seen that pair of sun-like eyes before. However, it didn't belong to the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Ce. Instead, it belonged to another of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past, the exalted solar luminary who had left the world beyond worlds for thousands of years, Jiao Han. Even Yang Zhaoge, who was within the Pill Hall's purple divine pavilion, felt that it was unbelievable. Because of the astro-sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, he had long known that the concealed sovereign, Yang Ce, had been plotting something in the dark. He had even hidden it from the earthly sovereign, Jiang Shen. He had even tricked the astro-sovereign and silenced him. However, he had not expected that the concealed sovereign Yang Ce, who had been one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds for thousands of years, was actually a clone of someone else. The clone of the exalted solar luminary, Jiao Han. The exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen, wasn't completely unaware of the exalted earth luminary's schemes. It could even be said that he knew many things like the back of his hand. However, what was frightening was that Jiao Han had purposely let him know about these matters, in order to reassure him and the North Star Emperor. He took the initiative to hand over the secret to Jiang Shen and the others. But they would only be able to obtain what Jiao Han wanted. The deeper secrets were even more hidden because of this. Just like how his main body was heavily injured by Suo Mingjong outside the Dao universe and had no choice but to flee for his life. However, he had already hidden his true chess piece within the Dao universe. He waited patiently for Emperor Gaochen and Suo Mingjong to leave before he showed himself. Since when? Jiang Shen asked with a deep voice. Even if you can hide from me, fellow Daoist Chen, and Zhenbei, how can you hide from the North Star Emperor? Yang Ce smiled. I'm lucky. A treasure that I obtained by chance helped me. After all, the North Star Emperor spends most of his time in the void of the outer realm and rarely returns. Actually, I almost exposed myself a few times. Luckily, I managed to escape unscathed. He curled his lips. As for when? Yeah, it's been since the beginning. Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. It's not a swap. Yu Zhenbei's pupils shrunk. From the beginning, there was no exalted concealed luminary, Yang Ce. There was only a clone of the exalted solar luminary, Jiao Han. The real new Kunlun 9 luminaries only had 8 people from the beginning, and the exalted solar luminary, Jiao Han's clone that pushed open the immortal door and was a true immortal. There's no need to be so shocked, right? The reason why fellow Daoist Jiao of the roving Jade Heavens had the title of Profound Sovereign was because of her outstanding strength. Also, wasn't it because she had 1 soul and 2 bodies? Wasn't it because she had a clone that had the same cultivation as her main body? Yang Ce smiled. This clone of mine is far inferior. How much fortune it can obtain will depend on its own cultivation. Jiang Shen remained silent like a statue. The Profound Sovereign's clone wouldn't be able to hide itself from others. Others would think that it was an independent living person, and not someone's clone. To be more precise, an existence like Yang Ce might not be the only one in the world, but it was almost impossible to find one in the entire world. Not only Jiang Shen couldn't see through it, even the North Star Emperor was fooled. Although he wasn't sure about it now, everyone including the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was also fooled when the world beyond worlds was established. Yang Ce smiled. I didn't expect it to be so far away. It's purely because I wanted to gather 9 people to perform the ritual. This clone of mine possesses outstanding talents in all aspects. That's why I brought him here to make up the numbers. Please don't laugh at me. Yang Zhaoge cursed in his heart. Indeed. The only problem is that you never told anyone that this isn't a helper you found, but your own clone. After a series of mishaps, I managed to get to where I am today. It can be considered an unexpected surprise. As he spoke, Yang Ce looked at the world beyond worlds, heavens and earth. Jiang Shen finally moved. He stared at him, as expected. You're here for the Triratna Jade Scepter. You want to activate the world beyond worlds seal and shake the North Star Emperor's control over the treasure, allowing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to obtain it. Yang Ce nodded. Since I've been here for so many years, I should be of some use. Now, I finally have the chance. His gaze fell upon the pillars of light that connected the world beyond worlds to the pill hall. Although Yang Zhaoge was shocked by the sudden change in the situation, he didn't slow down. He continued activating the ritual that he had set up. The pill hall's door opened at this moment. Layers of purple mist permeated the air, transforming into a vast and boundless sea of clouds, and enveloped the world beyond worlds. The younger generation will surpass the older. Gao Han praised. He turned around and looked at the pill hall. His gaze was a little distant. I didn't expect it to be done to this extent. Jiangshan no longer attacked the pill hall. Instead, he looked at Gao Han cautiously. Under the current situation, Gao Han couldn't activate the Triratna Jade Scepter seal buried beneath the Kunlun mountain after Yang Zhaoge's plan was completed. Otherwise, the world beyond worlds wouldn't be able to maintain itself, and would be completely destroyed. Conversely, if Gao Han were to activate the seal, Yang Zhaoge's plan would have to stop. Otherwise, the world beyond worlds would be destroyed. Although Gao Han had personally participated in establishing the world beyond worlds, his thoughts were always unpredictable. Jiangshan couldn't predict what he would do. Gao Han's main body was heavily injured by Suo Mingjong. He was already powerless to interfere. The clone in front of him had already fallen to the true immortal realm. Even if he was still a profound immortal, he wouldn't be able to control the situation and suppress Yang Zhaoge and the others. However, since Gao Han dared to show himself, how could he not be confident? From today onwards, I can no longer use this body to look at this beautiful landscape. The ordinary-looking man smiled. Then, fiery lights started surging from his entire body. Rays of flames descended towards the world beyond worlds, and formed a huge formation that enveloped the heavens and earth. At the same time, Yang Zi's right eye socket suddenly turned pitch black. Within the darkness, a cold radiance suddenly appeared. Within the white radiance, a silhouette slowly appeared. Chapter 1304. While Gao Han's clone was speaking, Jiangshan and Yu Zhenbei, who were originally fighting, stopped. Then, the two of them attacked Yang Zi together. Although the Yang Zi in front of them posed no threat to them, with their understanding of the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, they knew that he must have made appropriate arrangements. Since he dared to make a move in front of Jiangshan and Yu Zhenbei, it meant that he had the confidence to suppress everyone present. In such a situation, Gao Han was very likely to be the one who held the initiative. As the weaker party, Jiangshan and Yu Zhenbei naturally joined hands without any tacit understanding. Yang Zhaoge, who was within the pill hall, even controlled the pill hall to shoot out a ray of golden light towards Yang Zi. But before their attacks could even touch him, the surface of Yang Zi's body automatically surged with flames and started burning. The roiling fiery light transformed into a grand formation that enveloped the world beyond worlds, while the pupils of Yang Zi's will turned dim before emitting a cold, bright white light. Within the white light, a figure appeared. Wherever the pure radiance reached, it instantly blocked off Jiangshan, Yu Zhenbei, and the pill hall's attacks. Upon seeing the woman's figure in the bright moonlight, Jiangshan's expression became even more solemn. Fellow Daoist Ling. Seeing that woman, Yang Zhaoge did not feel very surprised. Gao Han's clone had transformed into the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Zi. Even with many secret arts and fortuitous encounters, it was still extremely difficult for him to hide from figures like the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Apart from Gao Han's own hard work, there was another person that could help him. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Hidden star Ketu was the opposing star of the lunar star and the lunar star of extreme yin. The power of the lunar eclipse and the power of extreme yin were mutually exclusive. If Gao Han could obtain her help, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Back then, the North Star Great Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Great Emperor were always in seclusion within the void. However, the new Kunlun 9 luminaries often worked together during that era. Amongst martial art practitioners of the same cultivation realm, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, was the one who was most likely to sense the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Zi's abnormality. That woman within the moonlight was also the former owner of the extreme yin crown. It was she who had left the extreme yin crown in that lower world of the eight extremities world. The pillar of the divine palace that Yang Zhaoge had obtained from the great western desert of the eight extremities world had also been inscribed with an image of her descending into the eight extremities world. It was just that at that time, his features had been completely enveloped by a clear light, as Yang Zhaoge with his low cultivation base had been unable to see through him. Now, Yang Zhaoge could naturally see the other party's appearance clearly. Her facial features were above average. Although she wasn't as gorgeous as Xiao Junhuang, the exalted wood luminary, she had her own charm. She was cold and serene, which was unforgettable and eye-catching. Of course, at this moment, the most eye-catching part was the sonorous voice of the great Tao that caused one's mind to become sluggish and soul to go blank. It resounded within the Tao universe once again. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who hadn't returned to the world beyond worlds for thousands of years, had also passed the profound origin tribulation and ascended to the grand virtual immortal realm. Ling Qing's figure leapt out from Yang Zi's right eye and swept her cold gaze across the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Zi's body completely transformed into fiery light, descending towards the world beyond worlds. The grand formation formed of fiery light hovered in the cosmic void outside of the world beyond worlds. Still, guided by it, streaks of spiritual light shot into the sky from Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds as well, connecting with the fiery grand formation outside the world. For a moment, the entire Kunlun Mountain seemed to be in turmoil. Light flickered one after another throughout the world beyond worlds. It was precisely the area latitude formation that Yang Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing had previously established. The area latitude formation that virtually enveloped the entire world beyond worlds began to circulate at this moment, assisting the grand formation of fire outside of the world beyond worlds in forming a boundless, massive force that seemed like it wanted to uproot the entire Kunlun Mountain. But soon, the rays of light rising from the area latitude formation weakened. Although Yang Zhaoge and his mother didn't know Jiao Han's true thoughts, they could guess that Jiao Han had his own plans. Yang Zhaoge and his mother weren't interested in being used by others. Of course, they wouldn't follow Jiao Han's steps. After all, they didn't lack this formation to contact the exalted fire, Suo Mingjong. The power of the area latitude formation was exhausted, and the turbulence of Kunlun Mountain weakened slightly. However, it only slowed down, not stopped. Kunlun Mountain was still shaking. Obviously, Jiao Han didn't intend to rely on others to complete the core of his plan. The purpose of the area latitude formation was to accelerate the progress of the main ritual. Now that the area latitude formation couldn't be used, Jiao Han's ritual circulation speed had slowed down a lot. However, it was still functioning continuously. Kunlun Mountain was shaking non-stop, and Yang Zhaoge's ritual was also progressing. Being affected by two factors, the world beyond worlds dimensional space suddenly became unstable. Looking from the cosmos outside the world, the originally shapeless boundary of the vast world of creation was slowly becoming visible. It was tangible. As for the boundary of this world, it was clearly distorting, and cracks were vaguely appearing. If this continued, the result would be this world being torn apart and destroyed. After the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing appeared, she didn't say anything. She extended her palm and slashed towards the void far away. After receiving her slash, the light pillar connecting the pill hall and the world beyond worlds became unstable. The connection between the pill hall and the world beyond worlds weakened. Within the world beyond worlds, the brilliance of the runes arranged by Yang Zhaoge started dimming. As one of the two influences on the world beyond worlds weakened, the world beyond worlds became stable once again. Although the spirit chi circulation was still changing, it could maintain the most basic stability. The evil chi wouldn't rise to the point where it couldn't be controlled, and it would eventually perish. However, with this, Jiao Han's plan was progressing as planned, while Yang Zhaoge's plan was going to end halfway. Under the premise of ensuring that the world beyond worlds wouldn't be destroyed, only one of their plans could proceed smoothly. If one of them succeeded, the other would fail. In the current situation, whoever was stronger would be the one to call the shots. The loser wouldn't even have the chance to forcefully push his plan forward and risk the destruction of the world beyond worlds. The sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, took a deep breath, and his sword lights rose again. He attacked the fiery formation that the concealed sovereign sacrificed himself to create. No matter which side succeeded, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshun, wasn't happy to see it. As such, he made his move as well. Ling Qing's figure seemed to be at the center of the cosmos. She didn't move at all. Two rays of pure white lights flew out and intercepted Yu Zhenbei and Jiangshun. Then, the third ray of white light flew out and went against the golden light released by the pill hall. Her gaze remained calm, and the cold and silent pure white moonlight shone down from her body, illuminating the entire universe. Suddenly, a golden-red luster lit up between her brows. It was extremely dazzling. It was as if a huge sun was rising from the moonlight. As the sunlight and moonlight combined, Ling Qing's aura surged. It was even more shocking than when Jiangshun was a virtual immortal. A golden banner flew out from Ling Qing's brows and fluttered above her head. Seeing that banner, Yang Zhaoge, Jiangshun, Yu Zhenbei, and the others' hearts sank. It was a grand virtual-level immortal artifact. With the banner in hand, even if the profound sovereign and the vine sovereign from the roving jade heavens arrived, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, would still be able to sweep through everyone. Even if Jiangshun ascended to the virtual immortal realm, he wouldn't be able to materialize a grand virtual-level immortal artifact for himself. Ling Qing had also ascended to the virtual immortal realm earlier than Jiangshun. However, this immortal artifact didn't belong to her. Instead, it was refined by Jiao Han, who had ascended to the virtual immortal realm many years ago. Jiao Han's main body was heavily injured because of Suo Mingjong. However, he didn't intend to use the Holy Radiance banner himself. Instead, he handed it over to Ling Qing to suppress the Tao universe. Chapter 1305. Currently, if the experts of the Tao universe wanted to fight against the exalted lunar luminary, who wielded the Holy Radiance banner, there was only one possibility. The roving jade heavens profound sovereign, Jiao Qingxian, had ascended to the grand virtual immortal realm with her 5 unification. Her talents were extraordinary, and she was blessed by many. Her strength was already one of the top martial art practitioners in the same cultivation realm. In the past, when her cultivation was still weak, she had refined a miraculous clone. That clone's cultivation had increased at the same pace as the profound sovereign. They had pushed open the immortal door together, passed through the pure profound tribulation together, and achieved the tranquil profound immortal realm with the duo Qis fused aura. If the profound sovereign could successfully pass through the profound origin tribulation, the profound sovereign's clone would be able to easily pass through such a hurdle as if it was a flat land. By then, even without a grand virtual level immortal artifact, Jiao Qingxian would be able to fight against Ling Qing. For Yang Zhaoge's side, they didn't have to defeat the exalted lunar luminary. As long as someone could distract her, he would be able to resolve Jiao Han's arrangements and regain control of the situation. Unfortunately, both the Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign were against the roving Jade Heavens interfering in today's matter. Even if they contacted the roving Jade Heavens to assist them, it would be futile. Before this battle, Yang Zhaoge had specifically communicated with Jiao Xuebua and Long Xueji. The profound sovereign's seclusion this time wasn't enough to help her break through her bottleneck and pass through the profound origin tribulation. If her accumulation wasn't sufficient, she might perish under the tribulation if she forcefully tried. That was the principle of a martial art practitioner responding to the heavens and earth. The tribulation would be triggered by cultivating one's body internally and the heavens externally. There was no luck involved in passing the tribulation. If one wasn't careful, they would perish. It was already difficult for a sword cultivator to increase their cultivation realm. Even someone as outstanding as the profound sovereign, Jiao Qingxian, was no exception. In the past, the roving Jade Seven were born after the Great Calamity. Their accumulation of time was still rather weak. If there wasn't any special reason or great fortune, they would have to accumulate their strength bit by bit. They couldn't save time. Someone like Suo Mingjong was a special case amongst special cases. He didn't have any value to others. Only, no one in the Tao universe could withstand the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Daoist Jiang, it's been a while. Ling Qing's calm and cold gaze shifted from Jiangshun to Yu Zhenbei and the pill hall, Daoist Yang, congratulations on having a successor. Looking at the pill hall, her gaze paused for a moment. The exalted lunar luminary seemed to be in a daze for a moment. However, she quickly regained her focus. Awakened Sky Hall, awakened Sky Hall. Sigh, awakened Sky Hall. Ling Qing sighed inwardly, it's still the same as before. Unfortunately, things remain the same, but people have changed. The palace is still the same, but the people are different. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was currently focused. Strictly speaking, among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, were the first ones Yang Zhaoge came into contact with. Between the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshan, Yang Zhaoge was more wary of Gao Han. From the looks of it, his previous worries were not unfounded. Yang Zhaoge was also surprised by Gao Han's actions. He didn't expect the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Ce, to be the same person. Right now, the main problem he had to deal with was still the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Yang Zhaoge had a feeling when he recalled the traces she left behind in the Eight Extremities world. Her understanding of his clan might be much deeper than he expected. In the past, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, hid in the Eight Extremities world and disguised himself as the exalted solar luminary. Was it really just to mislead others and conceal his whereabouts? Daoist Ling, it's been a long time. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangshan, looked at Ling Qing and said slowly. This world beyond worlds earthly sovereign looked to be in his 50s or 60s. However, he never showed any signs of aging. Now, an unsuppressible look of exhaustion appeared on his face. At this moment, Jiangshan really seemed to have the appearance of a 50 or 60-year-old man in the secular world who was in his twilight years. However, his back was still as straight as an unwavering mountain. I don't find it strange that Gao Han would be thinking about the mark beneath the Kunlun mountain. Jiangshan said slowly, now that I think about it, his clone, which had transformed into Yang Ce, had been staying in seclusion for so many years. He had been guarding the mark and analyzing it. He must have been preparing for today. Opening the door to invite a thief, I can only blame myself for passing off fish eyes as pearls. I only have myself to blame today. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, said plainly, when we left with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the 3 treasures Jade Scepter fell into the North Star Emperor's hands, it was because the Immortal Court was more focused on suppressing us. Now, thanks to Daoist Suo, we have the chance to compete against each other again. As Ling Qing said that, she raised her hand and grabbed the Holy Radiance banner that was flickering with the radiance of the sun. As the banner swayed within the cosmos, a gale was instantly raised. The gale wasn't as formless as normal storms. Instead, it manifested violent streams of light that engulfed every corner of the void. Wherever the solar storm went, everyone could barely stand steadily. The majestic sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded. Even Yu Zhenbei, who was in the profound immortal realm, felt that his thoughts weren't circulating smoothly. It was as if they were being suppressed, causing them to become sluggish. In comparison, Jiangshan's situation was much better. Although his cultivation had dropped, he was still someone who had cultivated the sonorous voice. As such, he was able to move freely. However, being pressured by Ling Qing and the Holy Radiance banner's aura, Jiangshan felt that it was difficult to move. Currently, Yang Zhaoge was within the pill hall. Under the pill hall's protection, he wasn't affected by the sonorous voice of the great Tao too much. He continuously issued orders and controlled the pill hall to stabilize its connection with the world beyond worlds. However, Ling Qing clearly didn't intend to give Yang Zhaoge a chance. As she waved the Holy Radiance banner to suppress Jiangshan, Yu Zhenbei, and the others, she slashed her palm towards the void again. A few more light pillars connecting the pill hall and the world beyond worlds broke apart. I'll have to risk it all. Within the purple divine pavilion, the profound sky-purple golden furnace appeared once again. Yang Zhaoge extended his palm and pressed on the furnace's surface. A strange ritual started circulating. Yang Zhaoge was within it, and he vaguely felt as if his soul had left his body. What's wrong with the awakened sky hall? Ling Qing, who had the highest cultivation among everyone present, and was possibly the most familiar with the pill hall other than Yang Zhaoge, quickly noticed the abnormality. However, before the ritual was completed, Yang Zhaoge, whose soul's connection with the pill hall had become even closer, was able to sense the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe with the help of the pill hall. He could clearly feel that the world beyond worlds territory had become unstable. Somewhere, it had passed through the Tao universe's space and was directly connected to the outskirts. The northern profound heaven territory. Someone was attempting to enter the world beyond worlds through the outskirts land of tranquil stream. Chapter 1306. Again. Yang Zhaoge felt a chill within his heart. Just now, the shadow demon caused a ruckus and was repelled by Suo Mingjong and Great Monarch Gaochen. Although Suo Mingjong and the North Star Emperor had left the Tao universe because of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, if the Shadow Devil were to return, or if other Heavenly Lord-level Great Devils were to descend upon the upper world, it would still be a taboo. To the numerous intelligent living beings in the universe, the devils of the netherworld were public enemies. When a peak Great Demon left the 9 underworlds, it would be fine if they did not reveal their tracks. However, if they did, they would easily be surrounded and attacked. However, given the current situation, even if it wasn't a peak Great Devil or Ancient Devil, but a Heavenly Monarch-level devil, it would still affect the current situation of the world beyond worlds. To the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who was in control of the situation, the impact was naturally the greatest. However, Yang Zhaoge wasn't willing for a peak Great Devil to interfere. Astro Sovereign, Shi Jun and his mother were both trying to stabilize their minds because of the Shadow Demon's influence. If they were disturbed by the Great Demon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Outside of the Tao universe, there were still some remaining immortal court experts. They were temporarily stranded by the outskirts of the void due to Suo Mingjong's attack. But after so much time had passed, it was very likely that they had started to move again. Since they couldn't deal with Suo Mingjong, they would naturally vent their anger on the world beyond worlds and Yang Zhaoge's group. Astro Sovereign and Sword Sovereign were supposed to deal with Earthly Sovereign and Immortal Court's subsequent pressure. Yang Zhaoge had always been on guard against the exalted solar luminary. If Jiao Han had any hidden tricks up his sleeves, Yang Zhaoge had purposely left a trump card for him. However, something unexpected had happened. The Shadow Demon had successfully sneaked into the world beyond worlds. Although it didn't cause any direct damage, Astro Sovereign couldn't do anything. Ling Qing definitely didn't have a good impression of the heretics of the Immortal Court. If they really came, she would most likely take action. But before that, Jiao Han's plan to shake the Rui scepter engraving at the bottom of Kunlun Mountain would first be completed. And that also meant that Yang Zhaoge's plan had failed. Therefore, while the situation was gradually becoming more and more difficult to deal with, Yang Zhaoge could only prepare to give it a try. Who knew that something would happen in the northern profound heaven realm? Of course, it was not certain that he was a demon. Amidst his thoughts, Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was hurrying over to the northern profound heaven territory in the world beyond worlds. Outside of the world beyond worlds, within the cosmos starry skies, Yang Zhaoge's main body within the pill hall temporarily stopped his original plan. In the purple divine pavilion, the dazzling golden light gradually calmed down, and the profound sky-purple golden furnace was still enshrouded in mist. However, Yang Zhaoge's consciousness and will returned to his fleshly body. It was rare for everything in the world to go according to one's expectations. This time, there were many forces involved, so it was even more difficult to predict the direction of the situation. Having long since been mentally prepared for this, Yang Zhaoge was not discouraged, just that his thoughts spun even more rapidly, adjusting and modifying his plans according to the specific circumstances. Within the Tao universe, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing raised her brows slightly. Disappeared? Am I hallucinating? She gazed at the white jade hall in the distance, which was surrounded by a sea of purple clouds. No, it's definitely not an illusion. For a moment, she could clearly feel that the pill hall in front of her was about to develop its own intelligence, and turn into a living being with its own thoughts and soul. However, this feeling was fleeting, like an illusion. I heard that in the past, the awakened Sky Hall's hall spirit had developed its own intelligence, and managed to survive until the current era. However, since the awakened Sky Hall had fallen into someone else's hands, it meant that the Hall spirit had perished. The reaction just now wasn't resurrection. Instead, it was reincarnating into someone else's body. Yang Zhaoge. Ling Qing's gaze was as cold as water, and it was tranquil. Are you trying to use your own soul to turn into the awakened Sky Hall's Hall spirit? She waved the long banner in her hand, forcing the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, and the Earthly Sovereign, Jiangshan, to retreat. A ray of white radiance flashed across the dark cosmos, and instantly arrived in front of the Pill Hall. To Ling Qing, no matter if Yang Zhaoge had stopped the ritual's progress, or if the ritual had failed, it wouldn't affect her from stopping Yang Zhaoge's current actions. She wanted to nip the potential unstable factors in the bud. The golden-red sun and the silvery-white cold moon alternated as they arrived above the Pill Hall. A majestic and profound power suppressed downwards. The purple cloud sea surrounding the Pill Hall rumbled continuously, and was dispelled under the illumination of the sunlight and moonlight. The originally flawless white hall was covered in a layer of golden-silver radiance. Even within the purple divine pavilion, Yang Zhaoge could feel the profound sky-purple golden furnace that he was suppressing was trembling non-stop. His current cultivation was limited. Naturally, his control over the Pill Hall wasn't as strong as the Hall spirit in the past. If he could transform into the Hall spirit, he might be able to contend against the opponent in front of him. However, he might have to bear the risk of having his soul shattered before the transformation was completed due to a moment of carelessness. Naturally, he wouldn't use this trump card as much as possible. Only by doing so, he would be able to suppress the situation and deal with any sudden changes. Facing Ling Qing's attack, Yang Zhaoge remained calm and continued to defend himself. Not only was he resisting Ling Qing's attacks towards the Pill Hall, he was also stabilizing the shaky connection between the Pill Hall and the world beyond worlds. The ritual that was going against Yang Zhaoge's formation was Gao Han's handiwork. Now, it was circulating on its own. Ling Qing was only a guardian, and she wasn't the controller of the ritual. As she was outside of the world beyond worlds, her senses towards the northern profound heaven territory weren't as sharp. However, as a virtual immortal, she quickly realized that something was amiss. Northern profound heaven territory? There's even a great devil. Ling Qing's expression changed slightly. No. It's not a devil, but a human. Yes, it's a human. Yang Zhaoge's voice resounded from the Pill Hall, and a hint of laughter could be heard within it. From the world beyond worlds, black devilish flames suddenly rushed out, and slashed towards the fiery formation formed by Yang Ces body. Wherever the devilish black-blue radiance went, even the flames were incinerated into nothingness. Ling Qing frowned slightly. She used one of her hands to suppress the Pill Hall, and grabbed the Holy Radiance banner with her other hand. Then, she waved it towards the world beyond worlds. The violent sun god wind manifested into a myriad of golden radiances, which instantly filled the entire cosmos. However, the dark devilish chi that was faintly emitting dark blue flames had its strength surging further. The horrifying corrosive power was boundless, and it devoured the heavens and the sun. It devoured all the brilliant sunlight, causing it to be extinguished. For a moment, the sunlight that once illuminated the Tao universe and caused everything else to lose their splendor instantly dimmed. Within the cosmos, a solar eclipse appeared. The ruthless Rahu's dark brilliance devoured everything in its path, as if it was the world's new ruler. The radiance continuously disappeared, and the entire cosmos seemed to have sunk into darkness. Jian Shunhua? Asked Ling Qing calmly. Within the darkness, a chilly moonlight suddenly appeared. It was as if a silver bottle had exploded, and water flowed onto the ground, spreading throughout the cosmos. The thin moonlight didn't expel the darkness. However, it wouldn't be devoured by the darkness either. The silvery white moonlight suddenly changed directions, and the great sun's golden radiance reappeared. Yin and yang interchanged, and the sun and moon interchanged. The two fused together and transformed into surging radiances. They started retaliating against the darkness, and continuously shattered the black devilish chi. However, just as the darkness was being pushed back, an even more ruthless and horrifying aura suddenly appeared. Sensing that aura, Ling Qing's calm gaze suddenly turned stern, It's not the devil of aged metals concept. Jian Shunhua, what exactly did you do in the 9 underworlds? Chapter 1307. The exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shirenhua's plans regarding her rebirth and the 9 underworld's devils were known by very few. However, those who were also part of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries in the past were vaguely aware of this secret. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, was naturally one of them. Jian Shunhua planned to steal the authority of the great devil, and her target was the devil of aged metal, who had perished because of the exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang. The exalted Rahu luminary's target was neither a great demon of the heavenly monarch realm nor an ordinary great demon of the heavenly lord realm. It was one of the 12 devilish gods, the devil of aged metal. As far as Ling Qing knew, the reason why they were so daring and confident was because they had the support of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor. That wasn't Jian Shirenhua's personal actions, but a scheme that involved a higher-level powerhouse. It was supposed to be like this, however, at this moment, when Ling Qing sensed the ruthless aura within the devilish black flames, she immediately noticed that something was amiss. It wasn't like the sword devil, Yin Shiyang, and the other incarnations of the devil of aged metal in the past. Instead, it was an aura that was even colder, more deathly still, more horrifying, more terrifying, and more ruthless. It was as if all the evil energy in the world of good fortune since ancient times had gathered together to bring destruction to the world. Amidst the vicious and ominous black fire devilish qi, the surrounding Tao universe faintly showed signs of withering and perishing the moment this aura appeared. It was all because the owner of the black fire and devilish qi had been able to restrain his power and concentrate it on a single point. Otherwise, the world beyond worlds would have been the first to suffer a calamity. However, after the power was concentrated on a single point, it transformed into a pitch-black blade that sliced through space and arrived before Ling Qing. The sun and moon alternated, and the light of the fusion of the sun and the moon was split by the pitch-black blade. The boundless darkness devoured the light of the sun and moon once again, enveloping the entire universe. Ling Qing's expression was as gloomy as water. The silvery white moonlight around her suddenly melted and turned into a patch of bluish-black darkness. Kitu dim encompassing mantra. When Gao Han transformed into the exalted concealed luminary's clone, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing's contributions were undeniable. Ling Qing possessed both the power of the lunar star and the power of the moon eroding Kitu. As light and darkness clashed, Ling Qing struck forward with her palm, displaying the might of the cyclic heavenly seal. The concept of reversing light and darkness had reached an extreme level at this moment, and it converged into an unimaginably powerful force. At the same time, Ling Qing grabbed the Holy Radiance banner and slashed it forward. Although it seemed slow, the movement was actually swift and violent. It directly broke through the void of the universe. The sacred Radiance banner was an immortal artifact forged by the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Its concept was of the same origin as what Gao Han had cultivated. Just like how Yang Zhaoge first wielded the Mars halberd in the original nebula, Ling Qing temporarily borrowed the Holy Radiance banner and wasn't able to execute it smoothly. However, she also knew the heaven-opening book. The mysteries of his own heaven-opening scripture and Gao Han's understanding of the heaven-opening scripture within the Holy Radiance banner converged to a certain extent. At this moment, the radiant banner slashed out with the power to split the heavens and split the earth. It broke through the darkness as if it wanted to create another heaven and earth. The primordial mist split open, and the earth, water, fire, and wind surged chaotically. Then, in the blink of an eye, they all turned into endless sunlight. The sunlight slashed forward, continuously tearing through the void. As it spread out, its momentum seemed boundless. It covered the entire void of the universe, continuously expanding forward. As for the cyclic heavenly seal's majestic strength, due to the extreme yin and reverse moon's alternation of light and darkness, it provided sufficient strength for this unstoppable expansion. As a result, it became stronger and stronger, continuously advancing forward with an unstoppable momentum. The pitilessly ruthless dark saber was currently indestructible. Even the sunlight that split the heavens and earth apart was continuously being slashed by the dark saber. Fortunately, Ling Qing's momentum was stronger. She fused with the Holy Radiance banner's power and continuously manifested. Only then was the horrifying saber capable of extinguishing the sun and moon slowly worn down. In the end, the black saber dissipated, and most of the black flames and devilish chi were extinguished. However, Ling Qing's attack was no longer able to advance any further. After clashing head-on with her opponent's saber, she felt that her strength and concept were slowly being worn down. It wasn't her immortal essence that was consumed. Instead, her understanding towards her martial arts principles and concepts seemed to be weakening. Her understanding towards the heaven and earth's principles seemed to have become rusty and immature compared to before. Her connection with the heaven and earth's creation seemed to have a barrier as well. It wasn't that she lost her memories. However, her understanding towards the Tao was just like how her previous hard work was all self-deception. In fact, she didn't put her heart into cultivating, and she didn't truly grasp those principles and concepts. For a heavenly monarch who had already ascended to the immortal realm and attained the 5 Qis unifications, this was naturally something unimaginable. However, it had really happened now. The situation was similar to when Suo Mingjong used the heaven-severing scripture to defeat Jiao Han, Jiangshan, and Yang Ce. However, it was different. Ling Qing seemed to have understood something. With a weird gaze, she looked towards the boundless dark qi that was becoming stronger. Jiangshan and Yu Zhenbei couldn't help but pay attention to the current situation. Jiangshan also knew about Jian Xirenhua's situation. However, his brows were tightly knitted, and his heart was filled with uncertainty. Yu Zhenbei had heard of Yang Zhaoge's encounter before. Now that he felt the saber's strength and concept, he felt that something was amiss. He vaguely recalled some ancient legends, which seemed to be faintly overlapping with the scene in front of him. Within the pill hall, Yang Zhaoge, who was originally smiling happily, revealed a pained expression when he saw the saber. Jian Shunhua, you lunatic. You deserve to die. If it were something else, he might even give her a thumbs up and praise her for her courage. Even if it happened to him, Yang Zhaoge would face it with the mindset of fighting against the heavens and earth. However, when it happened to someone close to him, Yang Zhaoge really wanted to curse. Just like how Ling Qing, Jiangshan, and Yu Zhenbei felt, the great devil's authority that Jian Shunhua stole wasn't the devil of aged metal as she had originally planned. Or rather, it wasn't the plan that she told others about. In the past, the exalted Rahu luminary's target was even more terrifying than the devil of aged metal, one of the 6 great extinct devils. The 12 devilish gods were separated into 2 types. One of them was the 6 great extinct devils, the heart devil, the devil of aged metal, the wood devil, the water devil, the fire devil, and the earth devil. They were all top-notch great devils, the ancient devils. The other type was the 6 great ancestral devils. They were existences that were even more ancient and powerful than the 6 great extinct devils. The 6 great ancestral devils were all born during the early heavens. Only one was an exception. Although he was the early heavenly ancestral devil, he had yet to appear in the world. According to legends, he would descend at the end of the world, the end of the later heaven. Currently, no one knew what his name was. Based on his authority, people had temporarily given him a name. The Doomsday Heavenly Devil. Chapter 1308. Yang Zhaoge originally thought that it was risky enough for the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, to covet a heavenly lord great devil with her tranquil profound immortal realm cultivation when she perished. However, from the looks of it now, she was even more daring and insane than expected. Amongst the 12 devilish gods, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil was an extremely unique existence. Just like how the primordial heavenly devil had competed against the Taoism's Jade Clear primordial heavenly lord for the position of primordial, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil was the same as the Lord of Numinous Treasure, who represented the end of everything from existence to non-existence. If the Lord of Numinous Treasure hadn't already transcended, a battle would be inevitable when the Doomsday Heavenly Devil truly descended upon the world. On the other hand, it was precisely because the Lord of Numinous Treasure had already transcended that the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's descent would be extremely smooth. However, before that, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil wouldn't appear. Because of that, unlike the devil of aged metal who had perished and was waiting for rebirth, it was almost impossible for him to steal the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority. However, after seeing the blade formed by the black flames and devilish chi and feeling the concept of the Doomsday World's descent, Yang Zhaoge knew that the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, might have succeeded. It didn't mean that she had the chance to replace the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. The difference in their foundations was too huge. However, she had indeed stolen a portion of the sixth ancestral devil's might, paving the way for herself. However, just thinking about the repercussions caused one to tremble in fear. For example, could it cause the sixth ancestral devil, who symbolized the end of everything, to descend prematurely? Yang Zhaoge, who had never been afraid of guessing others' intentions, even suspected that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor's actions of instructing Jian Shunhua to infiltrate the 9 underworlds was actually the retaliation of the 9 underworlds' top-notch Great Devil experts. Perhaps, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others, or someone else, had already planned to delay and interfere with the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's descent. However, no matter what, Jian Shunhua had done such a huge thing. Now, Feng Yunsheng had to take the blame for her. Amidst the smoke-filled blue-black sea of flames, a woman's figure slowly appeared. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail, and her snow-white robe was dragged along the ground. The woman pointed her blade diagonally, aiming at Ling Qing. It was Feng Yunsheng, who had disappeared for many years. Her eyes were no longer flashing with the brilliance of defying the sun and moon like they did when she fought back then. Instead, they were clear and profound, calm and firm, like a frozen lake. It was just like when Yang Zhaoge had first met her in the 8 Extremities world. "You're not Jian Shunhua." Ling Qing stared at him. Jian Shunhua failed. "Did you cause this situation?" Feng Yunsheng said calmly, "What kind of person is the exalted Rahu luminary? I'm already extremely fortunate to be able to regain my freedom and return to my sect. How would I have the time to care about other things? Scheming is not something I'm good at." After staring at her for a long time, Ling Qing nodded lightly. "As expected, it's Jian Shunhua's own doing. However, it's not easy for you to defeat Jian Shunhua. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have the confidence to defeat her. Exalted Lunar Luminary is overpraising me. I was just lucky." Feng Yunsheng's expression wasn't complacent at all. After seeing Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone in the world beyond worlds, she had a general understanding of the current situation. Her jade-like palm firmly held onto the jet-black saber and pointed it at Ling Qing. Feng Yunsheng said calmly, "Since we've met today, I have no choice but to become your enemy. My sect and my husband are here. I want to fight for them." Ling Qing said, "You have your perseverance, and so do I. Let's see who's stronger. After all, you're still not the final ancestral devil." As she spoke, she waved the Holy Radiance banner in her hand. Rays of golden radiances descended towards the fiery formation laid down by Gao Han, expelling the devilish black flames that were corroding the formation. At the same time, Ling Qing's palm landed on the pill hall. After Feng Yunsheng appeared and restrained Ling Qing, Yang Zhaoge's control over his ritual finally turned from defense to offense. Given the current situation, he couldn't afford to have a chat with Feng Yunsheng peacefully. When Ling Qing saw the light pillar connecting the pill hall and the world beyond worlds becoming clearer, she naturally wouldn't ignore it. However, as she made her move, Feng Yunsheng stepped on the void and strode forward as well. The seemingly inconspicuous jet-black saber in her hand was unprecedentedly sharp and ruthless. The cold sun divine saber in the past couldn't be compared to the past anymore. The horrifying devilish black flames transformed into a saber's edge and rampaged within the Tao universe. It slashed through the sunlight and moonlight, and even intercepted Ling Qing herself. Naturally, I can't be compared to the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. However, right now, Feng Yunsheng's eyes were calm. So what? The ruthless black saber slashed through the void, leaving behind a sharp scar. Time and space ceased to exist, and only the shapeless darkness remained. It was as if a gap was left behind within the Tao universe. The concept of power that was even more despairing than before was manifested. As if it was releasing its self-restraint, it became even more horrifying. The vast and boundless universe seemed to have been compressed into a flat surface. A line on the flat surface blocked Ling Qing's path of advancement, preventing her from moving forward. Ling Qing waved the Holy Radiance banner and slashed towards the line, causing the line to distort. However, as the line fluctuated, rays of ruthless saberlights were unleashed, clashing against Ling Qing. As a result, the line was like a heavenly chasm. When I was young, I received the assistance of Senior's extreme yin crown. Today, I really don't want to use my weapon recklessly. Let me sit here with the exalted lunar luminary. Naturally, Ling Qing didn't have the mood to sit opposite Feng Yunsheng. Without her obstruction, Yang Zhaoge had already regained control over the world beyond world. Rays of brilliance extended from the white jade palace that resembled a divine palace, connecting with the world beyond worlds. At the same time, the purple sea of clouds started descending, enveloping the fiery formation that Jiao Han had laid down. After being engulfed by the purple mist, the fiery lights within the formation started extinguishing one after another. The blazing fiery formation started losing its strength, and the commotion caused by the Kunlun mountain started calming down. The distortion caused by the two ritual in the world beyond worlds stopped at the same time. However, Yang Zhaoge's ritual was still taking effect. The space within the world beyond worlds' 9 territories had finally surpassed a certain limit, and a drastic change started happening. The originally shapeless heavenly chasm between the 9 territories seemed to have turned into a tangible existence at this moment. For example, the passageway between the southern blazing heaven territory's circumference mountain and the southeastern Yang heaven territory's royal reed sea was also temporarily sealed. Then, space started distorting and changing. From the outside, other than the flickering radiance within the world beyond worlds, there didn't seem to be anything special within the world beyond worlds. However, a portion of the world within the world beyond worlds was slowly disappearing into thin air, as if someone had extracted it from the world. Chapter 1309. Observing the world beyond worlds from the cosmic void outside, there seemed to be no changes there. Even the size of the territory was the same as before. Still, everyone in the world beyond worlds was staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied at this moment as the world before them had changed completely. A dense medicinal fragrance suffused the world beyond worlds at this moment. As the pill hall's power continued to permeate and take effect, the internal universe of the hall seemed to be connected to the world beyond worlds. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. The boundary of the vortex expanded unceasingly, gradually obscuring and occupying the entire sky of the world beyond worlds. Within the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds, the eastern vast heaven territory was the first to experience a change. Rays of brilliance soared into the sky and disappeared within that huge vortex. The vast land of the eastern vast sky territory, including the rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, and plains, gradually disappeared. All the living creatures in nature, be it humans or animals, gradually turned into light and disappeared. At this moment, all the living beings or things that had substance and form turned into intangible existences. Guided by that brilliance, they disappeared from the world beyond worlds along with the entire eastern vast heaven territory. The entire world beyond worlds seemed to have shrunk. It wasn't torn apart. Instead, it looked extremely natural, as if the eastern vast heaven territory had never existed in the world beyond worlds. It was just like how the world beyond worlds had always only had 8 territories since ancient times. The few people who were still in the world beyond worlds with high cultivation bases were currently residing at Kunlun Mountain as they all gazed towards the east in shock. How generous! Empress Sen Luo looked at the scene with a complicated expression. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. After the eastern vast heaven territory, the closely connected southeastern Yang heaven territory and northeastern sky heaven territory also began to undergo similar changes. The entire eastern 3 territories of the world beyond worlds seemed to transform into streaks of light at this moment, rising unceasingly upwards and surging into the massive vortex that enveloped the sky, vanishing entirely from the world beyond worlds. Has Northeast Liu made the same choice as Southeast Cao? Senluo Emperor muttered to himself. With this departure, all the people and objects of the southeastern Yang heaven territory and the northeastern sky heaven territory would leave. While not all of them might have been willing to do so, the northeastern Exalt and the southeastern Exalt's assistance had been indispensable for things to have gone so smoothly. There was no need to doubt the control the two supremes had over the middle and lower level martial artists of the two realms as well as the secular world. This required the accumulation of time and was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. And after the three eastern territories, the southern Blazing Heaven Territory and the southwestern Vermilion Heaven Territory also began to chain. Of the world beyond worlds 9 territories, the northeast, east, southeast, south and southwest, a total of 5 territories vanished from the map of the world beyond worlds at the same time. As time passed, even the central Jun Heaven Territory where Kunlun Mountain was located began to tremble. As far as the eye could see, the northern region of Kunlun Mountain, with the Jade Capital Crag as the lead, actually began to gradually turn into streams of light and disappear from the world. Jade Capital Crag, Jade Sky Peak, Dragon Butterfly Valley, and even the abandoned Bright Connection Valley, the former residence of the Bright Connection Emperor, ascended together. Some places in the central Jun Heaven Territory were also beginning to transform into rainbow light. When the cultivators here looked at the medallion in their hands, they were startled. Is this the true use of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's medallion? Some people resisted, not willing to leave just like that. With a thought, the token's radiance disappeared. When everyone realized this, they felt even more hesitant. To go or not to go? Although he might not know about the existence of the Immortal Court and the discord between Suo Mingjong and the North Star Emperor, he might not know about it. However, they were aware of the conflict between Yang Zhaoge, the Sword Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign, the Earthly Sovereign, and the Concealed Sovereign. At this moment, it was time for them to make a decision. Various radiances flickered, and some flickered. The streams of radiance that were still flickering started continuously rising into the vortex in the sky. For a moment, the central Jun Heaven Territory felt like it was about to shatter. Beneath Kunlun Mountain, tricolored radiances suddenly lit up. Without a sound, they protected Kunlun Mountain and spread outwards, stabilizing the remaining areas in the central Jun Heaven Territory. Because of that, the world beyond worlds regained its stability, and no longer showed any signs of danger. However, many existences here had turned into streams of light, and were silently sucked away by the vortex in the sky. The entire world became distorted, which was unforgettable. Within the Tao Universe's void outside of the world beyond worlds, the exalted Earth luminary, Jiang Shun, wanted to stop it when he saw this scene. Ling Qing was stopped by Feng Yunsheng, and Jiao Han's plan seemed to have failed. For Jiang Shun, his main enemies had become Yang Zhaoge and the others once again. However, with the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, entangled by the side, Yang Zhaoge didn't neglect Jiang Shun. As he hastened the ritual, he still controlled the pill hall to occasionally attack Jiang Shun, obstructing his footsteps and preventing him from interfering with the ritual. As time passed, Jiao Han's fiery formation was completely extinguished. Within the world beyond worlds, more than half of the world seemed to have evaporated and disappeared from this world. Within the pill hall's cosmos, countless streams of radiance were surging non-stop. At this moment, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, was looking at Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng calmly looked at her. "Senior, I'm sorry." This was her first time facing the legendary exalted lunar luminary, the creator and original owner of the Extreme Yin Crown. At the same time, she was also the one who left the Extreme Yin Crown in the Eight Extremities world. Once upon a time, Feng Yunsheng's goal in life was that crown. The many ups and downs in her life were all because of it. Only after she obtained the Extreme Yin Crown did she feel relieved. Now, although the Extreme Yin Crown was one of the strongest high-grade sacred artifacts, it was no longer of any help to Feng Yunsheng. However, it still held a special place in Feng Yunsheng's heart. To a certain extent, it was because of this Extreme Yin Crown that she had the chance to join the Broad Creed Mountain, which allowed her to experience the various changes in her life. Only, she didn't expect that the first time she met the original owner of this sacred artifact would be under such circumstances. While Feng Yunsheng was feeling emotional, her hand that was holding onto her saber didn't waver at all. She had something more important to insist on. Today's battle might be the best time for them to meet. It was as if it was the proof of fate's existence, and also the end of going against fate. Ling Qing looked at Feng Yunsheng and said slowly, "You don't have to be so courteous. I left the extreme yin crown in a lower world because I felt like it. You possess the extreme yin physique, and obtaining the extreme yin crown is the result of your own talent and fortune. If you're talking about someone who has a greater influence on you, I'm not even Jian Shunhua. She turned her head and looked towards the pill hall and the world beyond worlds. Jiao Han and the others are right. The younger generation will surpass us in time. At this moment, Jiao Han's ritual had completely lost its effect. Yang Zhaoge's plan was about to succeed. Ling Qing didn't plan to destroy the world beyond worlds, nor did she intend to help Jiangshan. She wouldn't help the heretics either. There was no longer any meaning for her to continue staying here. After taking another deep look at the pill hall, Ling Qing stopped fighting. She kept the Holy Radiance banner and started retreating. Yang Zhaoge and the others didn't let their guard down. As the Dao universe trembled, the remaining immortal court experts that were forced back by Suo Mingjong finally descended upon this place. Chapter 1310. After Suo Mingjong ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, the immeasurable heavenly lord would be able to detect it without the need for the immortal court experts in the Dao universe to report back. Therefore, in order to deal with the threat of the immeasurable heavenly lord, Suo Mingjong's stay in the Dao universe was very short. Before he left, apart from weakening Jiao Han, Jiangshan, and Yang Ce, Suo Mingjong had also dealt a devastating blow to the experts of the Immortal Court who had arrived here. Dozens of heretic Immortal Realm experts were killed on the spot. Apart from the 4 grand heavenly immortals who were the leaders, more than a dozen virtual immortals were killed. The rest of the Immortal Court sovereigns and great emperors were also killed. Almost all of the heretic immortals who arrived here were wiped out. Those who were lucky enough to escape were affected by Suo Mingjong's power and didn't have a good time either. The heretics stayed outside the Dao universe for a long time before they could reorganize themselves and stabilize their footing. When they finally caught their breath, they couldn't help but feel extremely depressed and indignant. Dealing with Suo Mingjong was the immeasurable heavenly venerate's matter. Naturally, they couldn't bring themselves to think about it. Therefore, their fury was directed towards Yang Zhaoge and the world beyond worlds. Under Suo Mingjong's attack, almost all the top experts of the Immortal Court were killed, and only a heavenly monarch survived. At this moment, under his lead, the remaining immortals of the heretic Dao rushed into the Dao universe and slaughtered their way into the world beyond worlds. Within the Dao universe, the exalted lunar luminary had already left. Feng Yunsheng's ferocious saber intent and the black flames that could devour the heavens and devour the earth also retracted. Black light flickered in her eyes, and exhaustion appeared on her face. She had been resisting the erosion of the demonic will and keeping her mind clear. She was exhausted mentally, not physically. Yunsheng. Yang Zhaoge sent a sound transmission within the pill hall. Feng Yunsheng understood what he meant and shook her head slightly. Don't worry, I can still hold on. A heretic virtual immortal is no match for the exalted lunar luminary. After interacting with the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, for the past few years, she had gradually gained an understanding of the situation of the Immortal Court. That terrifying black saber light was unleashed once again, meeting the oncoming opponent. Within the purple divine pavilion, Yang Zhaoge took a deep breath and opened the pill hall's door. Now, their main opponents were the Immortal Court of the External Dao, as it was no longer an internal conflict of the world beyond worlds. At this moment, if the experts of Roving Jade Heaven intervened, Sword Sovereign and Astro Sovereign would probably not say anything. The Profound Sovereign and the other successors of the Prime Clear lineage would most likely be happy to act as well. Still, while the other party did not regard him as an outsider, Yang Zhaoge still had to consider the Roving Jade Heavens a little. At the same time, he had to think about Feng Yunsheng. The door of the pill hall was opened, and the heretic immortals immediately pounced towards the pill hall. Seeing this, Feng Yunsheng vaguely guessed Yang Zhaoge's intentions. Her heart warmed and she began to try her best to suppress the demonic intent that was eroding her body. However, the black blade still managed to block the heavenly monarch of the Immortal Court who had already achieved the 5 Qis unification. Although the momentum of the blade was not as strong as before and was controlled to a lower intensity, it still made it difficult for the opponent to take a step forward. The earthly sovereign Jiang Shen looked at the scene in front of him with a complicated expression. He silently moved to the side, and did not continue to tangle with the sword sovereign Yu Zhenbei. Jiang Shen didn't target the immortal court's experts, nor did he make things difficult for Yang Zhaoge, Yu Zhenbei, and the others. He turned and shot towards the world beyond worlds on the other side. Yu Zhenbei looked at his silhouette and didn't say anything. He turned around and assisted Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing in fighting against the heretic experts. Under the sweep of the sword, none of the immortal court sovereigns could withstand it. They could only barely contend against it. However, taking the chance when Feng Yunxing and Yu Zhenbei were being held back, silhouettes transformed into streams of light and shot straight towards the pill hall's door. The silhouettes stood firmly. They were all experts who had already pushed open the immortal door. Their gazes were all directed towards a middle-aged Daoist who was wearing a Daoist robe and hemp shoes. "Follow me. After we occupy the awakened Sky Hall, we'll capture and kill the heretic demons to vent our hatred." As the Rattan Shoes Daoist spoke, he started traversing through the pill hall's internal cosmos. The others followed suit. Under the lead of the Rattan Shoes Daoist, they first rushed towards the pill hall's central control center. Within the purple divine pavilion, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This is getting interesting. The pill hall's internal cosmos was different from the outside world. Those who didn't know how to proceed could only stay on the same spot and get lost within the vast universe. Only when one's cultivation reached a certain level would they be able to find their own path. However, the Rattan Shoes Daoist's true immortal realm and his own strength did not allow him to break the technique with brute force. In other words, he knew something about the pill hall. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment and understood. Those 4 heretic heavenly lords were all heavenly monarchs of the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity. This person seems to be directly related to them. He might be a direct descendant of one of them. Not mentioning the other 3, the main smallpox Emerald Cloud Yuan Venerate Yu Hualong was the righteous god of the heavenly court's divine palace's smallpox department in the past. He had to have dealings with the pill hall, so he was naturally familiar with this place. The Rattan Shoes Daoist was searching for the path. He was obviously a little unfamiliar with it. It was obvious that this was his first time entering the pill hall. However, he was indeed familiar with the movement method within the pill hall. He led the others all the way to where the control center was located. After arriving here and identifying the path, the group of immortal court experts immediately headed towards the purple divine pavilion, which was the core hub of the pill hall. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived near a bright nebula that seemed to be the center of the universe. The Rattan Shoes Daoist took out a jade slip and held it up. Inscriptions surfaced on the surface of the jade slip. When the Rattan Shoes Daoist saw them, he started copying them in mid-air. Then, the runes turned into beautiful writings and fell into the nebula. The vast starlight started surging. A whirlpool gradually appeared in the center of the nebula. The Rattan Shoes Daoist threw the jade slip into the whirlpool and entered it himself. The others grabbed the opportunity and followed closely behind him. After a while, the starlight in front of them dissipated, and a pavilion appeared. However, a white-clothed youth with a black-bordered blue robe was already inside the pavilion. Yang Xintang's descendant, Yin Tianxia's successor. The immortal court experts had a cold gaze. His name is Yang Zhaoge, right? Yang Zhaoge was currently staring at the profound sky-purple golden furnace in front of him. He didn't turn his head around. Instead, he asked calmly, among the 4 grand heavenly immortals that perished by Senior Suo's hands, which one are you related to? The Rattan Shoes Daoist was originally looking at the profound sky-purple golden furnace with greed and yearning. When he heard this, his expression instantly turned ugly. Although Yang Zhaoge didn't mention his name, and didn't even look at him, the Rattan Shoes Daoist could still feel that Yang Zhaoge was asking him. The content of the question wasn't pleasant at all. My master, the Emerald Cloud Yuan Lord, was harmed by you heretics in order to support the righteous Tao. The Rattan Shoes Daoist said coldly, you don't have to be so proud. No matter how arrogant you heretics are, you're nothing in front of the immeasurable heavenly lord's unparalleled prestige. Just like you. As Yin Tianxia's successor, You should have been killed long ago. You were lucky enough to survive until now. Now, it's time for you to die. Chapter 13:11. So it's the successor of the main smallpox emerald cloud origin monarch. Yang Zhaoge nodded. His main focus was still on the profound sky-purple golden furnace in front of him. On the other side, the earthly sovereign, Jiangshan, had already returned to the world beyond worlds and was presiding over the Kunlun mountain again. While he was stabilizing the Kunlun mountain situation, he was also attempting to reverse the ritual that Yang Zhaoge had yet to complete. He hoped to salvage everything. The previous concealed sovereign, Yang Ce, was the one who had the deepest understanding of the Triratna Jade Scepter under the Kunlun mountain because he usually stayed in the world beyond worlds. However, the earthly sovereign, Jiangshan, was the leader of the three sovereigns in the past. He was almost the number one person in the world beyond worlds. His control over the world beyond worlds was far from ordinary people's. After so many years of control, even if he didn't manage it himself, the power he possessed was already extremely shocking. However, facing Yang Zhaoge, who was using the pill hall to execute the ritual, Jiangshan felt helpless. As time passed, he felt even more helpless. Within the pill hall's cosmos, Yang Zhaoge's actions made the heretic immortals furious. The Rattan Shoes Daoist and the other immortal court experts weren't aware of the difference in combat strength between their immortal court's martial art practitioners and the three clear lineage. Although not everyone had experienced it before, the three clear lineage successor in the martial saint 10th level could fight against the immortal court experts who had already pushed open the immortal door, and even suppress them. Many people knew that among the roving Jade Heaven's clear lineage successor, Long Shueji, was extremely powerful. But to put it another way, it was still a one-on-one battle. Now, with so many of them here, Yang Zhaoge still looked like he didn't care. Naturally, this made them even more furious. Previously, they had almost died in Suo Mingzhang's hands, and they were filled with rage. Now, they couldn't suppress it any longer. No matter if the world beyond worlds heretics are useless and couldn't take you down, or if they're trying to protect you and collude with you, said the Rattan Shoes Daoist coldly. The Rattan Shoes Daoist said coldly, everything ends today. I will personally end you and send you to meet Yin Tianxia. You and those White Lotus evil devils and Netherworld evil devils, I only wish that I could purge all of you from this world. Beside the Rattan Shoes Daoist, the other people of the immortal court stared at Yang Zhaoge with cold gazes. Evil heretics, you're merely a bunch of stray dogs. Previously, we were careless, and allowed you to grow a little stronger. However, stray dogs are still stray dogs. Only death awaits you. Yang Zhaoge wasn't angered by his words. He just raised his head slightly and thought for a while. Although you guys relied on the treasured light imbued with faith power to cultivate, and used it to drill through the gaps of the great Taos of the heavens and earth to push open the immortal door, as expected, there are still limits to this. If you want to reach a higher level, you will ultimately have requirements for yourselves. Otherwise, the immeasurable heavenly Lord would also feel that even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice, right? As the profound sky-purple gold furnace in front of him operated, streams of purple mist rose continuously and began to thicken. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath, as though a huge rock had finally fallen from his heart. The Rattan Shoes Daoist and the other experts of the immortal court were already getting restless and ready to charge forward. However, at this moment, Yang Zhaoge finally turned his head around and looked at them. Previously, I met a female emperor in the original nebula. She was from the immortal court heretics, and cultivated the Yin Thunder scripture. She was truly extraordinary, and her talent was overflowing. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. After that, I heard that her name was Ruan Mingyang, and her emperor title was Hanlei. The Rattan Shoes Daoist said indifferently. Ruan Hanlei, who was worshipped by the 5 territories, was naturally extraordinary. Yang Zhaoge nodded and said, it's a pity that her talent was wasted by the heretics. Otherwise, her future wouldn't be bad even if she cultivated in the 3 clear lineage. However, if it's her, she should be very precious to you guys. If she doesn't die early, under the blessing of the treasured light imbued with faith power, it's hard to say if she could become a heavenly immortal, but it shouldn't be a problem for her to become a virtual immortal. The Rattan Shoes Daoist snorted. In the end, she was still harmed by that Suo Mingjong. Thinking about how his master, who was high and mighty in his heart, had perished in Suo Mingjong's hands, and died right in front of him, the Rattan Shoes Daoist couldn't help but tremble slightly. The hidden fear turned into anger, and all the anger was directed towards Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge completely ignored that cold, fervent rage as he just raised a single finger, wagging it in front of him. "Sorry to interrupt you, but I have to correct a mistake in your words." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "That Daoist Wan's death has nothing to do with Senior Suo." Hearing this, the people on the other side were slightly stunned. They quickly thought of something, and disbelief appeared in the depths of their eyes. The Rattan Shoes Daoist's anger subsided, and his gaze regained its clarity. He couldn't help but size up Yang Zhaoge again. "What did you mean by that?" He stared at Yang Zhaoge and asked in a deep voice. Yang Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly, and suddenly waved his palm towards the Rattan Shoes Daoist. The Rattan Shoes Daoist knew that something was amiss. He wanted to circulate his martial arts to resist. However, Yang Zhaoge's target wasn't him. The jade slip that he kept and used to open the Purple Divine Pavilion's door flew out uncontrollably, and landed in Yang Zhaoge's hand. The Rattan Shoes Daoist was shocked. He didn't care about anything else, and immediately made his move. Green, yellow, crimson, white, and black smokes were emitted from his fingers, and engulfed Yang Zhaoge. "It's the smallpox supreme martial art. I can't let it touch my body." Yang Zhaoge flipped his palm, and repelled the smokes. Then, it swept towards the Rattan Shoes Daoist. The Rattan Shoes Daoist was shocked, and he quickly stopped his martial arts. The other immortal court experts beside him also avoided it. After a while, the jade slip had already landed in Yang Zhaoge's hand. He played with it, and his mind wandered. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Seeing this, the Rattan Shoes Daoist's face turned pale. Thinking about what Yang Zhaoge said previously, the Rattan Shoes Daoist found it hard to believe. "You mean, you killed Wan Hanlei? You have an immortal artifact with you? How should I put it?" Yang Zhaoge touched his chin. "She died because of me. Indeed, she died under an immortal artifact. However, that immortal artifact doesn't belong to me." His words caused the hearts of the Rattan Shoes Daoist and the other immortal courts experts to be in a state of turmoil. They wanted to rebuke Yang Zhaoge for bragging. However, after witnessing Yang Zhaoge's ability to easily take away the jade slip, they couldn't utter a single word. "Actually, you don't have to worry about Daoist Wan. You should worry about yourselves." Yang Zhaoge kept the jade slip and smiled. The group of heretic experts were all shocked. The reason why you could push open the immortal door was because the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had brought you along to exploit some loopholes of the laws of heaven and earth. The corner of Yang Zhaoge's mouth curled up slightly, and he strode forward. "Today, I also intend to exploit some loopholes of the laws. Welcome. I happen to be lacking some experimental targets." Chapter 13:12. We sincerely pray to the Heavenly Lord. How could a heretic demon like you slander us? After hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, the Rattan Shoes Daoist and the other immortal court experts retorted. However, when they looked at Yang Zhaoge again, they were no longer as confident as before. Although the youth in front of them had yet to push open the immortal door, based on the strength he displayed just now, if he had an immortal artifact, he would be able to threaten their lives. Thinking about this, the Rattan Shoes Daoist had the intention to retreat. This time, when they left the immortal court and came to the Dao universe, the changes in the situation far exceeded their expectations. Initially, they thought that they would at least obtain the pill hall as a reward. However, from the looks of it now, the truth was far from what they expected. The Rattan Shoes Daoist stared at Yang Zhaoge while secretly taking action. Although the jade slip was taken away, he still had other methods. He secretly wrote runes that silently floated out, transformed into green smoke, and dissipated within the Purple Divine Pavilion. The Purple Divine Pavilion trembled slightly, and the ancient pavilion started transforming. Rays of radiance surged and landed on the Rattan Shoes Daoist and the others. Then, their figures started fading, and gradually disappeared from the pavilion. At this moment, The Rattan Shoes Daoist no longer hoped to snatch the control rights of the Pill Hall from Yang Zhaoge, who had already occupied the Purple Divine Pavilion and possessed shocking strength. He only hoped to leave the Pill Hall, leave the Tao universe, and return to the Immortal Court. After that, he would slowly think about how to take revenge. Seeing that they were about to succeed, the group of Immortal Court experts secretly let out a sigh of relief. Yang Zhaoge looked at their actions with interest and didn't stop them. When the Rattan Shoes Daoist and the others exited the Purple Divine Pavilion, the vast cosmos reappeared in front of their eyes. "We're still in the awakened Sky Hall. We have to barge out of the hall." The Rattan Shoes Daoist immediately identified their situation and brought them through the void of the universe. Only, this time, it wasn't as smooth as when they entered. After traveling for a long time, the Rattan Shoes Daoist stopped with an ugly expression. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. They were now going around in circles within the Pill Hall's cosmos, and they were almost at the same spot. No matter how hard the Rattan Shoes Daoist tried to figure out the technique taught by his master, Yu Hualong, it was still difficult for him to move within the Pill Hall. Damn it, that little thief took away the treasure. Everyone's hearts were heavy, they were angry and anxious. The Rattan Shoes Daoist looked around and saw streaks of light intertwining in the void of the universe. Then, they gradually gathered together. The light seemed to be right in front of him, but it also seemed extremely far away. However, the Rattan Shoes Daoist could vaguely sense the aura of life within it. Master said that although there are spirit herbs and herbs in this hall, they are all harvested and stored. There are no medicinal fields or spirit fields. How can there be such a strong life aura? The Rattan Shoes Daoist thought, it feels like a human? And there are quite a few of them. With that thought in mind, the Rattan Shoes Daoist rushed towards the place where the beams of light were gathered. The other martial practitioners of the Immortal Court were also enraged from the bottom of their hearts. Their courage grew as they approached the radiance along with the Rattan Shoes Daoist. These lights were formed by Yang Zhaoge using the Pill Hall to extract most of the world beyond worlds. At this moment, the ritual hadn't completely stopped, so the space within was still in an unstable state. The people who were sucked into the Pill Hall were all filled with dazzling lights in front of their eyes. They couldn't differentiate up, down, left, right, front or back. All sorts of scenes had yet to be restored. The minds of the mortals and martial practitioners with lower cultivation were suppressed. Currently, they were in a state of near unconsciousness. They couldn't sense the changes happening to their own bodies and the surrounding environment. As if they were in a dream, there weren't any fluctuations in their state of mind and actions. As for the martial practitioners with higher cultivation, they could still maintain their senses. Everyone forced themselves to calm down and quietly waited for the truth to be revealed. However, the uneasiness in their hearts was obvious. At this moment, the scene in front of their eyes suddenly changed. The flow of light became unstable. The radiance was faintly discernible like a veil. The figures of the Rattan Shoes Daoist and the other Immortal Court experts appeared in front of their eyes. The light screen in front of the Immortal Court martial practitioners' eyes didn't change. However, their existences were seen by the people of the world beyond worlds. Only, the two sides couldn't communicate with each other. As a result, the people of the world beyond worlds felt puzzled when they saw the group of unfamiliar experts in front of them. Are they from the roving Jade Heavens? Or did they come from some other place in the void's outskirts? Everyone was guessing. Although they didn't know their origins, the powerful aura of the Rattan Shoes Daoist and the others had shocked everyone's hearts. Why does it feel like they are all immortal realm experts who had already pushed open the door to immortality? This old man was fortunate enough to witness the battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd from afar. The aura fluctuations are indeed somewhat similar, but where did so many true immortals come from? The roving Jade Heavens doesn't have so many true immortal expert. Hearing the discussions of the others, the southeastern exalt Cao Jie, the northeastern exalt Liu Zhenggu and the southwestern exalt Bai Dao looked at each other and didn't say anything. They were clear who were in front of them. The Immortal Court. Although the other martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds didn't know their origins, They could tell that the Rattan Shoes Daoist and the other immortal court experts were approaching them with ill intentions. Although they weren't comparable to the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd, true immortals were still true immortals. To the martial practitioners of the mortal realm, they were like an unreachable peak. The descent of a true immortal emperor was already like a heavenly tribulation. At this moment, numerous true immortals swarmed forward. Their aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas caused everyone of the world beyond worlds to almost suffocate. Just as everyone was panicking, they realized that there seemed to be a formless barrier between the two sides. The Rattan Shoes Daoist and the others couldn't get close to the light ocean formed by the streams of lights. After realizing this, the group of immortal court experts felt even more ominous. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yang Zhaoge's figure appeared in the cosmos as if he was the ruler of this place. Seeing that there was no way out, the group of immortal court experts was enraged. Then, they all lunged towards Yang Zhaoge. Within the light ocean, everyone of the world beyond worlds held their breaths upon seeing this. Yang Zhaoge chuckled. He straightened his right index and middle fingers like a sword and pointed towards the air. The sword resembled a green dragon that stood out from the masses. As it soared, boundless baleful chi surged towards the sky. A sharp radiance shot out from the green dragon's body, causing the entire sky to be filled with blood-red light. Then, it transformed into an incomparably brutal sword radiance filled with killing intent. After that sword, Yang Zhaoge immediately unleashed another sword. Qi surged, yin and yang intersected. Movement and stillness intertwined. A turtle and a snake intertwined, complementing each other. The true martial god's soul manifested, suppressing the heavens. Then, the black tortoise followed the green dragon's footsteps. Streaks of sharp radiance shot out from its body as if blood was gushing out. Then, Yang Zhaoge unleashed the third sword, and the fourth sword. The ethereal vermilion bird flapped its wings and flew high up, while the ferocious white tiger let out a low roar. Then, the vermilion bird and the white tiger were slain by Yang Zhaoge. As the four swords were unleashed, streaks of brutal sword radiance intertwined within the cosmos. Finally, they transformed into profound spiritual lights and poured downward. Chapter 13:13. Yang Zhaoge consecutively struck out 4 times. The 4 swords looked simple, but they contained many exquisite principles. Other than the Jade Clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures and the Prime Clear lineage's numinous treasure 4 swords, there were also 4 other supreme martial arts. Apart from the Azure Dragon sleeve sword technique that he had created in the past, which he had continuously integrated with other ultimate arts, eliminating the impurities and retaining the essence, there were also 3 ultimate arts recorded in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library. Zhenwu Fist Scripture, Hill Light Flying Immortal Book, 7 Kill Scripture. In the first sword, he used the Jade Clear Life Creation Heavenly Scripture to nourish the coiling dragon in the sleeve. Then, he used the Prime Clear Immortal Slaughtering Sword to slay the coiling dragon. The boundless life force instantly reversed into boundless killing intent and the chi of death and destruction. The second sword used the Jade Clear Yin-Yang Heavenly Scripture to nourish the Xuanwu Fist Scripture's image of the Xuanwu Tortoise and the Xuanwu Tortoise. Afterwards, the Prime Clear Immortal Exterminating Sword slashed at the Xuanwu, collapsing yin and yang, breaking through various principles. The third sword used the Jade Clear Void Heavenly Scripture and the Eon Light Heavenly Scripture to nourish the phenomenon of the vermilion bird formed by the Hill Light Flying Immortal Scripture. Then, the Prime Clear Immortal Trapping Sword slashed the vermilion bird, destroying space and shattering the void. For the fourth sword, he used the Clear Jade Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Scripture and the Heart's Will Heavenly Scripture to nourish the image of a white tiger formed by the 7 Slaughter Extermination Scripture. Then, he slashed it with the Prime Clear Immortal Sword of Extinguishing Extermination. The tangible manifestation and the intangible spirit were both present, changing at will to reveal the true, austere and fierce white tiger. He stopped the killing with killing, and the world returned to silence. 4 swords were unleashed at the same time. The power of each sword had already existed in the universe for a long time, not dissipating for a long time. Their sword wills intersected, and the brutal and destructive aura dissipated, fusing into a profound aura. In the universe, There was no such thing as up or down. However, at this moment, the group of immortal court experts felt that the universe in front of them had been divided into different levels. At this moment, Yang Zhaoge seemed to be standing on an even higher vantage point, overlooking them from above. One was a martial sage and the other was a human immortal. Even though they had the word immortal in their names, they were still not true experts of the immortal realm. They had not passed the immortal mortal tribulation and were still mortals. As for the immortal realm experts who had pushed open the immortal gate and were no longer human, they lived high in the sky above the mortal world, smiling at all the joys and sorrows of the mortal world. That should have been the case, but now, the positions of the two sides seemed to have been reversed. The perfected immortal great emperors like them were below in space-time. Another person was looking down at them from the sky. Something unimaginable, something that completely exceeded one's understanding, was actually happening at this moment. Not only were the people of the immortal court surprised, but the people of the world beyond worlds were also slightly dazed. He was a peerless genius who could fight against a true immortal with his mortal body. In recent years, Chen Qianhua had fought against the Senluo Emperor and Nai Jingshan had fought against the Heaven Emperor. Yang Zhaoge possessed supreme strength as he had been able to forcibly clash head-on against the combined forces of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, who possessed an immortal artifact at the 9th level of the martial saint realm, shocking everyone to the point that their eyes almost exploded. But in the end, that was a confrontation of strength. It had never given people the feeling of being on such a different level. But today, everyone felt it. At this moment, the world and history they knew in the past seemed to have become illusory and unreal. After Yang Zhaoge's sword light fused into one, it drifted and stayed at a high place together with him. Now, it resembled a heavenly river flowing in reverse, pouring down towards the Rattan Shoes Daoist and the others. This sword of mine is called Banishing Immortals. Yang Zhaoge's voice seemed to have come from beyond the 9 heavens. The seemingly formless swordlight poured down like a river and landed on the Rattan Shoes Daoist's body. The Rattan Shoes Daoist instinctively felt that something was amiss. Although Yang Zhaoge didn't have an immortal artifact with him, he still subconsciously circulated his martial arts to block the attack. He didn't ignore it like how he did when facing human martial art practitioners' attacks in the past. However, when Yang Zhaoge's banishing immortal swordlight brushed past him, the Rattan Shoes Daoist instantly felt a change happening to his body. Although the immortal qi that he had painstakingly cultivated was still abundant, it didn't belong to him anymore. It seemed like it was only temporarily stored within his body. At this moment, the true immortal's body seemed to have reverted back to a human's mortal body. It was just like a shell filled with immortal qi. The Rattan Shoes Daoist was stunned. He was stunned for a moment. Ever since he had pushed open the immortal door, he had never experienced such a strange thing. Even if Yang Zhaoge unleashed the immortal exterminating four swords and recreated the long-lost immortal exterminating formation that allowed martial saints to join hands and slay a true immortal without relying on external forces, the Rattan Shoes Daoist wouldn't have been so surprised. However, let alone the immortal exterminating formation, Yang Zhaoge's sword wasn't even a prime clear sword art. There wasn't any killing intent or ruthlessness. It was profound, yet it was almost formless. The swordlight descended from the sky as if the heavens were sending down a punishment, striking the Rattan Shoes Daoist down from the immortal realm to the mortal realm. At that instant, many scenes appeared in the Rattan Shoes Daoist's mind, flashing past like a flashing lantern. It was engraved within the depths of his mind. It was one of the most beautiful memories of his life. It was engraved within the depths of his memories. It was one of the most beautiful memories of his life. Now, he was reliving his past. However, what shocked him was that the scenes were replayed in reverse. Everything was reversed. The Rattan Shoes Daoist could only watch as he was pushed out of the immortal door. The illusory door closed right before his eyes. However, this feeling didn't last long. It only lasted for an instant. However, the Rattan Shoes Daoist didn't even have the time to let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, another sword descended from the sky and arrived in front of him. Yang Zhaoge's left hand's index and middle fingers were placed together. Then, His fingertip pierced through the rattan shoes daoist's forehead. His action was very casual, and it didn't carry any trace of worldly aura. As he retracted his finger, the rattan shoes daoist was still blankly standing on the spot. His expression was still changing, and his gaze was still flickering. In the next instant, the rattan shoes daoist's immortal chi surged, and he seemed to have returned to his original state. A true immortal was flawless. However, the bloody hole between his brows was still there, and it was still bleeding profusely. A true immortal's body was like a mortal's flesh and blood. Although he seemed to have returned to his original state, it was really just an empty shell. The vitality within had already dissipated. As the vitality dissipated, the shell started rotting at a rapid pace. At this moment, no matter if it was the immortal heretics or the people of the world beyond worlds, they were all silent. Everyone's mind went blank for a moment. Only a single voice resounded. Dead. Dead. He's really dead. A martial saint killed a true immortal emperor with his bare fists, without the help of a favorable geographical situation or an immortal weapon or a treasure. Everyone looked at Yang Zhaoge in a daze. Fallen deity. In the past, this title was used to describe Yang Zhaoge's peerless genius. He was like an immortal who had descended to the mortal realm. One day, he would definitely return to the immortal realm. Now, everyone recalled the other meaning of this word. The first meaning was extremely ancient, but it was the original meaning. A deity was banished to the mortal realm, the fallen deity sword. Yang Zhaoge's sword. The sword that banished a true immortal to the mortal realm. Chapter 13-14. After personally witnessing the rattan shoes daoist's demise, the other immortal court experts' minds went blank. Everything that was happening before their eyes wasn't just unheard of, it was unprecedented, and it completely defied their understanding and common sense of the world. At this moment, the sound of something shattering resounded within their hearts. The three clear lineage successors' average strength was higher than the immortal court's martial art practitioners in the same realm. They knew this deep within their hearts. However, just like what the vast young exalt Pei Hua, whom Yang Zhaoge met in the past, had said, even if he couldn't defeat the orthodox Taoism's human exalt, the immortal court's true immortal emperors would be able to subdue him. The three clear lineage's true immortal emperors would be dealt with by the immortal court's sovereigns. So on and so forth. This was Pei Hua's and the rattan shoes daoist's confidence. It was their ambition and hope. At the same time, it was also one of the reasons why they felt safe. However, this sense of security was crumbling now. The immortal court's experts with a deeper foundation already knew a lot of secrets and rumors. They had also heard of the legendary immortal extermination formation. However, the immortal extermination formation had been lost for a long time. It became a faintly discernible myth, and no one felt that it was real. However, today, there was someone who didn't rely on the immortal extermination formation to cross the chasm between immortal and mortal. When Yang Zhaoge stepped on this doorstep, he also stepped on the heretic immortal's pride and perseverance. Everyone was at a loss for a short period of time. The seed of doubt started to sprout from the depths of their hearts. As a result, the treasured lights imbued with faith power around the immortal court's experts started to become unstable. Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm as he strode forward. The immortal court's martial art practitioners were all shocked. Then, they couldn't help but retreat. However, they were within the pill hall's cosmos. Space was like a cage to them, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They could only reorganize their attacks and launch a suicidal attack towards Yang Zhaoge. This time, their attacks were even more violent than before. However, they were also more impatient. It was filled with the feeling of being cornered. Purple Thunderbolt Aura Scripture, Blood Hell Battle Chi, Heavenly Rainbow Treasured Body, Long Spring Three Saints Hammer. Yang Zhaoge looked around and identified his opponent's martial arts. The supreme martial arts before him were all profound martial arts that had been passed down during the flourishing era of the martial Tao before the Great Calamity. All of them had their own uniqueness and weren't necessarily inferior to some supreme martial arts of the three clear lineage. Although it was executed by the martial artists of the Immortal Court, it was still extremely powerful. The people of the world beyond worlds who were separated by the sea of radiance could only vaguely hear Yang Zhaoge's voice. They were unable to communicate with the group of heretics. However, now that the experts of the Immortal Court had attacked together, the attack that seemed like it could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth was still vivid in everyone's eyes, causing the people of the world beyond worlds to be shocked. However, from Yang Zhaoge's perspective, the people of the Immortal Court, who had already neglected something to begin with, were currently feeling restless and rash, which made them even more disadvantaged. He smiled and shook his head. Using his fingers as a sword, rays of sword light flew out. The purple thunderbolt astral scripture refined numerous streaks of purple thunder, the light of thunder condensing into form, transforming into numerous long spears of thunder, crisscrossing as they emanated a sharp, domineering power as they shot towards Yang Zhaoge like a tempestuous storm. There was a secret to this. The sharpness of the spear would first penetrate the opponent's various defenses, and then the destructive power of the lightning would be fully displayed. If someone were to be hit by it, they would first be riddled with holes, and then the lightning would explode from the wound, turning them into ashes. The blood hell battle chi was already close to the devilish path. When the Immortal Court Emperor's immortal chi spread out, it was like a blood fog, instantly turning the surrounding world into a bloody hell. Dense death intent and killing intent permeated the air, intimidating one's spirit and corroding one's chi and blood, burying one's enemies within the blood hell. When the heavenly rainbow treasured form was activated, his body was like a rainbow, instantly traversing thousands of miles. His silhouette flickered as if he was everywhere. When being attacked, his body was like a rainbow, seemingly illusory and hard to grasp. His opponent's attack would directly pass through the rainbow, unable to cause any damage. The Long Spring Three Saints Hammer was a martial art that focused on nourishing one's health. It would nourish one's body and nurture a vigorous life force. However, when fighting against others, it wouldn't be soft. Instead, it would transform the vigorous life force into a majestic strength, crushing the opponent as easily as crushing dry weeds. Other than that, many other martial arts were also displayed at this moment, attacking Yang Zhaoge. However, in the next instant, the black tortoise started bleeding, and rays of sharp radiance shot out, forcefully slashing yin and yang, destroying the purple lightning. After destroying the sea of lightning, the slaying black tortoise sword's momentum didn't stop, and forcefully broke through the shocking rainbow. Although the rainbow radiance was illusory and unpredictable, it lost its miraculousness in front of the slaying black tortoise sword. It turned from illusory to solid, and was instantly slashed apart. Almost at the same time, the azure dragon started bleeding, and the sharp sword radiance filled with killing intent slaughtered the Long Spring Three Saints Hammer's boundless life force. The vigorous life force also transformed into killing intent and death intent, nourishing the azure dragon slaying sword, making it even more ruthless and resolute. As for the bloody hell filled with the bloody chi, it was slain together with the white tiger. It returned to silence, and the bloody chi dissipated. One after another, supreme martial arts were dispelled by Yang Zhaoge. As the rays of sword lights intersected, they transformed into the waters of the heavenly river that seemed capable of sending immortals into the mortal realm, and surged downwards. Yang Zhaoge seemed to be riding on a boat, bobbing up and down on the reversed heavenly river, and sliding downwards. Along the way, blood splattered everywhere. One after another, the heretic true immortals perished. After witnessing such a scene, the world beyond worlds people within the Sea of Radiance were still in a daze. Yang Zhaoge didn't just kill the Rattan Shu's Daoist alone. From the looks of it, Yang Zhaoge seemed like he was going to slay all the true immortal emperors here. The Rattan Shu's Daoist's death was already shocking enough. Now, they were even more horrified. This should be the first martial saint in history to single-handedly kill a true immortal barehandedly, right? The Wind Thunder Manner's Manor Lord Heng Xiandar muttered to himself, there doesn't seem to have been anyone like this before the Great Calamity either. And he didn't just kill one. Wang Piyu's expression was also in a daze. Heng Xiandar tried asking, could we have seen wrongly, and that wasn't a true immortal? It should be. As Wang Piyu spoke, he looked towards the few human exalts present. Cao Jie, Liu Zhenggu, and the others were also in a daze. However, after feeling Wang Piyu's and Heng Xiandar's gazes, they immediately snapped back to reality. That was a genuine leakless true immortal who had already pushed open the door to immortality, no doubt about it. The northeastern exalt, Liu Zhanggu sighed, leakless true immortals are hard to injure in the mortal realm. That is the case for others. Hearing this, Heng Xianda and the others were even more speechless. Junior apprentice brother Yang's sword art doesn't look like the numinous treasure four swords, Wang Pu said softly. It doesn't look like a formation either. Does that mean that it has nothing to do with the prime clear immortal exterminating formation? Liu Zhanggu said emotionally, after the immortal exterminating formation, a second method of defeating true immortals has finally appeared in this world. He looked at Yang Zhaoge, in front of the fallen deity Yang. That barrier between immortal and mortal is practically non-existent. Heng Xianda's expression was strange as he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, it was still rumored in the world beyond worlds that the fallen deity would definitely be the undisputed upper exalt after ascending to the human exalt realm. Even if that previous upper exalt was still in the mortal realm, he would still have to give way to the fallen deity. Still, from the looks of it now, why does it feel like the title of the upper exalt completely doesn't suit the fallen deity at all? The southeastern exalt, Cao Jie suddenly exclaimed, Supreme Exalt. Everyone else was shocked as they all looked towards Cao Jie. Supreme Exalt, Yang Zhaoge. Cao Jie slowly repeated every word. Chapter 13-15. Supreme Exalt. Everyone was silently reminiscing about it. For a moment, they were in a daze. Without a doubt, the strongest martial saint in history, the strongest existence in the human world. Even those from the 9 heavens immortal realms would have to look at him differently. The northeastern exalt Liu Zhanggu seemed to be praising and sighing, Supreme Exalt. It's a fitting title. Wang Pu sighed and said, an existence like junior apprentice brother Yang is unprecedented. I'm afraid there won't be anyone like him in the future, right? Ever since the primordial wilderness was established, a few epochs had passed, and there's only one. Liu Zhanggu said with a serious expression, it's not easy to produce another one. Qiu Jiahai muttered to himself. He was half praising and half mocking himself, we're witnessing history. Hearing this, everyone else nodded silently. The southeastern swords mistress and the others who were born in the southeastern Yang heaven territory had a deeper feeling about this. In the past, Yang Zhaoge had risen up right under their noses. At that time, including Yang Zhaoge and his father, no one knew about their origins. However, they had already started creating one legend after another. Until they became a living legend like this. Although Yang Zhaoge had yet to push open the immortal door, he was already destined to leave his mark in history. It's too late for me to experience the opening of the world beyond worlds. Today, I'm witnessing the exalted fire ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm. I'm witnessing the scene of the world beyond worlds separating. I'm also witnessing a historical event. Liu Zhanggu stroked his long beard. I never thought that everything is far from over. Today, I'm witnessing Yang Wushang's shocking feat. The tall old man sighed and said, there's hope for our Taoism to rise again. I have no regrets in this life. When everyone heard this, they all had a sorrowful expression in their hearts. Only the Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, had a calm expression. If someone were to say that he had personally witnessed Yang Zhaoge's rise, he was far more qualified to speak than the people of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The old chief wasn't as surprised and praising as the others. Instead, he was filled with joy. He firmly believed that Yang Zhaoge would shine with unparalleled brilliance. What happened today was merely verifying this point. The Pill Hall's cosmos finally regained its peace. All the immortal court-martial practitioners who were caught within were slain by Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge acted as if he had done something insignificant. His figure disappeared from the cosmos and reappeared within the Pill Hall's core hub, the Purple Divine Pavilion. He formed a seal with both hands and pressed them together on the profound sky-purple golden furnace. As the mysterious sky-purple gold furnace trembled, the ritual operated. With the Purple Divine Pavilion as the center, halos expanded in the universe of the hall. At this moment, the entire Pill Hall shook violently, and started exerting more force. The purple aura surrounding the main hall of the White Jade Immortal Palace turned into a sea of clouds that expanded in all directions. When the immortal court experts who were fighting against Feng Yunsheng and Yu Zhenbei saw this, their hearts sank. They actually failed. The billowing purple clouds in front of them were obviously hostile towards the experts of the immortal court. Streaks of golden light descended, making it even harder for the heretic experts, who were already having a hard time dealing with their opponents, to defend themselves. The situation, which was barely maintained, was instantly reversed. Feng Yunsheng and Yu Zhenbei switched from defense to offense. Yu Zhenbei's sword lights surged and slashed an immortal court profound immortal sovereign in front of him into two. At the same time, the immortal court heavenly monarch frowned when he felt that Feng Yunsheng's previously restrained ruthless saber intent was about to surge again. Let's leave first. We won't fight when the odds are against us. We'll settle the score with them later. As he thought about this, he helped the immortal court profound immortal sovereigns to temporarily block the sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei's attack. Then, he evaded Feng Yunsheng and the Pill Hall's attacks and broke out of the encirclement. Yang Zhaoge controlled the Pill Hall. Streaks of golden lights swept out and entangled the opponent like chains. Feng Yunsheng immediately slashed her saber. As the immortal court heavenly monarch groaned in pain, he took the attack head-on, and the brilliance around his body became chaotic. He didn't think about counterattacking, and he didn't stay any longer. He quickly brought the others and escaped. In just an instant, another immortal court sovereign died under Yu Zhenbei's sword. After the group of heretic immortals left the world beyond worlds, they didn't even dare to stay in the Tao universe. They retreated into the void's outskirts. Yang Zhaoge didn't continue chasing after them. Instead, he placed his attention back on the connection between his ritual and the world beyond worlds. While he was distracted, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshen, had gained a lot of rewards. Not only did he stabilize the remaining territories of the world beyond worlds, he even tried to bring back the world beyond worlds territories that were swept away by the Pill Hall. Yang Zhaoge had limited time to plan. He could only make his arrangements in the world beyond worlds, and couldn't clear up the traces left behind by other bigwig experts. Although the Western Exalt, Lang Qing, wasn't in the Western Turtle Heaven territory, Yang Zhaoge didn't have enough time to completely alter that place. The Northern Profound Heaven territory was connected to the outskirts land of tranquil streams. He couldn't bring it away even if he wanted to. Jiangshen was currently relying on the northwest, north, and west territories to fight against Yang Zhaoge in the central Jun Heaven territory. As long as Yang Zhaoge's ritual failed this time, Jiangshen would be considered to have succeeded. If he wanted to rearrange the ritual again, the amount of time, effort, and resources required would be too much. When that time came, not to mention the immortal court, the North Star Emperor might even shift his attention back to the world beyond worlds. Although Feng Yunsheng and Yu Zhenbei were in front of him, Jiangshen still wanted to take the risk. Unfortunately, Yang Zhaoge didn't give him the chance. Within the Purple Divine Pavilion, Yang Zhaoge walked around the profound sky-purple golden furnace. He used the aura steps, and stepped on the 9 Palaces River Luo position. He consecutively struck 9 palms in the air, and all of them landed on the profound sky-purple golden furnace. Rays of radiance flickered on the surface of the profound sky-purple golden furnace, and formed 9 chains of light. Then, they seeped into every part of the pavilion. Then, the 9 chains of light spun and twitched simultaneously. The white jade Divine Palace's main hall emitted an unprecedented radiance, which shone through the void surrounding the world beyond worlds. Rays of dimensional power twisted and overlapped with each other. They were like clues that appeared within the cosmos, and connected to different worlds within the world beyond worlds. Those were the wounds of the sky that connected the world beyond worlds and the various lower realms. Now, these dimensional passageways were all transferred to the White Jade Palace. The White Jade Palace emitted a great Tao roar, which directly forced Yu Zhenbei to retreat. Then, the magnificent Celestial Palace dragged the lower realms one after another into the gate of the Celestial Palace with beams of light. 8 Extremities World. Vast Ocean World. Floating Life World. Floating Gate World. One after another, thousands of lower realms flowed into the purple sea of clouds, and into the White Jade Divine Palace like rivers flowing into the ocean. Jiangshen could only watch this scene unfold in the world beyond worlds, and was powerless to do anything. There's always someone stronger than you out there, huh? The encompassing emperor and the others stood by the Kunlun Mountains horizon and looked at the void. Their emotions were complicated, and they couldn't be described with words. Feng Yunxing and Yu Zhenbei also entered the Pill Hall. As the white jade divine palace trembled, its door closed, and transformed into a ray of light. It pierced through the vast universe's space, rushed out of the Tao universe, and entered the void's outskirt. After this, they would no longer be part of the world beyond worlds, and would be exploring a new world by themselves. Chapter 13:16. Not only the realms of the world beyond worlds that were pulled away, but many lower realms that were related to the world beyond worlds were also accommodated by the Pill Hall's cosmos. Compared to the realms of the world beyond worlds that were pulled away, the boundaries of other worlds were still intact. Hence, they were much more stable. Although their boundaries were very weak compared to the world beyond worlds, it wasn't a problem under Yang Zhaoge's careful management. However, this teleportation still caused a huge commotion in the lower realms. The spiritual qi flow of various worlds was currently in a mess. Within the floating life world, within the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains, within the Snow Crane sect, Su Yun, Shen Nuo, and Shen Rong's family of 3 were all present. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the horizon. The sky was originally clear and boundless. However, it was currently filled with all sorts of colors. Rays of brilliance were circulating and flashing within the void, making it hard to forget. Beside them, the group of floating life world experts, led by Green Dragon Mountain's chief Luo Jinghao, were all gathered here. They didn't dare to make a sound as they looked at the apocalyptic phenomenon. For so many years, even though the Snow Crane sect had maintained a low profile in the floating life world, everyone here already knew that this seemingly unconventional sect of martial practitioners that specialized in the way of qi cultivation was the true ruler of this world where demonic bloodline cultivators were the mainstream. No matter how strong the other sects were, they couldn't withstand the Snow Crane sect's higher-ups. Due to her uncertain fate, in order to reduce her involvement with Su Yun's family as much as possible, while Xue Chuqing had been able to move about openly in the world beyond worlds previously, she had still not descended into the floating life world to visit Su Yun's family. However, the broad Creed Mountain had already helped to spread the news. Su Yun already knew that Xue Chuqing was safe. Mother. Shen Rong looked at Su Yun worriedly. Su Yun smiled slightly. Don't be impatient. Just wait for the results. Even if the floating life world is destroyed, we can't do anything about it. Why not face it peacefully? Although he wasn't clear about Yang Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing's plans for the world beyond worlds, and he didn't know what kind of shocking changes were happening in the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds outside of the floating life world, he knew that such a shocking change in the floating life world wasn't something that anyone in the floating life world could do. It could only be a change from above, triggered by a higher level of heaven and earth. However, I believe that young lady, young master, as well as young master and the others, will all be blessed by heaven, Su Yun said calmly. The hearts of the others in the surroundings calmed down greatly when they heard this. Even if they were still uneasy, they weren't so anxious anymore. Everyone looked at the sky quietly, waiting for the final result. In the vast ocean world, everyone was similarly uneasy. Having once experienced many catastrophes due to the influence of the Dragon Tomb, the vast ocean world was both mentally prepared and exceptionally sensitive towards the intense natural disasters of the heavens and earth. The Dragon Tomb was already history, but the catastrophe that engulfed the entire world seemed to have yet to end. Still, having experienced Yang Zhaoge's ascension after secluded cultivation that year and the terror of virtually destroying the world, the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world were far clearer than those of the lower worlds about the fact that there was always someone more powerful than they were. At this moment, regardless of whether their relationship had been good or bad in the past, most of the people of the other sects were gathering towards Changli Mountain. Everyone knew that there were people of Broad Creed Mountain residing on Changli Mountain. It was also precisely because of their interaction with Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds that Changli Mountain had become the current hegemon of the vast ocean world. The eternal legend of the vast ocean world, the fallen deity Yang Zhaoge, was precisely someone of Broad Creed Mountain. The current changes in the heavenly phenomena of the vast ocean world are indeed related to our sect's actions in the higher worlds. Let's just wait for the dust to settle. A young man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s said calmly, "We hope that everyone will be able to bear with some of these unusual movements." The former chief of Chongli Mountain, the current #1 expert of the vast ocean world, Gao Tianzhong, said on behalf of the vast ocean martial practitioners, "You are polite, Mr. Lan. With our low cultivation bases, we are powerless to help. We can only hope that Broad Creed Mountain will be successful in all its endeavors and achieve victory." While he was at the third level of the martial saint realm and the man before him was a martial grandmaster, Gao Tianzhong's etiquette was not lacking in the least. Currently, the older generation of Broad Creed Mountain had already headed to the world beyond worlds where the spiritual qi was more abundant and the environment was better. The new generation had long since risen, shouldering the burden that had originally been on the shoulders of the older generation. Currently, the elder representing Broad Creed Mountain in the vast ocean world was Yang Zhaoge's junior apprentice brother Lan Wenyang. "Thank you, Senior Gao, for your auspicious words," Lan Wenyang smiled. "Senior apprentice brother Yang and Chief will definitely handle this appropriately." The other Broad Creed Mountain disciples seated beside him all had calm expressions on their faces, having confidence in their clan as well as a stable mental state as they remained unflustered despite the changes. 8 Extremities World, Chasing Wave Pavilion. With An Qinglin at their head, the others of Chasing Wave Pavilion behind her all looked towards the sky above their heads. As compared to the other lower worlds, the circulation of spiritual qi here was much more stable than that of other lower worlds after being specially regulated by Broad Creed Mountain. Still, due to the influence of the outside world now, the circulation of spiritual qi in the 8 Extremities world had similarly undergone a drastic change. News from Broad Creed Mountain is indeed that a huge change has occurred in the higher worlds, someone said softly. And Qinglin nodded, "There is no point in thinking too much. Let us wait patiently." Similar situations were occurring in the headquarters of the other peak powers of the 8 Extremities world. All the disciples of Broad Creed Mountain in the Heaven Domain had returned to their headquarters as well, cultivating peacefully as they waited for the dust to settle. Similar things were happening unceasingly in every lower world. Only, some people knew about it, while most people didn't. As a result, everyone was panicking. Within the cosmos within the Pill Hall, there seemed to be a huge bubble floating in the air. Surrounded by these bubbles was a sea of light formed of the world beyond world spacetime being drawn away. Everything gushed into the Pill Hall, causing the originally vast and boundless cosmos within the hall to become a little crowded. Within the Purple Divine Pavilion, Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, "Everyone, welcome to a new world." With all these, the White Jade Hall finally left the world beyond worlds, broke through the invisible wall, and completely left the Tao universe. After entering the void's boundless outskirts, Yang Zhaoge didn't relax. Instead, he continued activating the ritual within the Purple Divine Pavilion, causing the Pill Hall itself to slowly undergo changes. The golden radiance gradually dimmed, and the purple sea of clouds retracted. The white jade-like hall gradually became transparent, and blended within the dark void, as if it had disappeared. Although we've left the Tao universe and entered the void's outskirts, we might still expose our tracks. We still have to be careful. Yang Zhaoge let out a long sigh. He turned his head and looked at Feng Yunsheng and Yu Zhenbei, who entered the Purple Divine Pavilion under his guidance. However, the first step of the plan has finally succeeded. Then, Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Wife, I've finally waited for you to return." Before he finished speaking, Feng Yunsheng had already leaped into his embrace. Chapter 13:17. Yang Zhaoge hugged Feng Yunsheng and smiled, "I'm about to become a wife-gazing rock." Halfway through his sentence, his mouth was already sealed by 2 warm lips. Feeling her trembling, Yang Zhaoge hugged Feng Yunsheng and allowed her to feel his embrace. He absorbed the energy that calmed her down. Over the years, he had gone through many shocking experiences. He had just completed a challenge that was inconceivable to many people. However, the woman in his embrace had gone through much more dangerous experiences. 9 out of 10 deaths wasn't enough to describe how dangerous it was. Her opponents weren't only the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, but also the devilish intent that was constantly corroding her will and the 9 underworld's great devils that were chasing after her in reality. Through the North Ocean clone's conversation, Yang Zhaoge already knew that she almost encountered the grand, heavenly immortal Shadow Devil in the 9 underworlds. Connecting the Shadow Devil's actions of infiltrating the world beyond worlds and occupying the northern profound heaven territory, Yang Zhaoge suspected that the Shadow Devil was here to stop Feng Yunsheng. The woman in his embrace had a tenacious will that Yang Zhaoge rarely saw. Perhaps, she would only reveal this side of her in front of him. Moreover, she might only be like this at this moment. At other times, she would still be that determined, bright, and elegant woman. As such, Yang Zhaoge didn't say anything or do anything else. He only hugged her. Amidst the silence, the two seemed to have exchanged thousands of words. They felt each other's longing for him and experienced the emotions accumulated in their hearts after separating. After a long while, their lips parted. After the two looked at each other, they smiled at the same time. Yang Zhaoge extended his finger and lightly scratched Feng Yunsheng's nose bridge. Feng Yunsheng snorted and opened her mouth. She was about to bite him. Then, the usually bright woman showed a rare shyness. However, it wasn't towards Yang Zhaoge. Instead, it was towards the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Please forgive me, Sword Sovereign. Although it was her first time seeing him in person, she had seen the projection of the world beyond worlds 3 sovereigns before. After communicating with Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, she had a general understanding of the current situation and the relationship between her and her enemies. It's normal to be unable to control one's emotions after suffering. A gentle smile appeared on Yu Zhenbei's stern face. I'm the one who's obstructing your reunion. Yang Zhaoge chuckled. I've let senior apprentice uncle see a joke. The redness on Feng Yunsheng's face disappeared. However, she still retreated and separated from Yang Zhaoge. She respectfully bowed towards Yu Zhenbei, Broad Creed Mountain's disciple. Feng Yunsheng greets the Sword Sovereign. Dispense with the formalities. There's no need to be so courteous. If we're really going by etiquette, I should be the one addressing you with honorifics. Yu Zhenbei raised his hand into the air. I was just lucky. I'm like a rootless duckweed. How would I dare to be arrogant in front of you? Feng Yunsheng smiled and said, then, how about I call you martial uncle like Zhaoge? Of course. Yu Zhenbei looked at her from top to bottom. I shouldn't have disturbed your reunion. However, since we're talking about this, please forgive me for asking. What's the current situation between you and the exalted Rahu luminary? Yang Zhaoge similarly looked towards Feng Yunsheng. Due to the general situation of the Tao universe previously, the North Ocean clone's conversation with Feng Yunsheng was mainly about the situation and changes in the world beyond worlds after confirming that Feng Yunsheng wasn't possessed by Jian Shunhua. They didn't talk much about Feng Yunsheng's personal situation. While Yang Zhaoge wanted to talk about the feelings of parting with Feng Yunsheng, there were some matters that were more urgent and important. Previously in the 9 underworlds, due to stealing a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority, an accident seemed to have happened during the ritual. After that, the exalted Rahu luminary never appeared again. Feng Yunsheng said with a serious expression, however, I'm not sure if she had completely disappeared and ceased to exist. If Feng Yunsheng had to name the toughest opponent she had ever faced, it would undoubtedly be the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. The others might be stronger, but it was mostly related to the disparity in cultivation. As for the battle against Jian Shunhua, it had nothing to do with cultivation. Instead, it was purely a battle of willpower. Feng Yunsheng had never experienced such a battle before. While it was a new experience, it was also exceptionally difficult. She was known for her strong willpower, and her opponent this time was the same. If it wasn't for the interference of external forces during the ritual, the two might still be fighting against each other. For Jian Shunhua, perhaps it was the same feeling. If her opponent wasn't Feng Yunsheng, she might have already returned to the mortal realm. The Wood Devil should be here to look for me. At the very least, his main goal is to look for me. His secondary goal is to take advantage of the chaos in the world beyond worlds to see if he can fish in troubled waters, said Feng Yunsheng in a deep voice. Yang Zhaoge asked, the Astro Sovereign and Little Jun and his mother were both affected by the Shadow Devil's devilish intent. What would happen if you ran into him? I won't. Feng Yunsheng shook her head. Only the existence of the 6 ancestral devils like the Doomsday Heavenly Devil would trigger my devilish intent. Otherwise, even the Wood Devil wouldn't be able to affect me. Chapter 13:18. Yang Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunxing and said softly, "Other than a few of us, no one knows why the Shadow Devil is here. Of course, the Shadow Devil knows about it. However, everyone knows that devils are good at bewitching others, and their words cannot be trusted. Moreover, even without you, the 9 underworlds would still take advantage of the world beyond worlds chaos." Hearing this, Feng Yunxing smiled and shook her head gently. "All right." Yang Zhaoge sighed, "I'll send you over." He clapped his palm, and rays of golden lights flashed within the purple divine pavilion. They surrounded Feng Yunxing, and her figure slowly disappeared. Looking at her disappearing figure, the sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei's gaze was filled with worry. Fortune lies within misfortune. It's hard to tell if it's fortune or misfortune. Yang Zhaoge nodded silently. From another perspective, it's the same as what happened in the world beyond worlds. It's another battlefield for the higher-leveled bigwigs. However, it's still in the initial stage, and it hasn't erupted yet. His gaze turned cold. It's not like we don't have a chance. Yu Zhenbei looked at Yang Zhaoge. After a long while, he smiled and praised, "It's great that you have such a mindset. We'll just do our best and leave it to fate. We have to try our best first." Yang Zhaoge smiled calmly and said, "Although our first step of the plan succeeded, we still have to be cautious. Otherwise, we might still lose everything." Yu Zhenbei looked around the purple divine pavilion. "You want to release the pill hall's inner cosmos outside, and turn it into an independent cosmos that can exist stably by the void's outskirts like the Tao universe. How's the preparation going?" The extracted world beyond worlds territories would be combined with the pill hall's core, forming a brand new world. Then, the 8 extremities worlds and other lower realms would establish a stable connection with this new world, just like how they established a connection with the world beyond worlds. The pill hall's outer boundary would be blurred, and the inner cosmos would expand outwards, forming a formless wall that separated it from the void's outskirts. With that, the pill hall would become a brand new cosmos. Although the domain's size wasn't as huge as the 9 underworlds, Astro Mountains, Starry Seas, Blessed Lands, Immortal Court, and Tao Universe, it was still an independent space. Many worlds within were orderly, and formed their own system. Some of the original functions of the pill hall might be weakened, but most of them would still be retained. Hence, they would be able to play an important role. By then, the new world that Yang Zhaoge had created for the 3 clear lineage successors with the help of the pill hall would be truly stabilized. Of course, one of the prerequisites was to avoid the eyes and ears of the Immortal Court and other major forces. Because the pill hall was the foundation, the position of this cosmos in the void's outskirts wasn't fixed. It was drifting in the endless void, and it was hard to lock onto its position. However, he still needed to be careful lest the Peak Almighties found him by following the clues. When the accumulated medicinal aura in the pill hall dissipates, it should be fine. However, the more sparse the remnant is, the longer it will take for it to disperse. Yang Zhaoge smiled. One's heart will naturally be settled as soon as possible. Still, it cannot be rushed. The inner universe of the hall expanded outwards. If there were any remnants of pill chi or medicinal chi, they would also disperse and reveal their whereabouts. This was the remnant of the pill hall's accumulation of countless years. It was even tainted with a formless aura of obsolescence. It was like the traces that were engraved in history and space. Naturally, the only way to disperse them was to take it slow. However, the people within the pill hall's cosmos were constantly inhaling and exhaling the pill chi and medicinal chi. While this was speeding up the dispersal of the remnant pill chi, it was also greatly beneficial to them. The various realms of the world beyond worlds were successfully extracted by Yang Zhaoge, and could be restored to its original state within a short period of time. However, it was only a temporary patchwork. It hadn't truly created a new world, and the spirit chi circulation wasn't stable yet. It wouldn't affect the commoners much. However, it would greatly affect the martial art practitioners. By inhaling and exhaling the remnant pill chi and medicinal chi within the pill hall, It would aid their cultivation and allow them to pass through the period before the new world was truly established. Both sides were taking what they needed, killing two birds with one stone. "Where's junior apprentice brother Yang and Jingshan?" asked Yu Zhenbei. Yang Di and Nai Jingshan were currently within the pill hall's cosmos. They were inhaling and exhaling pill chi as they cultivated in seclusion. Previously, the boundary-dividing hall's spirit of awakened sky had used various treasures to create the fake body. They had also benefited from it. In order to digest these benefits, they had to be diligently nurtured and refined. While the two of them are still in seclusion, their preparations are quite stable. They can come out anytime. Yang Zhaoge answered, "Previously, they didn't need to come out of seclusion. That's why I didn't alarm them. Although they were already in a relatively stable state, they would be even more prepared if they continued to nurture them." Yu Zhenbei nodded. "Are there any lower realms that have similar situations as the northern profound heaven territory?" "There are some. That's why I can only leave them behind," answered Yang Zhaoge. There were also situations like the Eight Extremities world. Although they were directly connected to the 9 underworlds, the connection could be temporarily severed after being sealed. As for the northern profound heaven territory that was connected to the land of Tranquil Stream, it would be difficult to seal it completely. Due to the chaotic space, it couldn't be brought away. Let's not talk about Nongli Mountain's Langqing. Unfortunately, Northwest Lian still chose to stay in the world beyond worlds. Otherwise, I would have brought the northwestern dim heaven territory away as well, said Yang Zhaoge regretfully. Wanting to bring away a huge territory like the eastern vast heaven territory or the northwestern dim heaven territory wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. The southeast, southwest, and northeast territories were all helped by Cao Jie and the others. As for the eastern vast heaven territory and the southern blazing heaven territory, the broad Creed Mountain had already cleared away the traces of exalts of the first realm. That was why Yang Zhaoge was able to draw as he wished. This cleansing process required time and energy. As such, although the western exalt Langqing had temporarily left, time didn't allow Yang Zhaoge to sweep away the western turtle heaven territory as well. The northwestern exalt Lian Zulin was still in the world beyond worlds. The treasure that Xue Chuqing had obtained from the northwestern Red Sea had already been returned through the Jade Capital Crag. With the sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei's face, the grudge between the two sides was considered resolved. However, Lian Zulin and the Red Sea's lineage still decided to stay in the world beyond worlds. The northwestern Red Sea's lineage has been greatly indebted to Old Jiang for many years. Little friend Lian's decision is within my expectations, said Yu Zhenbei plainly. Although he was indebted to Lian Zulin still had to consider the others of her lineage and her ancestors. As such, no matter what choice she made, Yu Zhenbei could understand it. He turned around and asked Yang Zhaoge, regarding the ingenious Flying Peak's little friend Fu and little friend He from the Red Lotus Cliff, "Do you have any other plans, Zhaoge?" Following the separation of the world beyond worlds, the Grand Clear lineage's ingenious Flying Peak's lineage had also split up. Perhaps it wasn't accurate to say that they split up. Perhaps it was for the sake of the lineage's lineage, and they didn't want to place all their eggs in one basket. As such, a portion of the ingenious Flying Peak's Cave Manor's descendants chose to stay in the world beyond worlds. A portion of people led by the Red Lotus Cliff entered the Pill Hall, left the world beyond worlds, and left the Dao universe. Fu Ting and He Shishing were among them. Chapter 1319. In their original plans, Fu Ting and He Shishing had actually intended to remain in the world beyond worlds. It was not that they were unwilling to come. Of ingenious Flying Peak's lineage, Red Lotus Cliff was virtually the cave manor that was closest to Broad Creed Mountain. Even the white-clothed Brocade Emperor was rather friendly with Broad Creed Mountain. The Grand Clear lineage had to stay behind in the world beyond worlds. They naturally had other cave manors. The Red Lotus Cliff left the Dao universe together with the Broad Creed Mountain. However, Fu Ting and He Shishing's situation was rather special. The reason for this was none other than the fact that the two of them had known of the existence of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord before their cultivation bases had reached the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalts. As a result, a formless seed had been planted deep within their hearts. Even though He Shishing had advanced from the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm to the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm afterwards, the effects from earlier still existed. The hidden danger was not only limited to them, but could also affect the people around them. Even if it didn't affect others, it might become a clue for the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the Immortal Court to search for Yang Zhaoge and the Pill Hall. Therefore, the two had originally planned to stay in the world beyond worlds. Not only would it not affect the Pill Hall, it would also be safer for them. In the world beyond worlds, the possibility of the Immortal Court dealing with them would undoubtedly be much lower. Because there was no need for them to do so, there was no value in doing so. Still, Yang Zhaoge sent a sincere invitation to the two, hoping that they could travel together. I do have some ideas. After hearing Yu Zhenbei's question, Yang Zhaoge nodded and answered, there are risks involved. However, some problems have to be faced. Yu Zhenbei asked, do you have a way to resolve the hidden danger of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's wish curse? Not yet. Yang Zhaoge lightly tapped his temple, however, I want to try looking at this problem from another angle. I'm thinking about a problem. I've tried all conventional methods, but I still can't find the answer. I'm used to trying to go back to the beginning and re-examine the matter. Yang Zhaoge explained, although the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was transformed from a grand heavenly immortal of our orthodox Taoism, it's way too easy for him to illuminate our Taoism's successors. How did he do it? Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples as he pondered. Hearing this, Yu Zhenbei's eyes focused, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Heavenly Essence Stone. Yes, I guess that one of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's trump cards is the Heavenly Yuan Stone. Yang Zhaoge nodded. The dim radiant emperor only wrested away a fragment of the Heavenly Essence Stone that year. The remainder of the Heavenly Essence Stone should be in the Immortal Court. There's the Heavenly Essence Stone or something else. In addition to the fact that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is a grand heavenly immortal of our orthodox Taoism, he was able to use such a domineering method of purification. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. It's a pity that the Heavenly Essence Stone's fragments were scattered, and most of them ended up benefiting the exalted solar luminary. Back when Xue Chuqing had obtained the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment, she had intended to scatter it and hide it within the myriad of worlds. But things took a turn that she didn't expect. The Sikong Qings that were reincarnated after the fragments separated once more were not only extremely outstanding in terms of appearance, their martial arts talents were also exceptionally outstanding. This made it so that although the Sikong Qings were scattered among a sea of people, gold would always shine. Although some died prematurely, most of them could still mature. With such a large number of people who had outstanding physical conditions, looked exactly the same, and had outstanding martial arts talent and cultivation base appearing at the same time, it would be difficult not to attract the attention of the big shots. Leaves were naturally the most secretive in the forest. However, a golden leaf wouldn't be so secretive in the green forest. If it was a large number of golden leaves, it wouldn't be secretive at all. As for Xue Chuqing, out of cautiousness, in order to prevent others from divining, she had avoided contact with the Sikong Qings and the others. Only after she had reunited with Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di did she realize the problem. As a result, she had the feeling of doing a stupid thing in the past. However, in the end, the truth was that Xue Chuqing's seemingly unintentional mistake didn't lead to the expected outcome. Previously, the higher-ups of the world beyond worlds like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors didn't notice anything special about the Sikong Qings. The reason for this was that someone had secretly collected these golden leaves a step ahead of them. Previously, when Yang Zhaoge wasn't clear about the concealed sovereign's background and only knew that he had something to hide from the earthly sovereign, Jiangshan, he had guessed that the concealed sovereign might have secretly collected most of the people who resembled Sikong Qing. Now that he knew that the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Ce, was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han's clone, Yang Zhaoge was almost certain about this. The final destination of those people that were similar to Sikong Qing was most likely sent into Gao Han's pockets in batches. According to Xue Chuqing, the idea of splitting the Heavenly Essence Stone fragments wasn't her idea. Instead, it was an idea that her master had once mentioned. As for whether this idea originated from Xue Chuqing's master or Gao Han, it was hard to say. In the past, Xue Chuqing's Grand Master, Hu Yuexin's information regarding the heavenly essence stone fragments might have originated from the southern extremity longevity emperor and Gao Han. He deceived everyone and obtained a huge benefit. However, my mother was being chased by the entire world. Yang Zhaoge gritted his teeth. However, nothing is perfect in this world. He's dreaming if he wants to gather everyone and recreate the heavenly essence stone fragments. Yang Zhaoge smiled. We have a share, and they have a share. Isn't this a wise choice of not putting all of our eggs in one basket? In case the immortal court takes us all in one go. Yu Zhanbei, who had always been serious, couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He shook his head lightly. Although I vaguely felt that Elder Yang's actions weren't known to others, I didn't expect him to be a clone of the exalted solar luminary. I originally guessed that he was the exalted solar luminary's accomplice. However, I didn't expect their relationship to be so close. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Yang Zhaoge curled his lips. Previously, when the earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign had yet to return from the void's outskirts, the broad Creed Mountain and the Chilean Cliff had completely fallen out with each other. The Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng, was killed by Yang Zhaoge, which signified that the two sides had completely fallen out. At that time, the concealed sovereign had secluded himself within the restful immortal valley and didn't care about the outside world's matters. After the incident, it was proven that he wasn't really in seclusion and couldn't care less about the outside world's matters. He had always been paying close attention to the world beyond world's happenings. By doing so, it was obvious that he hoped for the conflict between the two sides to escalate. Otherwise, if he really wished for the world beyond worlds to be stable, the most suitable thing to do would be to immediately express his support for one side. With that, the other side's disadvantage would be too obvious. Instead, it might cause the situation to calm down. Comparing the situation with the other forces, the more the concealed sovereign tried to smooth things over, the more unfathomable his intentions were. The earthly sovereign, Jiangshan, might have known about the concealed sovereign's abnormality, but he had also mistaken the concealed sovereign as a double agent. As a result, he became the biggest loser. Even if he didn't lose to Yang Zhaoge and Suo Mingjong, he would still fall into Gao Han's trap. Chapter 1320. Speaking of the exalted solar luminary and the concealed sovereign. Yu Zhanbei looked at Yang Zhaoge. Fu Jinxiu suffered a tribulation because of the concealed sovereign, who was also the exalted solar luminary. I remember you mentioning that if Fu Jinxiu were to walk the path of sentiment, the exalted solar luminary might know of a way for him to continue improving. With the black-clothed brocade emperor having perished beneath the sharpness of Mars' halberd, of the two brocade emperors, only the white-clothed brocade emperor remained. Therefore, there was no longer any distinction between black and white, as there was only a single brocade emperor, Fu Yunkai, in this world once more. A portion of ingenious Flying Peaks Cave Manor left the world beyond worlds and left the Dao universe along with Yang Zhaoge and the others. With Red Lotus Cliff as their leader, the attitude of the brocade emperor Fu Yunkai was needless to say. While it was Yang Zhaoge's handiwork to split it into two, Fu Yunkai still expressed his gratitude towards Yang Zhaoge for being able to reunite as one. He remembered this favor as it had directly influenced his choice, ultimately leading to him leaving the world beyond worlds. However, there was still a problem in front of him. That was, after experiencing the calamity of Qi deviation, how was he going to get back on the right track and continue advancing on the path of martial arts? If he switched to the Heartless path, the path was very clear. Erase the existence of Fu Ting and Meng Wn, obtain the Tai Fist, and refine the Tai Splendor Cloud. Therefore, he and Yang Zhaoge and his son were natural enemies. On the other hand, if he were to walk the emotional path, his future would be uncertain. However, as the instigator of all this, the concealed sovereign, who was also the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, would most likely have a way to deal with the aftermath of this situation. After all, his original intention was to sever the immortal court's infiltration into the world beyond worlds and the orthodox Taoism. It wasn't because of his personal enmity with Fu Yunkai that he wanted to obstruct his path of advancement. Meanwhile, his method of dealing with the aftermath was likely to be a preparation for the brocade emperor to walk the path of emotion. After all, when he had schemed against the brocade emperor, the grand simplicity splendor cloud had yet to appear. Also, He had not been able to confirm when it would appear. With Gao Han's personality, he would most likely not make a choice with too many variables. Therefore, for the current Brocade Emperor, Gao Han was likely to have a solution to this problem. After understanding the situation, the Brocade Emperor also had a general understanding of this. Still, he still chose to leave together with Yang Zhaoge and the others in the end. He was a little impulsive, but it was also related to his current temperament. Speaking of which, it could be said that fate was playing tricks on people. According to my speculation, that should be the case. Yang Zhaoge pondered and said, moreover, even if I didn't have any ideas in the past, now that I know that the exalted concealed luminary is actually the exalted solar luminary's clone, I have some guesses. Oh! Yu Zhenbei looked towards Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge said, when I was adventuring outside, I once obtained an incomplete copy of the Taiji Yin-Yang palm. You know this, senior apprentice uncle. Other than the incomplete version of the Taiji Yin-Yang palm, there are also some scattered ancient texts that originate from before the Great Calamity. They are not supreme martial arts, just some random writings of predecessors. Yu Zhenbei nodded slightly and did not say anything. Yang Zhaoge continued, a few of his casual remarks mentioned a martial art of the grand clear direct lineage known as severing emotions parasitism. I didn't pay much attention to it then. Now that I think about it, this might be the method of the exalted solar luminary. Severing emotions and parasitism? Yu Zhenbei repeated. Yang Zhaoge nodded, that is indeed the name. This art of severing emotions and parasitism was a unique secret art created by a grand clear direct lineage expert before the Great Calamity. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository didn't record the details of this art. It was only mentioned in the scriptures. Generally speaking, it was a method for a person to refine a clone. Gao Han's method of refining the exalted concealed luminary's clone was still the Jade Clear Direct Lineage's method. However, it was strange for him to be able to hide it from so many people. Yang Zhaoge suspected that Gao Han might have obtained this grand clear secret art due to a fortuitous encounter. When he was refining his doppelganger, he more or less made some references. That was why he was so confident when he tricked the Brocade Emperor. He believed that he had a way to deal with the aftermath. If there's really such a secret art, it might be able to help Fu Jinxiu open up his path again. Yu Zhenbei pondered for a while and said slowly, severing emotions and parasitism is equivalent to successfully obtaining emotions and forgetting them. If that's the case, the Brocade Emperor would return to the supreme forgetting emotions realm. It could be considered as a righteous path. Compared to the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's improvement with the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, it might be even more superior. Yang Zhaoge nodded, that's what I thought as well. Yu Zhenbei pondered, Fu Jinxiu's choice this time was quite a huge sacrifice. After I push open the immortal door, I'll try something. Perhaps there might be a chance for things to turn around. Yang Zhaoge faced Yu Zhenbei's gaze and said calmly, I've already gathered all of the grand clear earlier Heaven 5 manifestations supreme martial arts. However, due to my limited time, I haven't started cultivating some of them yet. After I gain a deeper understanding of the grand clear supreme martial arts, I might be able to derive that severing emotions and parasitism technique together with the Brocade Emperor. After all, I already know the general principles behind it. What I'm lacking is the details. Yang Zhaoge chuckled, speaking of which, senior apprentice Uncle Yu, please don't scold me for being unfilial. I feel that cultivating the Grand Clear Supreme Martial Arts is much easier than cultivating our Jade Clear Supreme Martial Arts. When Yu Zhenbei heard this, his usually upright expression turned slightly weird. He looked at Yang Zhaoge and didn't know whether to laugh or scold him. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Most of the people who walked the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages are aiming too high. Fortunately, you didn't waste your talents. You're overpraising me, senior apprentice uncle. Yang Zhaoge smiled shamelessly. After chatting with Yu Zhenbei for a while, the two left the Purple Divine Pavilion together. They strolled within the Pill Hall's cosmos and walked towards the Sea of Light. The Sea of Light was slowly expanding. However, the boundaries were still blurry and unstable. Within the Sea of Light, The various territories of the world beyond worlds that were pulled out were slowly recovering. However, the boundaries of the territories couldn't be defined as well. They were separated into a few independent pieces that weren't connected to each other. The people from the world beyond worlds that were gathered together had also separated and returned to the space where their sect was located. The mortals still didn't sense anything. As for the martial art practitioners with lower cultivation, most of them were starting to regain their senses from high to low. As the current controller of the Pill Hall, Yang Zhaoge could naturally pass through any space. Previously, he was the one who sent Feng Yunxing to the Cloud Pavilion Mountains' profound remnant locale. He also woke up Guan Yuluo in advance. Currently, Yu Zhenbei was heading towards the Jade Capital Crag space by himself. After Yang Zhaoge picked up Feng Yunxing, they headed towards the Red Lotus Cliff together. Yang Zhaoge was prepared to talk to Fu Ting and He Shixing. After Feng Yunxing met Guan Yutu, other than her fellow disciples from the Broad Creed Mountain, she naturally wanted to meet Meng Wan as well. Mr. Zheng and the others are taking care of Yuluo. After meeting with Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing's emotions were still rather stable. She said simply. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge did not mention it further as he instead brought up other things to distract her. Right, I saw the very first message you left in the 9 underworlds that year. Chapter 1321. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, Feng Yunxing smiled. Did you see that? God, I didn't have much hope at that time. But some words were stuck in my throat, and I had to say them. Originally, I planned to enter the land of Tranquil Stream to gain experience. I didn't want to enter the 9 underworlds at first. Everything was just a coincidence. And this trip triggered the change of the exalted Rahu luminary, which even I didn't expect. Naturally, you wouldn't have expected it either. I think if I didn't return, you would look for me. But the news had been delayed for so many years, and the 9 underworlds was so vast. It wouldn't be easy to find any clues. Feng Yunxing sighed. However, the person who wanted to see the most still saw my message. That's great. She looked at Yang Zhaoge with gentle eyes. What's better is that I succeeded. I came back successfully, and I can see you and my master again. So, can we fulfill our unfinished agreement? Yang Zhaoge teased her. You didn't forget the content of your message, did you? Well, this time, we. Feng Yunxing laughed. Why do you always become so naughty all of a sudden? She squinted at Yang Zhaoge. I'm fine. You're the one who has a problem. Yang Zhaoge looked down at himself. What's wrong with me? I remember someone said that I was weak and couldn't stand criticism. Feng Yunxing said with a smile. Now the situation seems to be reversed. Yang Zhaoge blinked his eyes. Feng Yunxing's eyes curved. Wouldn't it be too boring if I kept calm and self-control? But if I immersed myself in it, you might really be manipulated into the Tai character. Yang Zhaoge's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot when they were joking about the difference between the Tai character and the Mu character. Hey, that's too much. He glared at Feng Yunxing with bulging eyes. Feng Yunxing couldn't stop giggling. Yang Zhaoge looked at her, and suddenly laughed with evil intentions. Actually, it's not necessary. There are other ways. Only by being calm and self-control can you have details and interest. Seeing his smile, Feng Yunxing had a bad premonition. Paying attention to where Yang Zhaoge was looking at, she instantly understood what he meant. She felt both annoyed and amused. She was neither embarrassed nor annoyed. Instead, she put her hands on her waist. You're having fun, but I'm half hanging. How can that be? Seeing that Yang Zhaoge wanted to say something, Feng Yunxing glared at him, her gaze falling on Yang Zhaoge. Don't talk about relying on your fifth lady. It's like I don't have one myself. Moreover, we've just entered the bridal chamber. Don't you think it'll be a pity if we settle the score like this? Yang Zhaoge chuckled. Actually, it's still all right. Look, not only did it leave a deep impression, I also have sufficient anticipation for it to improve. Feng Yunxing did not know whether to laugh or to cry as she looked at him. When I left the world beyond worlds, you were already a famed fallen deity. Why do you still look so mischievous? If others were to see this, everyone would probably immediately flee and return to the world beyond worlds. Of course I won't let others see it, Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Feng Yunxing had no choice but to point at him. Although her tone was a little reproachful, her heart was exceptionally soft. This is my man. It was in order to return and see him again that I was able to persevere all this time, able to defeat that terrifyingly powerful exalted Rahu luminary. Right, speaking of letting others see it. Yang Zhaoge suddenly thought of something as the corners of his mouth arched upwards. It is rather regrettable that I was not the only one who saw your words back then. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback. Yang Zhaoge extended his hand, placing it before her as he first curled up his thumb. Brocade Emperor, Brocade Emperor. Feng Yunsheng, huh? Yang Zhaoge then retracted his index finger, encompassing Emperor, encompassing Emperor. Feng Yunsheng, Yang Zhaoge finally retracted his middle finger, and your close friend, the sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wn, junior sister Meng. Feng Yunsheng was rendered completely speechless this time. She who had bickered with Yang Zhaoge to the point of not losing out to men was currently blushing red from embarrassment. It had been because of her struggle with the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, that she had been forced to the brink of death. With her future uncertain, she had still been unable to restrain herself from writing that message despite knowing that it might be seen by others. It could be said that Feng Yunsheng had left that message with the intention of leaving behind her last words. Now that the sky had cleared up and she was no longer in danger, Feng Yunsheng naturally felt rather embarrassed as she thought about it. Hearing that it was none other than Yang Zhaoge himself who had seen it, Feng Yunsheng heaved a sigh of relief even as she rejoiced. Who would have thought that while Yang Zhaoge had indeed seen the message immediately, he had not been the only one present at the time. Thinking of how her good sister Meng Wn had seen the message that day, even though she had always been generous, she instantly felt so ashamed that she could not show her face. At the end of the day, she was still a virgin girl. Especially when the two of them were now preparing to meet Meng Wn. Thinking of this, Feng Yunsheng instantly looked at Yang Zhaoge with a pitiful expression on her face. Don't look at me like that. That's really against the rules. Yang Zhaoge rarely saw her like this. He could not help but smile as he stroked her head. You're so different from how you usually are. You're exceptionally cute. Feng Yunsheng pushed his hand away in annoyance. Don't look like you're teasing Meaty or Pan. Also, what does cute mean? I'll tell you slowly. The two chatted as they arrived at the spacetime where Red Lotus Cliff was. Feng Yunsheng was naturally overjoyed to see Meng Wan after a long time. Not counting the difference in the flow of time in different spacetime, just based on the time in the world beyond worlds, the two of them who were like sisters had not seen each other for almost 20 years. Ever since Meng Wan had been taken away by Zhuang Chaohui in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, the two of them had not seen each other again. After that, Meng Wan had regained her freedom, while Feng Yunsheng's whereabouts were unknown. Only until today did they finally reunite. As the four of them held hands, Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan both felt as if a lifetime had passed. After being separated for so long, they were a little unfamiliar with each other when they first met. However, as soon as they started chatting, there seemed to be endless things to talk about and endless longing between them. Feng Yunsheng chatted with Meng Wan while Yang Zhaoge chatted with Fu Ting and He Shixing. Then, he also met the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, at Red Lotus Cliff. Previously, Fu Yunkai had not gone out as he had been quietly staying by himself. He did not even communicate with the southeastern exalt, Cao Jie and the others. Cao Jie and the others did not disturb him either. However, now that everything had been settled, the Brocade Emperor would naturally not ignore Yang Zhaoge's visit. After the two had greeted each other, the Brocade Emperor was not concerned about his own situation or whether the concealed sovereign had any guidance on his cultivation. Instead, he asked, how confident is the exalted fire of passing through this tribulation safely this time? Chapter 1322. It won't be easy for Senior Suo to pass this round. Yang Zhaoge's expression turned serious, and he answered honestly, this time, when we're fighting against the Immortal Court, the blessed lands of Buddhism would take advantage of the situation and attack the Immortal Court. However, the future Buddha wouldn't be happy to see such a destructive grand heavenly immortal like Senior Suo appear. Compared to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother, Suo Mingzhang's aggressiveness and sharpness were much stronger. In the eyes of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, It was only natural that the blessed lands of Buddhism would take advantage of the situation. The immortal court had suffered huge losses this time, and the immeasurable heavenly lord's attention was attracted by Suo Mingjong. The blessed lands of Buddhism would definitely take advantage of the situation. However, when would they take action? The future Buddha might give the immeasurable heavenly lord more time. The blessed lands would benefit from it, but Suo Mingjong would also perish in the hands of the immeasurable heavenly lord. This might be the outcome that the blessed lands would be happy to see. Of course, the blessed lands wouldn't give the immortal court too much time. Otherwise, if the immeasurable heavenly lord were to return to the immortal court, even if the blessed lands had any benefits, it would be much lesser than expected. If they could survive this period of time, the immeasurable heavenly lord would be forced to return to the immortal court, and temporarily give up his attention on Suo Mingjong and Yang Zhaoge. When Suo Mingjong entered the void's outskirts and became one with the boundless space, it wouldn't be that easy for the immeasurable heavenly lord to lock onto his position anymore. However, it wouldn't be easy to survive this period of time. I hope the exalted fire is blessed by the heavens. The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, nodded slowly. Yang Zhaoge also nodded, indeed. Fu Yunkai then asked, how many heretics did they lose this time? Only 4 grand heavenly immortals. Yang Zhaoge said, including those that were killed by Senior Suo, there should be around 20 virtual immortals. Fu Yunkai let out a sigh, as expected of the martial god. Even the heretic Dao would be pained by such a loss, and it would be difficult to make up for it in a short period of time. This is especially true for the 4 grand heavenly immortals. Without any special circumstances, even 100 or 1,000 years might not be enough to fill this gap. Fu Yunkai pondered and said, the balance of power between the immortal court and the Pure Land is about to be unbalanced. The war between them will be brought forward. That's right. If the blessed lands didn't seize this chance, they wouldn't be the blessed lands. Yang Zhaoge agreed. The immortal court and the Pure Land were fighting for the population and the power of faith. Every battle would last from a few years to a dozen years. Sometimes, it might even last for a few decades. After a great war subsided, under normal circumstances, it would usually erupt again about 100 years later. Occasionally, there were exceptions, which would cause the interval between wars to be less than 100 years, or even more than 100 years. Currently, it had only been a few years since the last war between the two sides ended. It was still in the period of truce. But this time, because of Exalted Fire Luminary's massacre, the strength of the immortal court was obviously damaged. The Blessed Land took advantage of the situation and started the war ahead of schedule. Objectively speaking, this had bought time for Yang Zhaoge and the others. After being attacked by the Blessed Lands, the immortal court couldn't even fend for themselves. It would be hard for them to send more experts to chase after Yang Zhaoge's group. Suo Mingjong had ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm despite knowing about the immeasurable heavenly lord's threat. It wasn't only because of the current situation. It was also because of Yang Zhaoge and the others' long-term considerations. He took the risk to break the balance of the situation, thus buying more time and vitality for the others. Suo Mingjong's contribution wasn't just at that time. The immortal court was obviously damaged. Facing the aggressive Blessed Land, even if they were to shrink their defense, it would still be difficult. The immortal court might look for allies, but the Blessed Land could also ask for help. However, that was related to the battle between the experts of the higher realm. Yang Zhaoge didn't have enough information to make an accurate judgment. Because of this, although the war between the two sides would start ahead of schedule, it was hard to predict the final result of this war. Yang Zhaoge and the others still couldn't let their guard down. After talking about the current situation with Fu Yunkai, the topic of their conversation gradually shifted to the art of severing emotions and parasitism. Maybe, this is the way. Fu Yunqi's expression was solemn. I've also seen similar words in the ancient records. My intuition tells me that this art of severing emotions and parasitism is the key to solve the current problem. Unfortunately, I don't have the specific cultivation method. Even after studying it, I didn't gain much. In front of the Brocade Emperor, Yang Zhaoge didn't mention his exact thoughts. He just said simply, at least it's a train of thought, and it's already a beginning. Moreover, there might be other ways to turn the situation around. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Fu Yunqi's expression was calm. I was greedy for a moment of luck and opened the immortal door. Now, I'm just repaying my debt. Although I was plotted against by the concealed sovereign, I'm also the one who planted the seeds of trouble. If I don't fall into the concealed sovereign's plot, I'll be plotted against by the immortal court's heretics one day. Fu Yunkai shook his head. The current situation isn't bad. It's better than falling into the hands of the heretics in the future. Through the previous communication, Yang Zhaoge already knew that when Wang Zhengcheng and the others besieged Xue Chuqing, the white-clothed brocade emperor didn't show up. Actually, he was held back by the immortal court's people in the void's outskirts. As a result, he couldn't return to the world beyond worlds for a long time. This was related to Wang Zhengcheng and the black-clothed brocade emperor. Facing the conflict between the Broad Creed Mountain and the Qilin Cliff, the brocade emperor chose to leave the world beyond worlds with Yang Zhaoge and the others without any hesitation. Even if he knew that the concealed sovereign might have a method to help him return to the right path of cultivation. I'm more worried about Honglian Wan and Shishing. Fu Yunkai didn't hide anything and looked at Yang Zhaoge. Fu Yunkai was the one who caused Meng Wan and He Shishing to know about the existence of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Although the Fu Yunkai who hadn't split yet was on the brink of sanity and insanity, he still couldn't forget about the severe consequences caused by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Still, the unexpressed meaning in his words was actually also that he was worried about Yang Zhaoge's situation. I have some immature ideas. However, they still need to be perfected. Yang Zhaoge answered with a smile. Fu Yunkai looked at Yang Zhaoge deeply and nodded. He didn't say anything else. On the other side, Meng Wan was looking at Feng Yunsheng worriedly. If that's the case, it's still not the time for Jiao Chen to be worry-free. She didn't make fun of Feng Yunsheng's previous message. Instead, she kept asking about Feng Yunsheng's experiences over the years. Naturally, it's still far from being worry-free. Feng Yunsheng sighed and said, "We can't be sure whether the exalted Rahu luminary has perished or not. Also, I possess the authority of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. It's hard to predict what will happen in the future." She smiled bitterly, "Not to mention my internal problems, just the external enemies such as the great devils of the 9 underworlds are already eyeing me. If not for the 2 Taoism Heavenly Lords being present, the Wood Devil might have really intercepted me." Chapter 1323. In the past, Meng Wan had entered the 9 underworlds with Yang Zhaoge and Fu Yunkai to search for Feng Yunsheng. She even came into contact with the traces left behind after the battle between the Sword Devil, Yin Shiyang, and Yang Zhaoge's grandfather, the Sword God, Yang Xintang. As for the Wood Devil, I remember my father mentioning it before. Amongst the 6 supreme devils, he was one of the few that never reincarnated. He was a top-notch great devil that existed since ancient times. After hearing Yang Zhaoge and the others' explanation about the 12 devilish gods, Meng Wan had a deep impression of them. Fu Yunkai said, "That's right. The devil of fire, the devil of aged metal, the water devil, and the earth devil had reincarnated many times after their deaths. Only the heart devil and the shadow devil had existed ever since their birth. Despite experiencing many setbacks, the 9 underworld's great devils that were equivalent to our Taoism's grand heavenly immortal weren't limited to just the 6 supreme devils due to their reincarnation. However, the 6 supreme devils' strength had always been above the other great devils. They were only inferior to the 6 ancestral devils." Fu Yunkai shook his head. Not long after the devil of aged metal had reincarnated into the sword devil, Yin Shiyang, he fought against the exalted gold luminary. In the end, he perished before he could recover from his weakened state. If he was given more time, he would be able to recreate the devil of aged metal's terrifying strength. Although the Brocade Emperor didn't wish for the devil of aged metal to reappear, he still acknowledged his strength. Meng Wan looked at Feng Yunsheng. The devil of aged metal was so strong, and he had perished more than once. Then, the wood devil that had existed for so long, Yang Zhaoge continued, the shadow devil, or the wood devil. His situation was rather unique, and the fluctuations of his strength were rather large. After thinking for a while, he said, if you want to describe the shadow devil's strength, these words might be the most suitable. Strong against the strong, weak against the weak. Fu Yunkai nodded, that's right. Although she did not inherit the memories of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, with her experiences in the 9 underworlds, Feng Yunsheng had a deeper understanding of the devils. She nodded as well, however, this is only for opponents of the same level. For those below the heavenly immortal realm, he only needs to suppress them with his cultivation base. Yang Zhaoge smiled and said, those beneath the heavenly immortal realm wouldn't be able to see through his transformation at all. They wouldn't be able to differentiate the real from the fake, and they would lose without even fighting. The shadow demon was the first wood demon among the 12 devilish gods. It had existed since ancient times until now. His special ability was to transform into someone else's appearance. Not only was there no flaw in the appearance, more importantly, even the cultivation and martial arts of the other party could be imitated. It was completely the same. That was why there was a saying that one would become stronger when encountering the strong and weaker when encountering the weak. Within the same realm, the upper limit of one's combat prowess in a fight might be frighteningly high, or it might be extraordinarily low. However, the shadow devil transformation seemed to only be possible in front of the opponent, like a shadow following the body. Since ancient times, until now, there had never been a shadow demon who had transformed into the same person after not meeting for many years. Of course, this didn't mean that he couldn't do it. The shadow demon was cunning and it was hard for outsiders to know his exact details. The main reason why the shadow devil had been active since its birth and was as difficult to kill as the inner demons was because of its unique authority. There was almost no one that he couldn't transform into. According to the legends, the shadow devil had transformed into the head of Taoism's 4 imperials, the heaven-reigning purple tenuity Polaris emperor, the demon race's great sage of the ocean overturning, the dragon demon king, the Buddhism's Ksitagarbha bodhisattva, and even the 9 underworlds' first-generation devil of fire. We cultivate the Tao to comprehend the creation of the heavens and earth, as well as the laws of nature. Yang Zhaoge explained, while we comprehend the heavens and earth, we're also influencing the heavens and earth, and the laws of the heavens and earth would be reciprocated to us. The shadow devil's uniqueness lies in the fact that he could come into contact with the laws of the heavens and earth, and form the miraculous laws of the heavens and earth. However, a shadow is still a shadow. Although he could transform into various supreme martial arts, he couldn't truly transform them into his own. Naturally, he couldn't pass them down. Most people think that he couldn't transform into an existence older than him, or an expert that surpassed the heavenly immortal realm. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart, even so, he's still very tyrannical. After all, as the first-generation wood devil, he's already very ancient. There are only a few who are older than him and possess a higher cultivation. Of course, the shadow devil's transformation into a real shadow might be countered. At the very least, history had proven that he couldn't transform into the heaven and earth exquisite yellow chi, the head of the Grand Clear later Heaven 5 Ultimates. As for the Jade Clear's first scripture, the Peerless Heavenly Scripture, and the Prime Clear's last scripture, the Chaos Extinguishing Origin Scripture, the Shadow Devil wouldn't be able to transform into any of them either. Recently, Suo Mingjong had proven that the Heaven Severing Scripture could stop the Shadow Devil's transformation. If not, the Shadow Devil wouldn't have retreated so decisively. These are all problems that the Wood Devil would face when facing other bigwig experts of the same level. Now, Meng Wan looked at Feng Yunsheng with a worried expression. Feng Yunsheng smiled, it can't be helped. Fortunately, the 9 underworld's evil devils are hated by everyone. Even the Wood Devil can't be too reckless. After chatting for a while, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng bade farewell to those of the Red Lotus Cliff. They exited this space and returned to the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. Now that the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory was unfolded, the Broad Creed Mountains operations gradually resumed, and the Broad Creed sect's disciples woke up one after another. While consuming pills and medicinal chi to cultivate, they were also adjusting themselves to the current unstable situation. Most of the Broad Creed Mountains disciples were calm. As the witnesses of a legend's birth, they were more confident in Yang Zhaoge than anyone else. The bigwigs of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past truly brightened an era. Hu imitated Yang Zhaoge's actions and touched his chin. However, they all had their own ideas. In the end, the earthly sovereign ended up alone. None of the 9 luminaries of the past were of the same mind as him. Xiao Ari sat in a lotus position and placed her hands on her knees. She held her chin and snorted, "He deserved it." Yang Zhaoge shrugged. Strictly speaking, only the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary are on the same side. Of course, there's also the non-existent exalted concealed luminary. Although the exalted wood luminary is also inclined towards the southern extremity longevity emperor, he also has his own ideas. Our ancestor, the exalted gold luminary, seems to be in a similar situation. Moreover, it's still uncertain if the Gao and the Ling luminary would always be on the same side. Even if they were on the same path, it didn't mean that their methods, principles, and methods were the same. There might still be differences. Chapter 1324. Although they were enemies, if Yang Zhaoge were to put himself in Jiangshan's shoes, it would be quite tiring to put himself in Jiangshan's shoes. Not to mention the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. In the past, he was Jiangshan's biggest enemy. The exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, was famous for being arbitrary and doing things her own way. Who knew when she would cause a huge commotion? The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, didn't reveal herself all year round. She seemed to be much more stable than Jiao Han and Jian Shunhua. However, rumors had it that she was also someone with her own ideas. Although she would advance and retreat together with Jiao Han wouldn't dare to say that he could control all of her actions. The exalted fire, Suo Mingjong, had a loner personality. However, in comparison, his personality was more passive, and he was more interested in cultivating. Jiangshan didn't have to worry about him having his own ideas. However, correspondingly, no one could command Suo Mingjong. The only exception might be the exalted wood, Shao Junhuang. However, Shao Junhuang and Jiangshan had different opinions on the general direction. The exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang, was like a sword. He would rather break than bend. Sometimes, he was even more of a headache for Jiangshan than Jiao Han and Shao Junhuang. The exalted water, Chen Xuanzong, could be said to be the calmest person among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries. However, due to his calmness, he didn't care about anything big or small. He didn't have a clear stance. He cared about the revival of orthodox Taoism. Only, he wasn't biased towards the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. However, he was close friends with the exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang. In the past, he joined the World Beyond Worlds establishment because of Yang Xintang. Just like how Shao Junhuang might influence Suo Mingjong, Yang Xintang would influence Chen Xuanzong's decisions when he was still alive. It was only after Yang Xintang's death that Chen Xuanzong's stance became neutral once again. When Jiangshan asked for his help, Chen Xuanzong would usually lend a helping hand if he was able to. However, it was extremely difficult to expect him to go all out and risk his life for Jiangshan. As for the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Ce, there was no need to mention him. Yang Zhaoge felt that Jiangshan would feel depressed whenever he thought of the concealed sovereign. The new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past had all been outstanding geniuses who had illuminated the post-Great Calamity era together, becoming the first radiance of Taoism once more. However, it was unknown whether it was true that the more talented they were, the more individualistic they were. None of them were easy to deal with, so in the end, they parted ways. At the same time, it made people sigh, but it also seemed inevitable. Someone like the exalted Earth luminary might often reflect on his actions, but it's impossible for him to be shaken so easily. Yang Zhaoge waved his hands. While we are enemies, I have to admit that those who have weathered so many trials and tribulations have wills that surpass the imagination of ordinary people. The more isolated and helpless they are, the more tenacious they may instead be. Hearing this, Hu gave a silly smile. Having been tricked by the exalted solar luminary like this, would he become overly suspicious and no longer trust anyone other than himself? Yang Zhaoge shrugged. That would be very hard to say. After chatting for a while, Hu and Xiao Ari also continued to sit cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the core qi and cultivating. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were strolling in the forest. Although I've gone to the Buddhism's blessed lands cosmos with you and went to the world called the Obscured Way world, if not for this trip to the 9 underworlds, I wouldn't have known that the immortal court existed in this world. As Feng Yunsheng walked, she sighed and said, "There's also that immeasurable heavenly lord. It's truly unimaginable." Yang Zhaoge squinted his eyes. There might be many reasons behind this. Only, the clues we have on hand are limited. No matter how much we try to guess, it's like a blind man trying to feel an elephant. He said softly, "During the Great Calamity, there were many things that we aren't clear about." After a slight pause, Yang Zhaoge added, "Actually, there are many things that we aren't sure about. We can only guess." The white deer demon, whose strength is equivalent to our Taoism's heavenly monarch, appeared and searched for the pill hall. Not only did the white-faced fox race be involved, the jade-faced fox race and the bull demon were also brought along. This faintly indicates that the white deer demon might not have come out alone. Instead, it was the demon race that had been keeping a low profile after the journey to the West era. After recuperating, they wanted to make a move. The immortal court, the blessed lands, and now, the demon race has reappeared. The situation is very chaotic. Yang Zhaoge said, "Even if the 9 underworlds is hated by everyone most of the time, there might be a temporary cooperation between them." No one had neglected the existence of the 9 underworlds. Even the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor didn't forget about the 9 underworlds during the difficult era after the Great Calamity. Otherwise, the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, wouldn't have made her move. Only, Yang Zhaoge couldn't be sure if she had been targeting the Doomsday Heavenly Devil from the start, or if Jian Shunhua had suddenly changed her original plan halfway through their journey. Feng Yunsheng nodded silently. Speaking of the 9 underworlds, when the heretics cultivate, they would borrow the treasured lights and Buddha lights. Not only would they improve quickly, she stopped and turned around to look at Yang Zhaoge, moreover, they might even reach a height that they couldn't reach with their cultivation. Yang Zhaoge also stopped and nodded, "That's right. The situation differs from person to person. The more ordinary a person is, the better the effects would be." It wasn't only because of Suo Mingjong, Chen Xuanzong, Yu Zhenbei, and the others' explanation. In order to search for Suo Mingjong, Yang Zhaoge had kept a low profile and traversed through many worlds of the immortal court. When he first arrived at the blessed lands of Buddhism, in order to search for the path back to the Tao universe, other than the Obscured Way world, he had also traversed many worlds of the blessed lands. Yang Zhaoge had personally interacted with many heretic martial art practitioners. Their cultivations were either high or low. In the same scriptures, he had recorded the situation of the Buddhism martial art practitioners that existed before the Great Calamity. He was already very familiar with this aspect. For those who could only reach the 10th level of the martial saint realm, they might be able to push open the immortal door if they joined the heretics. For those who could only reach the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm, they might be able to reach the martial saint realm or even higher if they joined the heretics. Of course, it wouldn't be much higher. Only, if one's foundation wasn't strong, the increase in their upper limit might be higher. In the past, when I was in the 8 extremities world, the chaos caused by the decimating Abyss organization was still fresh in my memory. Feng Yunsheng recalled and said, many senior experts had also fallen into the Devil's Tao, and their chastity couldn't be guaranteed. They were enticed by the 9 underworlds decimating Abyss, and the reason why devilish intent was born was because their lifespan was almost up, and they had no hope of improving. In order to escape from the arrival of their lifespan, they entered the Devil's Tao and took a risk to break through their current cultivation realm, which would increase their lifespan. Feng Yunsheng frowned slightly. Say, do you think that there would be people willing to join the heretics and be enlightened? Chapter 1325. As you said, the 4 heavenly immortals of the immortal court who perished in the hands of Senior Suo were once famous legendary figures of our Taoism before the Great Calamity. However, they are all very ancient existences. Feng Yunsheng said, if a virtual immortal does not have the protection of a stronger expert, he will perish during the change of the epoch. However, even if he manages to avoid the change of the epoch, the lifespan of a virtual immortal is limited to 1 yuan. Those 4 existences became famous during the investiture of the Gods era. The number of 1 yuan was 129,600 years. However, it was not possible to reach this lifespan just by using the 5 qis unification. One needed to have the 2 flowers converged crown on one's head. Only then could one's lifespan reach the limit of 1 yuan. In this way, as long as he didn't suffer any serious injuries, he would be able to enjoy a lifespan of 129,600 years. However, this was also the limit of virtual immortals. If they didn't suffer a calamity of slaughter, if they didn't experience the changes of eras, they would at most live this lifespan. It was impossible for them to break through this limit. The only exception was Lord Longevity God, who was in charge of the lifespan of the human world. It was in accordance with the principle of the heavenly Tao and the 49 years of Dian that Tai did not use. However, he was the only exception. Other than Lord Longevity God, no one, regardless of whether they were human or demon, regardless of what mystical art they cultivated, regardless of what miraculous medicine they consumed, would break through the limit of 1 yuan of lifespan. The 4 grand heavenly immortals of the immortal court who perished in Suo Mingzhang's hands were all heavenly monarchs of the Taoism before they joined the heretics. However, whether it was Zhao Jiang, heavenly lord of Zhao, Cao Bao, Black Killing Star Lord Jiao Jining, or main smallpox emerald cloud progenitor Yu Hualong, they were all heavenly lords who had attained Tao in the apotheosized era. Although the heavenly court's divine palace and the investiture of the gods had allowed them to safely survive 2 changes of eras, time was always ruthless. When those 4 were on the divine seal decree, their situation was a bit special. Yang Zhaoge answered, unable to cultivate, unable to improve in strength, the flow of one's lifespan has also slowed down greatly. However, after they left the divine seal decree, everything returned to normal. It's just that they suffered a calamity in the past and their origin energy was greatly damaged. This will definitely affect their remaining lifespans. Yang Zhaoge smiled, however, if one hopes to increase one's longevity through the treasured light imbued with the power of faith, that would be very difficult. Of course, it's not a problem to improve my strength, although it's still far from being able to cultivate on my own. Oh! Feng Yunsheng was a little surprised. Yang Zhaoge said, you weren't able to share the exalted Rahu luminary's memories, so your understanding of the immortal court is limited. When we returned from the blessed lands, we didn't talk much about this. Actually, I only need to say one thing, and you'll understand. The reason why we call the immortal court and the blessed lands the outer Tao, in a certain sense, is precisely because the essence of their cultivation is outside and not inside. Feng Yunsheng's current strength and knowledge couldn't be compared to before. It was just that her understanding of the immortal court heretics was limited. After hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, she immediately understood. As one's cultivation increases, so does one's lifespan. This is because we martial artists cultivate the Tao and practice martial arts, and our control over our bodies becomes more and more exquisite. We constantly improve and polish our bodies, eliminate our flaws, and repair the wear and tear accumulated over the years. At the same time, our bodies become more and more refined, but also more and more powerful, and we can resist the corrosion of time for a longer period of time. Feng Yunsheng came to a sudden realization: heretic martial artists can't do what we do at the same realm, so it's naturally impossible for them to reach the same lifespan as us. Even after pushing open the immortal door and ceasing to be a human, the immortal Qi would cleanse their bodies and allow them to be reborn. However, they would only forcefully change their bodies. The subsequent polishing, maintenance, and detailed control would be similar to their understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. Compared to their current realm, they would only have a smattering of knowledge. Without any differences in the martial arts cultivated, medicinal herbs, and treasures consumed, the heretic martial artist's lifespan is generally lower than our 3 clear lineage martial artists. In fact, it's much shorter. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. Even if their cultivation is higher, their lifespan might not be as long as ours. The blessed lands are slightly stronger. However, that's because Buddhism's martial arts are sturdy and indestructible, and the true meaning of the impermanence of life and death. The dim radiant emperor had once said this to the heretic true immortal emperor. When mentioning Yin Tianxia, Yang Zhaoge let out a sigh. His original words were, although you've pushed open the immortal door, the one who pushed open the immortal door isn't you. It might sound contradictory, but it had already explained a lot of things. Foam Yunsheng nodded. Although you've ascended to the immortal realm and stepped into the immortal door, being brought in by others would naturally cause you to lose out on many things. However, it's not completely without benefits. Yang Zhaoge said calmly. For example, Heavenly Monarch Zhao and the other three had successfully passed through the origin heavenly tribulation. Although they aren't as undying and unrestrained as our orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortals, their strength has definitely improved. Of course, this isn't the main point. After all, their strength can't compare to our orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortals. The main point is that after their three flowers converged crown transformed their immortal essence into immortal splendor, the immortal essence of a grand virtual immortal wouldn't be able to harm them. A grand heavenly immortal wouldn't be able to harm a virtual immortal. This was also the reason why Zhao Jiang, Gao Jining, and the others were so confident when they besieged Suo Mingjong when he was still a virtual immortal. If the situation required it, they could even block Suo Mingjong's attack with their own bodies in hopes of intercepting and killing him. Compared to when they were still virtual immortals, the situation was naturally different. From another perspective, although their natural lifespan didn't change, the possibility of encountering fatal tribulations was greatly reduced. From a certain perspective, it could be considered as a huge increase in their lifespan. 4 immortal realm experts of different realms, every stage was like a heavenly chasm. As such, even if one's lifespan reaches its limit, it doesn't mean that there are no benefits to it. Yang Zhaoge stroked his chin. Although a grand heavenly immortal heretic wouldn't truly be undying and unrestrained. If a virtual immortal was nurtured by a heretic's lineage, after passing through the origin heavenly tribulation, their lifespan would still increase. After all, they didn't have enough lifespan to begin with. Foam Yunsheng pondered for a while and said, if they were gravely injured in the past, causing their vitality to be greatly damaged, causing their lifespan to be reduced to a normal person's. If they join the heretics and improve their cultivation, there might be hope for them to recover their lost lifespan. That's right. Furthermore, Yang Zhaoge smiled, only those who have a certain level of understanding towards the heretics would be able to understand these things. If they don't have much contact with those who don't know their limits, it's hard to say if they wouldn't be tricked into joining the heretics. If they want to come back down after going up, they'll be dreaming. As for the natives of the immortal court cosmos, they had always been taught by the heretics. Although I personally don't acknowledge the heretics, there's still hope for them to improve their cultivation speed and break through their bottlenecks. As such, there's always a trade-off. I'm not surprised that a situation like Heavenly Monarch Zhao and the others appeared. The smile on Yang Zhaoge's face disappeared, only, I have some doubts. Let's not talk about the Maitreya Buddha for now. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord used this method to attain the grand heavenly immortal realm, said Yang Zhaoge softly. However, if he wanted to improve further, what should he do? Chapter 1326. Advance a further? Foam Yunsheng muttered to herself and repeated Yang Zhaoge's words. Which bigwig expert would be willing to remain stagnant and not yearn for a better view? Not only the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yang Zhaoge said slowly, although the immortal court has lost 4 grand heavenly immortals, there are still some of them. They seemed to have received immense benefits from the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and passed through the origin heavenly tribulation. However, what should they do if they continue advancing forward? What about the Buddhist experts in the blessed lands that are equivalent to our Taoism's grand heavenly immortal realm? Yang Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant. They aren't like our orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortals, or the Buddhas of orthodox Buddhism when the mystical mountains Gautama Buddha was still around. They're just like our 3 clear lineages heavenly monarchs. Their lifespans are limited as well. Foam Yunsheng pondered for a while and said, many guesses can't be verified until it actually happens. Even if you tell the heretics about it, they won't be shaken. No matter if it's our own hard work or external luck, said Yang Zhaoge. If we want to win, there are 2 ways to do so. Either we weaken our opponents, or we improve ourselves. Now that Senior Suo has given us a great chance to develop, the heretic's strength is out of balance, and an intense war will erupt soon. They won't have the time to make things difficult for us. This is the chance for us to work hard and improve ourselves. Feng Yunsheng nodded, naturally. To Yang Zhaoge and the others, time waits for no man, and time was extremely precious. If they were given enough time, they would definitely achieve greatness in the future. However, the problem was that they might not have enough time. Their opponents wouldn't let them grow. Encirclement and suppression were inevitable. As such, Yang Zhaoge and the others had to plan carefully and make use of the opportunity to increase their chances of winning. Seeing Feng Yunsheng sitting in a lotus position within the pill hall's cosmos void, Yang Zhaoge immediately started meditating. After nourishing himself, Yang Zhaoge also sat opposite of her. However, Yang Zhaoge didn't immediately enter meditation. His gaze drifted a little. He looked around and scanned the vast cosmos within the hall. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall was now under his control. However, when he first obtained the pill hall, his encounter with the hall spirit awakened sky flashed across Yang Zhaoge's mind once again, causing him to recall his experiences before the Great Calamity. Memories from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library. When he saw the North Star Upper Palace's Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Lord Zhao and the others, he was even more moved. Unfortunately, he couldn't talk to these people face to face, so he could only continue to bury the doubts in his heart. Heavenly Monarch Zhao, the main smallpox emerald cloud progenitor, and the others were fine, but Emperor Gaochen was one of the few top-notch bigwigs in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Many of Yang Zhaoge's questions might be answered from him. Similar to him was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Compared to the North Star Emperor, he was an even more ancient existence. He was a true personal disciple of the Jade Clear primordial Heavenly Lord. He was also one of the few bigwigs of the Jade Clear lineage who had entered the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. After experiencing the investitures of the Gods era, the journey to the West era, and even the current era, the information he possessed might be even more abundant than the North Star Emperor. Who? Yang Zhaoge let out a long sigh. He sorted out his messy thoughts, and his state of mind gradually calmed down. He retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the void. He started meditating as well. Walking on the path of cultivating the three clear lineages at the same time was unprecedented. Every step forward required him to continuously explore and summarize. Up until now, the biggest hurdle in his cultivation was slowly becoming clearer in front of his eyes. Pushing open the immortal door was already a hurdle even if he walked the normal path, let alone a brand new path like this. As such, even with Yang Zhaoge's capabilities, he had to be extremely careful with this step. Otherwise, not mentioning the dangers of the immortal mortal tribulation, he couldn't be impatient in order to build a good foundation for his future ascension. Now that Suo Mingjong had damaged the immortal court's strength, and the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism was about to erupt once again, Yang Zhaoge finally had some time to cultivate in peace. During these days, he had been staying in the pill hall, and gradually gained new inspirations. Now, he had to polish his inspirations and turn them into practical plans. Yang Zhaoge gently closed his eyes, and slowly entered the lawless thoughtless tranquility state. It was the most beneficial state for cultivation. When Yang Zhaoge manipulated the pill hall to sweep away many worlds, leaving the Tao universe and drifting within the boundless void, others were also traversing through the boundless void's outskirts. The bright and cold moonlight flashed across the dark space and time. After traversing through the layers of folded space, the bright moonlight suddenly stopped. A cold full moon quietly hung within the darkness, illuminating the surrounding void. Where the brilliance passed, a silhouette gradually appeared. It was a white-clothed youth. The youth's skin was pale, and no color of blood could be seen. It was even whiter than the clothes he was wearing. Even his spirit seemed a little sluggish. Only his gaze was peaceful, and no signs of defeat could be seen. He was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Currently, the cold full moon's moonlight was gradually dimming, as if it was being devoured by the darkness. Although the moonlight was dim, a woman walking out from the moonlight made the world seem a little more radiant. I made a mistake. I didn't succeed. Gao Han looked at the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who was walking towards him, and shook his head regretfully. Ling Qing's expression didn't change. She answered calmly, I didn't succeed. Jian Shunhua failed. Instead, the little girl that she resurrected obtained the great devil's authority. She looked at Gao Han, not the devil of aged metal, but the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. Doomsday Heavenly Devil. Gao Han raised his head slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Ling Qing wasn't surprised by this. She didn't continue asking about it, nor did she rush him. Seeing that Gao Han had returned to his senses, she didn't continue asking about the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. It was as if she had already tossed this matter to the back of her mind. How's your injury? A flower was sliced off from my head, and I lost half of my life. Gao Han thought for a while and said, I lost more than half of my life. Ling Qing said calmly, if Daoist Suo didn't show mercy, you would have lost your life. Gao Han smiled, just like what Daoist Suo said, how could I not pay a price to borrow his blade to kill someone? Unfortunately, in the end, we paid the price, but the plan didn't succeed. We failed at the last step. If we didn't succeed this time, the North Star Emperor would be on guard against us. It would be harder for us to succeed in the future, said Ling Qing. It's fine. I'll look for an opportunity in the future. Gao Han said leisurely, while waiting for you to return, I contacted the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and heard about something that I didn't know about in the past. It resolved many of my doubts. Source. Chapter 1327. A single matter resolved many doubts. Ling Qing looked at Gao Han. Gao Han smiled. The things that I do not know are as vast as the sea. Isn't it normal for me to have many doubts in my heart? Ling Qing glanced at him and shook her head. She didn't say anything else. Although she seemed a little surprised, she didn't seem to be interested. Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, do you plan on contacting Yang Zhaoge, Daoist Chen, and the others? She asked. Yang Zhaoge and the others' views towards the heretics were clearly different from the North Star Emperor and the exalted Earth luminary, Jiang Shen. Yang Zhaoge's grandfather, Yang Xintang, and his mother, Xue Chuqing's Grand Master, Xiao Junhuang, were both people who sided with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. For the external Daos, especially for the Immortal Court, Yang Zhaoge was also someone they wanted to get rid of. Although Gao Han and Ling Qing had just fought against Yang Zhaoge and the others in the Dao universe regarding the world beyond worlds issue, it was a conflict where everyone had their own plans, and each of them took what they needed. To a certain extent, it was a battle of interests. In terms of the general direction of the road, there was no conflict between the two sides. In that battle just now, Yang Zhaoge and the others had been the final victors, not having suffered any losses. Therefore, they would most likely not be too calculative about it. Comparatively speaking, Gao Han's doppelganger Yang Ce had schemed against Chen Xuanzong, leaving an obvious crack in their relationship. We'll wait for them to appear again, Gao Han said with a smile. Drifting in the endless void outside the domain, the clues are limited. It's too hard to find them. Ling Qing said, let's not talk about Daoist Suo and Daoist Chen's evaluation of you. I'm afraid they don't have a good impression of you after this incident. Your existence might even cause them to doubt you. Gao Han acted as if nothing had happened. What about me? You should ask Daoist Jiang about this. Ling Qing answered indifferently. Daoist Chen should be able to give you an answer as well. Gao Han's expression did not change. As for Daoist Chen's side, the progress of the matter has indeed exceeded my expectations. Therefore, after the matter occurred, I put in effort to search for little friend Chu and little friend Xie, to see if there were any gains. He lowered his head and chuckled. Furthermore, that fallen deity from the Yang clan is very slippery. Between me and him, it's hard to say who's the one asking for the skin of a tiger. Ling Qing declined to comment and lowered her head to look at Gao Han. Look at you. I'll send you to recuperate first. She said calmly, Daoist Suo has caused such a huge ruckus this time. Even if the fake Buddha wants to restart the war and attack the Immortal Court, they will probably delay it so that the fake Dao has some time to chase after you. Daoist Suo is so spirited. No matter which side it is, I believe that neither of the two heretic sects would be happy to see someone like him. While the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is busy chasing after Daoist Suo, the other Immortal Court heretics would also attempt to search for Yang Zhaoge and the Pill Hall. Ling Qing said, You and I have always been the target of their search. Compared with Suo Mingjong, who had been quietly looking for Xiao Juanhuang's whereabouts and had made a big noise recently, she and Jiao Han had been wanted by the Immortal Court and the Pure Land for thousands of years. Although Buddha Metria will specially give the immeasurable Heavenly Lord a little more time, there is still a limit to how much time he has. Jiao Han stood up with some difficulty. Very soon, a new round of attacks between the heretics will begin. Ling Qing waved her hand, and rays of clear radiances shone down, enveloping Jiao Han within. Then, she brought him along and continued traveling within the boundless void. The battle between the heretics is a good opportunity for us to act. However, we also have to be wary of others taking advantage of the situation. She said as she walked, the demon race and orthodox Buddhism that were previously keeping a low profile and recuperating are starting to make a move. The Immortal Court's fake Tao was injured this time, and the fake Buddha is taking the chance to attack. With that, the fake Buddha would definitely ask for reinforcements. Jiao Han smiled and said, the demon race is already restless. They would make use of this opportunity to re-enter the world and officially interfere with the situation. As for the Western Pure Lands, they might not want to join the fray so soon. However, they have no other choice. He looked at Ling Qing. I'll need a long time to recuperate from this injury. I'll have to trouble you in the future. Ling Qing immediately answered, I don't have the time to recuperate for a long time. Then, I can only join the battle while being injured. Jiao Han didn't mind. He pretended to sigh, but now, help me pass this item to someone. Ling Qing turned around and received the item. After sweeping her gaze across it, she nodded, all right. Within the Tao universe, within the chaotic void flow far away from the world beyond worlds, there existed a foreign space. The scenery within the space was beautiful and majestic. It looked somewhat similar to the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain. As if someone had shifted the scenery of the Kunlun Mountain to this place. At the center of this place, there was a towering mountain peak. If anyone who was familiar with the scenery of the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain saw this mountain peak, they would be able to recognize that this was a famous sacred ground within the world beyond worlds. Qianhua Peak. The cave manor of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, the upper exalt Qianhua. The true Qianhua Peak was still within the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain. The mountain peak here was merely an imitation. Currently, the imitation was standing awkwardly in front of a purple-clothed youth. Big brother. The purple-clothed youth's expression was lazy. However, his tone was slightly irritated. You should know that I hate repeating similar things. Without him making a move, the mountain peak that resembled the Qianhua Peak had already disappeared from this foreign space. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Chen Kuanhua had a helpless expression. He didn't have Chen Qianhua's weird fetishes. Instead, he felt that the world beyond worlds Qianhua Peak was comfortable and the scenery was pleasing to his eyes. Hence, he imitated it. Chen Qianhua had never come here before. Hence, no problems had happened. Yet, his big brother had come today. After seeing the scenery here, there was no need to say anything else. The mountain peak had disappeared, and only the dense forest remained. The vast foreign space seemed empty. However, Chen Qianhua didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He resumed his lazy appearance as if he didn't care about anything. He moved a huge wooden armchair within the forest and sat on the armchair. Chen Kuanhua tried asking, Big brother, did you come here for something? There's something I want to give you. Chen Qianhua said lazily, right. How confident are you in attaining the human exalt realm? Chen Kuanhua was taken aback. I don't feel that my accumulations are enough. Although breaking through to the human exalt realm isn't as dangerous as facing the immortal door, I still want to polish myself a little more. You'll have to handle your own matters. Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly as he waved his hand and threw something out. You'll have to reach the 10th level of the martial saint realm before you'll be able to control some of its power. It was an ancient bronze ruler. After being thrown out, it didn't land on the ground as it floated quietly in midair. Chen Kuanhua looked at that ancient ruler in a daze. He was momentarily dazed. When he regained his senses, his breathing instantly became hurried. That was the immortal artifact, the Heavenly Heart Ruler. Source: please remember this book's domain name, U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1328. Although it looked like an ordinary ancient ruler at the moment, it was not as earth-shattering as when Chen Qianhua fought with the others earlier. However, it was still a leakless immortal artifact. Not just Chen Kuanhua, any martial saint would be tempted by this treasure. Moreover, Chen Kuanhua had always been looking forward to this treasure. He looked at Chen Qianhua. Big brother, you've ascended to the true immortal realm. Now that the heavenly heart ruler is in your hands, it's fine. Without waiting for him to finish, Chen Qianhua waved his hand lazily. Take it. Even if you can't control it for now, you can slowly nourish it. With that, the ancient bronze ruler landed in Chen Kuanhua's hand. Feeling the weight in his hand, Chen Kuanhua didn't say anything. He quickly closed his eyes and calmed his mind, calming his turbulent emotions. After a long time, he opened his eyes. His mind was no longer turbulent, but he still had mixed feelings. After calming everything down, Chen Kuanhua said to the purple-clothed youth who was leaning on the armchair with a bored look, "Thank you, big brother." Although they were blood-related brothers, such a treasure was still too precious. It wasn't lent to him temporarily. Instead, the heavenly heart ruler belonged to Chen Kuanhua from now on. The personal imprint that Chen Qianhua had left on the heavenly heart ruler after refining it was long gone. "Big brother, what's going on?" The exalted fire who had left the world beyond worlds long ago actually returned. He even broke through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Even the legendary North Star Emperor appeared. Chen Kuanhua couldn't help but ask as he relaxed his mind. Chen Qianhua's expression was still lazy, but his eyes lit up. "Do you really want to know?" "Ah." Although he was curious, Chen Kuanhua immediately said decisively when he saw his brother's expression, "No." Chen Qianhua didn't take it too far. He smiled lazily and didn't say anything else. Chen Kuanhua said, "However, big brother, you made a wise choice this time. You didn't get involved. There's no need for me to do anything." Chen Qianhua said indifferently, "At the beginning, I felt that the difference between them was too great. There was no suspense to the outcome. Naturally, I wasn't interested. In the end, things took a turn for the better and gave me an unprecedented surprise." As Chen Qianhua spoke, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Just watching from the sidelines is a feast for my eyes. It's too much for my eyes to take in. This show is really exciting, too exciting." He laughed loudly as if he had gone mad. Chen Kuanhua looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. He smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, I won't say anything else. I just want to say one thing. Even if you want to have fun, you should try to remain neutral. Please think twice before you do anything in the future." Chen Qianhua stopped laughing. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. Chen Kuanhua braced himself and continued, "Big brother, even though I don't know the exact situation, even an important person like the North Star Emperor has appeared. This matter is definitely not small. I know you like the uncertainty and excitement between life and death, but something like certain death without a second possibility is boring and not fun at all, isn't it?" "Ha ha ha ha." Chen Qianhua laughed again. "I'm really not interested in things that have already been decided. Even though I know you're worried that I'll implicate you, I'm more willing to think that you're finally starting to experience some of the joys of life." Chen Kuanhua could only continue to smile bitterly. It's a pity that it's destined to be peaceful for a period of time. Chen Qianhua regained his lazy look and said with slight dissatisfaction, "I've eaten a few sumptuous meals in a row. How am I going to live the dull days after this?" He stood up and shook his head. Then, he took a step forward and left the foreign dimension. In the Astro Mountain's starry sea, the demon race rested and lived in seclusion in the universe. Now, in the vast starry sea, demonic winds would occasionally fly past. They came and went in an endless stream, showing a different restlessness from before. In the void, a grand world appeared. Rays of light intertwined with clouds, making this place look like a fairyland. Even the demonic winds became more peaceful after entering this fairyland. They weren't as bloody and evil as before. In the fairyland, a few figures were sitting in a circle in a cave abode on a celestial mountain. Daoist 100 Eyes hasn't arrived yet. One of the figures lying on his side asked as he grabbed the bloody food on the table in front of him and threw it into his mouth. As he chewed, crunching sounds could be heard. Blood chi and spiritual chi were abundant, as vast as the ocean. Opposite him sat a middle-aged Daoist. His expression was peaceful, and no demonic chi could be seen. He was the owner of this cave abode. When he heard the question, he said calmly, Daoist 100 Eyes is busy concocting his cauldron of immortal pills. He's still a few years away from succeeding. Another great demon beside him smiled, he can only concoct poisonous pills. How can he concoct any immortal pills? The cave abode's owner smiled. The great demon lying on his side chewed on the bloody meat in his mouth as he pondered, speaking of immortal pills, I heard that the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall wasn't destroyed during the Great Calamity. It was preserved until now, and it even reappeared recently. It's in the hands of a junior of the Jade Clear lineage. Now, it's hidden within the void's outskirts. It's hard to find it, said the cave abode's owner. The demon's present sighed, what a pity, what a pity. A great demon asked, is there no way to find it? It'll be hard if it doesn't come out on its own. The cave abode's owner said, moreover, we don't have the time to pay attention to this matter. An extraordinary figure has appeared in the Jade Clear lineage, and the changes in the situation are much greater than expected. We should also adapt to the situation. The manpower we dispatched previously is clearly insufficient. A great demon praised, who would have thought that a mixed-blood child from the fire dragon world would ascend to the grand heavenly realm in just a few thousand years? Moreover, his strength is so outstanding. The person beside him shook his head, everyone has their own fate. If he stayed here, he might not be able to achieve what he has today. That's right. So, we should just focus on our own matters. The cave abode's owner said, after finishing this meal, it's time for everyone to depart according to His Majesty's orders. The great demon lying on his side snorted, I've been suppressing my anger for so many years. It's time for me to vent it out. It's a pity that I can't take care of those baldies from the blessed lands of Sohar as well. The cave abode's owner smiled plainly, it's fine if it's the immortal court heretics. However, if you encounter someone from the western Pure Lands, don't be so careless. Don't get captured and become their mount. Fut fut fut. Shut your crow's mouth. The great demon lying on his side immediately sat up and glared at the cave abode's owner. The cave abode's owner didn't look at him anymore. Instead, he looked at the other great demons present. We've been dormant for so many years. Now, we finally have the chance to see the light of day again. Fellow Taoists, this is only the beginning. I wish everyone success. As he spoke, he raised the wine cup in front of him and gulped down the dark red wine. The other great demons also raised their cups. The great demon snorted and poured the wine into his mouth. Then, he threw the wine cup on the ground and stood up, saying fiercely, let's go. Let's kill to our heart's content. Source, please remember this book's domain name, U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1329. After the other great demons left, the cave manor's owner sat within the cave manor and started pondering. A moment later, he summoned a servant boy in front of him and instructed, go to Daoist Hyakum's cave abode and tell the disciple on duty that after he finishes refining immortal pills and comes out of seclusion, he can come to my cave abode to reminisce about old times and have a drink. The child bowed and left. The cave manor's owner looked up at the sky and was lost in his thoughts. Pill Hall, sigh. Just like what many had predicted, a huge war unavoidably erupted. Although Suo Mingjong didn't show himself, the news spread out that he didn't perish in the hands of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. The future Buddha had given the immortal court quite a lot of time. However, he wouldn't wait forever. For bigwig experts of their level, 10,000 years was like a moment. However, a moment was sufficient for many things to be done, far beyond the imagination of mortals. Very quickly, the immortal court's territory was being pressured by the enemy's army. Although the immeasurable Heavenly Lord gave up on pursuing them and returned to the immortal court, the future Buddha was still there to restrain him. Outside of the battle formation of the two leaders, the direction of the war was quickly determined. Compared to the past, where the victor was slightly higher and the loser, the overall situation was still considered as an equal. However, the war that erupted this time was in an unbalanced state right from the start. The immortal court's strength was already greatly damaged. Now, they could only retract their forces and focus on defense. However, they were still forced to retreat. Unlike the past, the situation was clearly unbalanced. Other than the two warring parties, other forces finally surfaced and joined the war. The immortal court had already contacted for reinforcements. However, the enemy had also requested for reinforcements. The war that implicated a lot of people was becoming more and more intense. In the past, the war between the heretics would usually last for several years or even decades. It was the same now. It would only end when one side achieved a decisive victory, or when both sides had no intentions to continue fighting. No matter if it was the Tao universe or Yang Zhaoge and the others who were by the void's outskirts, such a situation was a rare opportunity for development. Within the Pill Hall's universe, as time passed, the Pill Chi became lesser and lesser. Every world's boundaries and spacetime laws became more stable and perfect. Although the entire universe was still unstable, the people living in the various worlds were getting more and more comfortable. Everything seemed to have returned to how it was in the Tao universe. In the following days, Yang Zhaoge focused on cultivating while refining the Pill Hall to stabilize the cosmos formed by the Pill Hall. However, it wasn't completely cut off from the outside world. Yang Zhaoge was still paying close attention to the progress of this great battle. After all, even though they were hiding in the outer realm right now, the changes in the situation were still closely related to them. Whether it was Yang Zhaoge, the Sword Sovereign, the Earthly Sovereign, or even Feng Yunxing and the others, all of them were now on the other side's radar. Once he showed himself, he would definitely be closely watched, and it might even be possible to squeeze out some people to hunt him down. Still, Yang Zhaoge and the others could contact the roving Jade Heavens and obtain the latest news regarding the current situation there. While both the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens might be under surveillance, as the war grew more and more intense, the attention of the heretics would ultimately be placed on the war itself. Therefore, this gave Yang Zhaoge and the others a chance. However, the information that was sent back was rather surprising. Western Pure Lands. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunkai, who had been entrusted by Yang Zhaoge to make a trip to the roving Jade Heavens, nodded slowly. That's right, the Western Pure Land. The others also looked at each other. Once upon a time, the Western Pure Lands had shaken the heavens, and its reputation was even higher than the central blessed lands of Whirling. The Lord of the Western Pure Lands was one of the oldest bigwig experts in the world. Amitabha. After the journey to the West era, the name of the Western Pure Lands gradually faded, and the central blessed lands of Whirling overtook them. The mystical mountain's great Thunderclap Monastery became the symbol of the Western Paradise. After the journey to the West era, the mystical mountain's Gautama Buddha transcended, and the Maitreya Buddha was reborn in the central blessed lands of Whirling, becoming the new lord of the blessed lands of Whirling. Buddhism's cultivation gradually changed, and the Buddhist disciples of the world only heard of the future Buddha's name. They often chanted Namo shall come and reborn the Maitreya Buddha, and the name of the Pure Lands of Whirling disappeared. Most people believed that the Buddhas of the Pure Lands had also entered the blessed lands of Whirling. As for the Amitabha Buddha, no one could guess the specific situation of such a top-notch existence. Some said that the Amitabha Buddha transcended before the Gautama Buddha, some said that the Amitabha Buddha had already passed away, and some said that the Amitabha Buddha had sealed the Pure Lands of Whirling and always sat in nothingness. He never left the world, and no one could find him. Other than that, there were many other rumors, and it was hard to distinguish the truth from the falsehood. The whereabouts of the few top-notch bigwigs in the world were mostly mysteries, and legends were everywhere. Other than the three clear Grand Masters and the mystical mountains Gautama Buddha, and the creation Heavenly Devil, it was hard to say where the others were. Due to various schemes, they might even purposely create illusions to deceive those who weren't on the same level as them. Some of the people who created the legends were even themselves. The future Buddha reorganized the teachings of the blessed lands of Whirling, allowing Buddhism to flourish in the human world. As time passed, its position became more and more stable, no matter before or after the Great Calamity. However, today, the experts of the Pure Lands of Whirling reappeared in the human world, which caused a huge commotion. Are they all newcomers? Or are there any Buddhism bigwigs that I'm familiar with? The Astro-Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, looked at Fu Yunkai and asked slowly. He had been sealed within the land of tranquil streams for thousands of years. Naturally, his intelligence wasn't as good as Jiao Han, Ling Qing, Jiangshan, and the others. Yes. Fu Yunkai nodded and said in a deep voice, "There's the White Bear Venerable." Yang Zhaoge's gaze turned serious, the Dipankara Buddha's disciple. He was once a Buddhism expert of the central blessed lands of Whirling, Fu Yunkai said. That's right. We can only confirm his identity. He's a Buddhist Bant that existed in the previous era. Other than that, there might be even more powerful existences. It wasn't easy for the roving Jade Heavens to gather information. They couldn't get close to the core area where the two sides were fighting. There are two things that I'm most interested in, Yang Zhaoge said. Firstly, Amitabha. What's the situation now? Amitabha. During the investiture of the God's era, Buddhism's predecessor, the Western sect's great sect master, also known as the Welcoming Daoist. Before the ancient era split open the heavens, he had already transformed into the faceless heavenly devil and occupied the position of the ancestral devil. He was one of the most ancient and strongest existences. He had once fought against the Taoism's three clear Grand Masters. After the investiture of the God's era, he and the Pure Lands of Whirling Jade Heavens gradually lost their fame. After the journey to the West era, they were even more silent. They were one of the most famous mysteries in the world. When the Pure Lands of Whirling Jade Heavens reappeared, Yang Zhaoge and the others didn't feel shocked. Instead, they felt curious and relieved. Only, it hadn't completely landed. The Amitabha Buddha's presence and absence were two completely different concepts. Source: please remember this book's domain name, U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1330. The Amitabha Buddha resided in a peaceful place. Since he didn't fight, he wouldn't be defeated. It wasn't that he didn't make a move, but it was rare. However, if this existence truly left the Pure Lands and descended into the world, even the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha would lose their momentum. If the Amitabha Buddha was still around, even if he didn't leave the Pure Lands, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. As long as he existed, no one would dare to offend him. The primordial Heaven Devil was an example. Even if he was suppressed throughout the ages, no one would underestimate him. It was fine if they were outside the 9 underworlds. However, if they were to invade the 9 underworlds, they would have to consider if the primordial Heaven Devil would be able to break out of the seal. If the Amitabha Buddha was no longer around, regardless of whether he had transcended or perished, the reappearance of the Western Pure Lands in the world this time would be worth pondering over. The possibility of the Amitabha Buddha being still around is higher, right? Feng Yunsheng frowned. Yang Zhaoge nodded lightly. That's right. Previously, he thought that the Pure Lands' disappearance was due to the merging of the central blessed lands of Soha. However, from the looks of it now, while the two sides had a close relationship during the journey to the West era, the possibility of it being the opposite was higher after the journey to the West era. After the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha and the Gautama Buddha transcended, the future Maitreya Buddha was born and became the new owner of the central blessed lands of Soha. The mystical mountains' Western Heavens' great thunderclap monasteries Buddhism began to change, slowly becoming what it was now. At that time, some of the mystical mountains' Buddhist Bhantes converted to the future Buddha, while some left the central blessed lands of Soha and joined the Western Pure Lands. Although there was no way to confirm it, Paragon White Xiong's appearance and stance made people suspect it. If the ancient Dipankara Buddha, who once had many conflicts with the Taoism, hadn't perished, it was very likely that he had switched allegiance to the Western Pure Lands. This Buddha was extremely ancient. He had already existed before the central blessed lands of Soha appeared, and he was even known as the past Buddha. According to the legends, he was a rather active bigwig expert. Of course, most of the legends were fake. Now that so many years had passed, it was hard to ascertain the exact situation. However, since there were experts from the central blessed lands of Soha who had defected to the Western Pure Lands, and there might even be quite a number of them, it meant that the Amitabha Buddha was still alive in this world. Otherwise, it would be a miracle if the future Buddha ancestor didn't set his sights on enlightening the Buddhas of the Pure Land, let alone the experts of the Soha Buddhist school. It was hard to say whether or not there was any kinship between them, but even if there was, given the current direction of Buddhism, it was not the time to talk about kinship. Only existences above the grand heavenly realm could make the future Buddha feel wary. Even if Amitabha was no longer around, there would definitely be other existences above the grand heavenly realm presiding over the Western Pure Lands. Otherwise, the Pure Land of Bliss experts wouldn't have participated in the war in such a high-profile manner. With their behavior, even if the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss was hidden and hard to find, it would still be easy for people to find clues after this battle. Since he dared to be so high-profile, he must have something to rely on. So, here comes the second question. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Since the demon race dared to enter the world and go against the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, where did they get their confidence from? The Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, shook his head slowly. Existences above the grand heavenly realm are hard to fathom, and information about them is a mystery. However, since the heretic Buddhists lured them in as reinforcements, and even went against the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, many things could be explained. That's right. I just don't know who's standing behind them. Yang Zhaoge smiled bitterly. At this moment, he had thought of many things. The Western Pure Lands had already gone silent during the previous era, which was the journey to the West era. After entering the current era, no matter if it was before or after the Great Calamity, they had reappeared in the world recently. The central blessed lands of Soha's Tathagata Buddha had transcended, and the Maitreya Buddha took over. After entering the new era, the blessed lands of Soha's teachings started changing. Some of the blessed lands of Soha's experts left and went into seclusion for the Western Pure Lands. Until now, the demon race gradually weakened during the journey to the West era. After entering the new era, most of them kept a low profile, as if they were recuperating. Now, they had reappeared in the world. Before the Great Calamity, the Immortal Court didn't exist. After the Great Calamity, the Immortal Court appeared and stood against the blessed lands of Soha. The relationship between the four clans is quite interesting. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself. After the demon race experienced the Ancient Era, and the investiture of the Gods Era, they were no longer as powerful as before. The human race was the dominant race. However, when the demon race completely weakened, it was still during the journey to the West Era, the Middle Era. The Middle Era was also the time when Western Buddhism spread to the East, and Buddhism began to flourish. To be precise, it was the central blessed lands of Soha that prospered. In the end, the demon race that was recuperating became the blessed lands of Soha's allies. Even when the future Buddha gradually evolved the blessed lands of Soha's teachings and was labeled as a fake Buddha by others, the demon race's attitude was still quite interesting. Meanwhile, the current orthodox blessed lands of Buddhism had allied themselves with the Immortal Court. Although they knew that it was impossible for them to ally with the blessed lands of Soha, the choice in front of them still made one's imagination run wild. Yang Zhaoge gradually organized his messy thoughts. After arranging them, some guesses appeared in his mind. However, he wasn't able to verify them. No matter if the past history was real or fake, there were always some people standing behind it. The situation is too chaotic, and the waters are too muddled. If we can't catch the fish, we might even become the fish that gets caught by others. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. Before figuring out the situation, let's be more cautious and focus on accumulating more information. Now that they're fighting against each other, it's beneficial for us to keep a low profile. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Feng Yunsheng looking at him with a smile. The others smiled as well. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, and the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, nodded in approval. Seeing their expressions, Yang Zhaoge instantly guessed what they were thinking. He could not help but say helplessly, all right. I admit that I often stir up trouble, cause trouble, and like to take risks. However, if I could just eat and be lazy, I would also be very content. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Just like what Yang Zhaoge said, everyone peacefully cultivated and accumulated their strength. The great battle outside was like a raging fire, growing more and more intense by the second. The pill hall was like a paradise. However, Yang Zhaoge and the others didn't want to hide their eyes and ears. While keeping a low profile and recuperating, they were constantly gathering more information about the outside world. Some of the seemingly unintentional bits of information were very thought-provoking. For example, under the rule of the future Buddha, the Buddhist heretics still referred to themselves as the central blessed lands of Soha. The demon race also referred to them as such. As for the orthodox Buddhist experts of the blessed lands, they were used to calling the Buddhist heretics as the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Even the Immortal Court had changed the blessed lands evil to White Lotus evil. Source: please remember this book's domain name, U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1331. Everyone's previous prediction came true. The war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus was much more intense and prolonged than before. 20 years passed, and the war between the two sides had yet to end. Before the war even started, the Immortal Court was already damaged, allowing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to continuously gain the upper hand, forcing them to retreat step by step. By retreating through space, the Immortal Court slowed down their opponent's progress and bought time for themselves. Gradually, the Immortal Court regained its footing. Shrinking their defensive line was beneficial for them to concentrate their forces. The blessed lands of the White Lotus clearly didn't wish to give up on this rare opportunity. As such, they surged forward like a tidal wave and continuously pressed forward. The Immortal Court once belonged to the same universe's territory. Now, they were locked in a stalemate with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Both sides were constantly fighting against each other. During the war, countless heretic experts perished. Among them, there were plenty of Immortal Court experts who had attained the immortal physique, as well as blessed lands Bantes who had attained the golden body. If it were in the past, most of the wars would have already calmed down, and the situation would have stabilized. However, this time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus obtained a bountiful harvest, occupying worlds that originally belonged to the Immortal Court. 20 years wasn't much to martial art practitioners with high cultivation. However, to mortals and martial art practitioners with low cultivation, it was sufficient for an entire generation to grow. Evidently, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wanted to completely occupy these worlds, turning them into their own territories and nurture faith power that was becoming more stable. As time passed, the faith power of these newly occupied worlds would replenish the blessed lands of the White Lotus's depleted war potential, allowing them to continue fighting for a longer period of time. On the other hand, the Immortal Court wouldn't let it go so easily. Their strength was already weakened, to begin with. If they were to take a step back, they would continue to be slower. It would be even more difficult for them to make a comeback. As such, they were extremely unyielding and fought against the blessed lands of the White Lotus to the end, fighting for every inch of land. During such a crucial moment, they couldn't afford to give up. No matter how difficult it was, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. As such, after 20 years, not only did the war between the two sides not end, but it had also persisted. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be a problem for them to continue fighting for another 20 years. The blessed lands and Astro Mountain's starry seas that were assisting the two sides were also opposing each other. According to Yang Zhaoge's latest intel, both sides had their own Taoism Heavenly Lord level experts fighting against each other, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. From the looks of it, the time is ripe for us to start planning our next steps. Within the Pill Hall's cosmos, Yang Zhaoge sat within the Purple Divine Pavilion and looked around. The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, and the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, were both present. Yang Di and Nai Jingshan had already come out of seclusion. Feng Yunsheng sat cross-legged with her jet-black long saber placed on her knees. The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, sat directly opposite Yang Zhaoge. Thanks to the profound sovereign's arrangements, I have successfully met her in person. According to her, the incongruence Divine Mother is likely to tacitly agree to it, neither supporting nor interfering. It couldn't be any better, Yang Zhaoge smiled as he rubbed his palms together. In the past, when Yang Zhaoge intended to leave the Tao universe, he already had such thoughts. Not only the world beyond worlds and the Eight Extremities world, but even the roving Jade Heavens and the various lower realms under its rule were also brought away from the current Tao universe. Although it was not convenient for them to move around at the moment, they had to rely on the roving Jade Heavens to gather information. If the roving Jade Heavens were to leave the Tao universe, it would be much less convenient for them. However, in comparison, Yang Zhaoge was more inclined towards everyone leaving the Tao universe. For the profound sovereign and the others who had always been unyielding, they would have less to worry about, and they would be able to do whatever they wanted. It wasn't that Yang Zhaoge was overjoyed. Instead, a very realistic problem was placed right in front of them. The Pill Hall was currently drifting by the void's outskirts, and it was hard to locate them. If someone invaded the roving Jade Heavens in order to locate Yang Zhaoge and the others, should Yang Zhaoge and the others help them when the situation became dangerous? The other party didn't have to target the entire roving Jade Heavens. They only had to target the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Empress family. Although the incongruence Divine Mother was still around, she wasn't completely unrestrained. Not mentioning the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, the demon race and the orthodox Buddhism had reappeared. The news had already been confirmed, and both sides had grand heavenly immortal realm experts. The Buddhas of the Pure Lands and the demon race's great sages were existences that were completely different from the heretic heavenly immortals. Although both sides were currently fighting against each other, it wasn't like the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court's bloodbath. No matter if it was the Pure Lands or the Astro Mountain's starry seas, they still had sufficient strength to react. They were keeping an eye on the 9 underworlds, as well as Suo Mingjong, the incongruence Divine Mother, and the others. The Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain's starry seas that had been hiding from the world finally decided to make a move. They even teamed up with the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yang Zhaoge couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. As such, he was determined to bring the roving Jade Heavens along with him. Theoretically speaking, as long as the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage left the roving Jade Heavens, their enemies wouldn't intentionally target the roving Jade Heavens just to search for Yang Zhaoge and the Pill Hall. However, if they were to leave, why not bring along the roving Jade Heavens' massive amount of resources and population? The profound sovereign's lineage had an extremely strong control over the roving Jade Heavens. With their cooperation, everything would be much smoother. Even the Cloud Conquest Emperor and the others wouldn't object. Their hostility towards the world beyond worlds had more to do with the ideals of the world beyond worlds ruled by the earthly sovereign. If there was a problem, it would be the grudge between the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, and the roving Jade Heavens. However, just like how they were separated into the roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds in the Tao universe, the situation would be the same after entering the Pill Hall's cosmos. Although the Prime Clear lineage was related to the Sword Sovereign, if there was a new environment where they could get rid of the heretic's threat, it would naturally be the best choice. To Yang Zhaoge, this was also a chance to resolve the conflict between the two sides. He didn't want the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage to be stuck in the middle. Although the Pill Chi within the cosmos formed by the Pill Hall had yet to dissipate, and the boundaries had yet to stabilize, the situation had already changed greatly. Yang Zhaoge said to everyone, "Now, there's already room for more roving Jade Heavens to gather the various lower realms." Previously, the Pill Hall's cosmos was unstable. It was already difficult for it to accommodate the various lower realms like the world beyond worlds and the 8 extremities world. However, after 20 years of development, under Yang Zhaoge's tireless refinement, it was no longer comparable to the past. In reality, all these years, Yang Zhaoge had combined the refinement of the Pill Hall with his own cultivation. As the Pill Hall's cosmos stabilized, not only did he gain more control over the Pill Hall, he could also clearly feel that the moment for him to take the final step in his current realm was approaching. The time to sweep the roving Jade Heavens away was finally ripe. If that's the case, my main body shall remain in the Pill Hall, and my clone shall head to the roving Jade Heavens. Yang Zhaoge looked at everyone and said slowly, "Source, please remember this book's domain name. U8's official website. Chapter 1332. Others might be fine, but Householder Ziteng." The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, slightly frowned. Householder Ziteng was the old ancestor of the roving Jade Heavens, the Vine Sovereign. In terms of seniority, she was the highest person in the roving Jade Heavens. The roving Jade Seven sons who had established the roving Jade Heavens in the past were all people born after the Great Calamity, rising experts of Taoism. Only the Vine Sovereign was like the earthly sovereign, Jiangshan, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the others. She was a senior expert who had lived before the Great Calamity. However, when the roving Jade Heavens was established, she was injured, so she did not participate. Unlike the time when Jiangshan guided Xiao Junhuang and the others, they were considered half-master and half-friend. More than half of the roving Jade Seven were the Vine Sovereign's personal disciples. Although the Vine Sovereign had been in seclusion all year round to recuperate, her influence in the roving Jade Heavens was still considerable. Regarding the world beyond worlds, especially regarding the descendants of the exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang, the profound sovereign had many disagreements with her master. Correspondingly, the profound sovereign would mostly follow the Vine Sovereign's opinion on other matters. Only, the thing that the Vine Sovereign was brooding over the most was the world beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountains, Jade Capital Crag, apart from the revival of Taoism and the grudges with the heretics. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei's expression turned serious when he heard that. He turned around and looked at Yang Zhaoge. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu, Senior Chen, there's no need to worry. Yang Zhaoge smiled. No matter what happens, the Vine Sovereign won't be able to do anything to me. Currently, the battle between the heretics is as intense as a raging fire. According to past experiences, because they are restraining each other, Senior Suo, the Incongruence Divine Mother, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the others have more freedom to move around. With this, although the Pure Lands of Bliss and the demon race might still pay attention to us, it'll undoubtedly be more convenient for us to move around. We might even receive the Incongruence Divine Mother and the others' protection. When the battle between the heretics had calmed down, their attention would most likely shift towards Yang Zhaoge. It was even possible to send a large number of people to search the outer realms. Therefore, this was a good opportunity. Still, we cannot let down our guard. The more it is at a time like this, the better the chance for us to move about. Those who intend to find us are often also waiting for us to show ourselves, Yang Di said now. Yang Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it is precisely so. He looked at the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, the roving Jade Heavens, as well as the vicinity of the remaining world beyond worlds, have many spies keeping an eye on us. They are waiting for us to contact them and attempt to follow them to find the whereabouts of the Pill Hall. If it weren't for our meticulous planning and the roving Jade Heavens' profound sovereign's arrangements, I'm afraid we would have been discovered long ago, Fu Yunkai agreed. He was always alone, which was also very conspicuous. Apart from Fu Yunkai, there were also others who took turns to travel and communicate with the outside world. As Yang Zhaoge refined the Pill Hall deeper and deeper, he was able to control it more and more freely. He was also able to conceal the fact that his family members were coming and going. However, the other party had never lost their patience. More than one group of people were watching in the dark. This Pill Hall has given us a temporary safe and comfortable environment. However, there are two sides to every coin. Yang Zhaoge looked at the purple divine pavilion that he was currently in. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Because of the Pill Hall, many people are targeting us. When I return to the Tao universe and attempt to sweep away the roving Jade Heavens, the commotion will definitely be huge. Yang Zhaoge stroked his chin and said, it's better to create a diversion and sneak in. First, he would create some commotion and divert the other party's attention. Then, he would end the battle quickly. After sweeping away the roving Jade Heavens, he would leave the Tao universe and hide within the void's boundless outskirts. Even if he couldn't divert all of the other party's attention, as long as a portion of it was diverted, the possibility of success would increase by a lot. Yu Zhenbei said slowly, I'll go. This would save them from awkwardness when the Pill Hall absorbs the roving Jade Heavens. Zhenbei, your goal is too obvious. If you try to cover it up, it'll only make others suspicious. Chen Xuanzong shook his head and said, let me go. During these years, he would occasionally go out alone. His main purpose was to search for Jie Mingkong and Chu Lily. Old Chen, your situation is similar to Yunxing's. You might even be more worried. Yu Zhenbei said, the 9 underworlds is also keeping an eye on you. Chen Xuanzong shook his head. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Yu Zhenbei didn't say anything else. Thank you, Senior Chen. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Chen Xuanzong. Then, he said to the others, my North Ocean clone will enter the roving Jade Heavens. If everything goes smoothly, I'll need some time to prepare. There might be a battle at that time. Let's cultivate quietly and wait for the right time. It's better to be prepared. Feng Yunxing, Yang Di, and Nai Jingshan nodded calmly. Their expressions didn't change at all. Yang Zhaoge's side shook slightly, and a tall figure appeared. It was the North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone bowed towards the Brocade Emperor. Fu Yunkai, Brocade Emperor, I'll have to trouble you to follow me to the roving Jade Heavens again. There's no need to be so polite. If the fallen deity is done with his preparations, let's go, said Fu Yunkai. As such, Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone left the Purple Divine Pavilion together with the Brocade Emperor. Then, they left the cosmos formed by the Pill Hall. The two didn't return to the Tao universe. Instead, they stayed by the void's boundless outskirts. According to their previous agreement, someone would come and fetch them. Then, they would be brought back to the Tao universe. Yang Zhaoge and Fu Yunkai concealed their figures and waited patiently. After an unknown period of time, a swordlight suddenly came from afar. When Yang Zhaoge and Fu Yunkai saw the swordlight, they remained calm and gave a hidden hint. The swordlight didn't slow down. Instead, it swept Yang Zhaoge and Fu Yunkai along as it passed by them. Then, it continued flying away with lightning speed. Within the void's outskirts, the changes of space were complicated. It was hard to determine the direction. The swordlight didn't even change its direction. It just continued flying around within the void. Along the way, it didn't stop for long. It even took some rare ores that could only be found in the void's outskirts. In the end, it returned to the Tao universe with a satisfied look. After entering the Tao universe, the swordlight didn't stop. It continued moving forward and finally landed in the roving Jade Heavens. The swordlight danced and landed in a cave manor within the mountains. Only then did the swordlight stop. After the radiance dissipated, an old daoist with untidy hair was revealed. It was the Cloud Conquest Emperor whom Yang Zhaoge had met once before. This place wasn't the Cloud Emperor's cave manor, the Ashen Spirit Valley. There were other people in the cave manor. Other than Jiao Shuebua and Long Shueji, whom Yang Zhaoge was extremely familiar with, there was also a handsome man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Although it was the first time they met, Yang Zhaoge had seen his portrait too many times. The Jade Clear lineage's lineage, the exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang's junior apprentice brother, the Dragon Spring Emperor who had been residing in the roving Jade Heavens, Long Xingquan. Source: please remember this book's domain name, U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1333. Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, I've never had the chance to meet you. Today, I finally meet you. However, I came with my clone. Please forgive me for my lack of manners. Yang Zhaoge smiled as he looked at Long Xingquan. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's appearance, Long Xingquan retracted his casual expression and smiled as well. It's fine. We'll meet again one day. He looked at Yang Zhaoge and said emotionally, you and your father are so outstanding. If senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice sister Di knew about it, they'd be very happy. He sighed softly, and his gaze was filled with melancholy. Jiao Shuebua and Long Shueji stood by the side and remained silent. A complex expression also surfaced within the Cloud Conquest Emperor's gaze. His impression of the sword god, Yang Xintang, who suppressed the entire roving Jade Heavens in the past, was naturally very complex. As for the Sword Emperor, Di Qinglian, although they weren't from the same sect, he still felt that it was a pity. Yang Zhaoge looked at the Dragon Spring Emperor in front of him. This was the first time he saw him in person. Speaking of which, he could be considered a legendary figure. In the eyes of some people in the world beyond worlds, the Dragon Spring Emperor had a bad impression of him. As someone of the Jade Clear lineage, he chose to join the Prime Clear lineage's roving Jade Heavens. In the words of some people, he was basically a son-in-law. Regarding the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's relationship, the female was stronger than the male. However, Those who truly understood the situation would scoff at such words. It was true that the Dragon Spring Emperor was defeated by the profound sovereign's sword. However, the problem was, how many people like the profound sovereign were there? Most of the juniors who had risen later on remembered that the Dragon Spring Emperor had been defeated by the profound sovereign. However, few of them remembered that before the duel with the profound sovereign, Long Xingquan had defeated all the other sword cultivators in the roving Jade Heavens. In terms of sword arts, he had won 9 battles and 9 victories. Including the Cloud Conquest Emperor who was beside him and the lofty sovereign, Zhong Buxu, who had yet to leave the roving Jade Heavens, they were all defeated by the Dragon Spring Emperor. In the same realm, even the new Kunlun 9 luminaries wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat the Dragon Spring Emperor. Senior apprentice Uncle Long, can I meet the profound sovereign now? After greeting Long Xingquan, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, Long Xueji, and Jiao Xuebua, Yang Zhaoge asked. Qingxian is currently in the Vine Sovereign's cave residence, said the Dragon Spring Emperor. Emperor Yun did not say anything, but Jiao Xuebua frowned slightly. Long Xueji did not conceal anything as he straightforwardly said, there is some resistance from the old patriarch. Mother is currently trying to persuade him. Zhaoge and fellow Daoist Fu, please follow me. The Dragon Spring Emperor walked out of the cave dwelling. As he walked, he waved his hand. Qingxian and the Vine Sovereign already knew that you were coming. They said that after you arrived at the roving Jade Heavens, you can directly go to their side. Yang Zhaoge and Fu Yunkai both nodded. The guest follows the host's wishes. The group traversed through the green duckweed mountain and soon arrived at the foot of the main peak. This was one of the 2 sovereigns of the roving Jade Heavens, the Vine Sovereign Li Ying's Dao Arena and cave residence. The boy guarding the entrance had clearly received orders beforehand. Upon seeing Yang Zhaoge, Long Xingquan, and the others' arrival, he immediately opened the door and welcomed them inside. In the green duckweed mountain, spiritual energy flowed, showing off its sharpness. The formless spiritual energy was like a tangible sharp sword, constantly cutting and piercing. And at the main peak, it was even more obvious. After entering the cave dwelling, 2 ladies turned their heads and looked towards Yang Zhaoge and the others. On the main seat sat an old lady in her 60s. However, her appearance was still as elegant as before. Every single strand of her silver hair was combed neatly, and faint silver radiances flickered within. Every time the radiances on her hair flickered, it was as if lightning streaked across the sky, and a treasured sword was unsheathed. Her gaze was even sharper. Wherever her gaze passed by, time and space would be sliced apart. Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, said Yang Zhaoge in his heart. Fu Yunkai, who was by the side, was no stranger to this famed Prime Clear long-time elder. She was a Prime Clear lineage expert who was born before the Great Calamity. Due to her grief, she didn't participate in the establishment of the roving Jade Heavens. However, her reputation within the roving Jade Heavens was still unrivaled. Although the profound sovereign, Jiao Qingxian, had surpassed her, the Vine Sovereign was still one of the 2 profound immortal sovereigns of the roving Jade Heavens. No one dared to look down on her. Due to her old trauma, she had been stuck in the profound immortal realm for thousands of years. She couldn't break through the profound origin tribulation and achieve the 5 Qis unification realm. Moreover, within these 1,000 years, she had been in seclusion for at least 800 years. Even so, she was still a veteran expert who cultivated qi into aura with 4 qis augmented within her body. However, if Yang Zhaoge were to say it, he would feel that the greatest ability of this old lady before him was in teaching disciples. In other words, she had great foresight when accepting disciples. In the past, one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the Exalted Earth Luminary, who was later known as the Earthly Sovereign, Jiangshan, was known for not having any sectarian bias. He was known for his willingness to guide the younger martial art practitioners. To be fair, most of the top-notch experts that rose after the establishment of the world beyond worlds had received Jiangshan's guidance. This included Xiao Junhuang and the others who were younger than him among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries. However, perhaps Jiangshan's luck wasn't good, or perhaps he wasn't focused on his Qilin cliff. Instead, he focused his attention on the entire world beyond worlds. Among his personal disciples, there was only a limited number of them. There was only the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng. Of course, although Wang Zhengcheng wasn't able to push open the immortal door, it was because of his old injuries. Otherwise, he would have already stepped into the immortal realm. However, compared to the Vine Sovereign's disciples, the earthly sovereign's disciples seemed rather weak. In fact, compared to the Vine Sovereign's disciples, the others seemed rather weak. In the world beyond worlds, the exalted gold luminary, Yang Xintang's disciples included the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhunbei. The exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong's disciples included Jie Mingkong and Chu Lili, and the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Juanhuang's disciples included the bright connection emperor, Hu Yuxin. However, all of them combined couldn't compare to the Vine Sovereign's disciples. In the past, among the roving Jade Seven, 4 of them were the Vine Sovereign's personal disciples. Other than the profound sovereign, Jiao Qingxian, and the lofty sovereign, Zhong Buxu, there was also the Tai Sovereign. He was the second strongest among the roving Jade Seven, only inferior to the profound sovereign. Unfortunately, he died at a young age during the battle against the heretics. Another person had the cultivation of a true immortal, and he died even earlier. He perished not long after the roving Jade Heavens was established. Other than the roving Jade Seven Sons, there was also the Sword Emperor Di Qinglian, whose reputation wasn't inferior in the slightest. She had dominated the entire roving Jade Heavens with a single sword, and was the #1 expert in sword arts amongst the new post-Great Calamity era experts. After Di Qinglian, the Vine Sovereign had another personal disciple, Emperor Heng, Kong Qingxi. He perished in the hands of Yu Zhunbei, who was still a true immortal at that time. He had also ascended to the immortal realm and pushed open the immortal door. The Vine Sovereign Li Ying could be proud of having 3 sovereigns and 3 emperors. Whether it was due to luck or ability, Yang Zhaoge felt that this old Grand Master of the roving Jade Heavens was truly a legendary figure. Unfortunately, this legendary figure had never gotten along well with his family's bloodline. Currently, the Vine Sovereign didn't reveal any special emotions. She was only staring at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Xintang's descendant. Source: please remember the domain name of this book. U8 official website for mobile version. Chapter 1334. Yang Zhaoge didn't evade the Vine Sovereign's gaze. He calmly nodded. Greetings, Vine Sovereign. My ancestor is the exalted gold luminary. The descendant of a famed clan surpasses his ancestors. The Vine Sovereign didn't continue talking about Yang Zhaoge's origins. She just appraised Yang Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, a clone already at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. Your main body should already not be far from ascending into the immortal realm now, right? Or has he already taken the final step? Yang Zhaoge answered candidly, I still lack the final step. Still, I have the confidence to take that step within a few days. You came here for the matter of the roving Jade Heavens moving away from the Tao universe. This means that your control over refining the Pill Hall has become stronger, and the universe formed by the Pill Hall has become more stable. The Vine Sovereign looked at Yang Zhaoge and said, Are you planning to use the Pill Hall to officially establish a new world, and at the same time, take the final step? The Vine Sovereign's eyes are truly sharp. Yang Zhaoge smiled, That's exactly what I'm planning to do. Such an opportunity did not come by often. If not for the help of the Pill Hall, Yang Zhaoge wouldn't have been able to do it in his current realm. This fortuitous encounter was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the heaven-opening scripture. At the same time, it would be of great help to his progress in cultivating the 3 pure Taos. The path he was walking on was more difficult to cultivate than others. When it came to breaking through the barrier between immortal and mortal, it was even more difficult. Now that he had this opportunity, it was undoubtedly a blessing from the heavens. As long as he used it properly, it would save him a lot of time and energy. Shortcuts were not easy to take. Either it was not that one could not obtain it, or it was that there were hidden dangers. However, this time, Yang Zhaoge had encountered a shortcut that was not only harmless, instead being beneficial to his long-term cultivation. Such an opportunity was hard to come by in 1,000 years, or even in 10,000 years. Back then, he had taken a huge risk to get rid of the Pill Hall's Hall spirit. Now, the fruits of his harvest were finally ripening one after another. Hearing Yang Zhaoge admit this matter, while everyone here had already vaguely guessed it, they still felt complex emotions within their hearts at this moment, even feeling slightly shocked. The Cloud Conquest Emperor had experienced thousands of years of trials and tribulations. He already knew how extraordinary Yang Zhaoge was. However, he still couldn't help but sigh. He was one of the founders of the roving Jade Heavens that everyone was currently in. He had personally experienced the era of darkness and light. Now, another new world was about to appear. The younger generation will surpass us in time, as expected of the banished immortal. The Vine Sovereign nodded. Then, she looked at Yang Zhaoge and said calmly, I know that your intentions were good. For the roving Jade Heavens, if you could enter the Pill Hall and float within the void's boundless outskirts, the heretic demons wouldn't be able to locate you. However, just like when you left the Tao universe in the past, this isn't something that can be done in one go. At that time, it will definitely attract the attention of your enemies. The Vine Sovereign shook her head and said, at that time, the enemy's attack will be disadvantageous to both you and the roving Jade Heavens. She stared at Yang Zhaoge. Although there are some conflicts between us, we're still part of the Three Clear lineage. Since you've obtained the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall, you have to be more careful, lest you end up benefiting the evil sects. If I enter the Pill Hall, I might attract the attention and pursuit of more opponents. Yang Zhaoge said, however, allow me to be frank. If the roving Jade Heavens were to remain within this cosmos, we would be targeted by our enemies. The relationship between my father, the profound sovereign, and senior apprentice Uncle Long isn't a secret to others. In order to find us and the Pill Hall, our enemies would naturally target the roving Jade Heavens. Everything happened because of me. I'm deeply sorry for implicating your sect. However, other than what I'm doing now, I can't think of any other way to remedy the situation. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the prime clear bigwigs and said with a solemn expression. The profound sovereign, Jiao Qingxian, slowly shook her head. Such things are unavoidable. You don't have to blame yourself. Although she was sitting below the Vine Sovereign and didn't reveal any aura, this green-clothed woman's presence was still the strongest. When Yang Zhaoge entered the cave manor, she was the first person he noticed. The profound sovereign, Jiao Qingxian, was currently the #1 expert in the roving Jade Heavens. She could also be said to be the #1 prime clear lineage martial art practitioner after the Great Calamity. There was no need to talk about her strength. Just her title alone was enough to explain everything. Ever since Suo Mingzhang's 5 Qis unifications and was no longer a profound immortal, Jiao Qingxuan's title had changed from Whirlpool Sovereign to Profound Sovereign. This wasn't her own change. Instead, it was the consensus of the others. At the very least, most of them tacitly agreed to it. The more top-notch an expert was, the more arrogant they would be. Unless the disparity between the two parties was confirmed to be too huge, no matter how famous their opponents were, who would dare to say that they would definitely win or lose without personally fighting against them? As such, Jiao Qingxuan's title of Profound Sovereign was even more dreadful than Yu Zhenbei's title of Sword Sovereign. Profound Sovereign referred to the strongest profound immortal, a sovereign amongst sovereigns. However, ever since others started addressing her as Profound Sovereign, Jiao Qingxuan's position remained unshakable. Thank you for your understanding, Profound Sovereign. I'm ashamed. Yang Zhaoge nodded towards Jiao Qingxian. In the past, the Profound Sovereign, Jiao Qingxian, was the closest to his grandmother, Di Qinglian, in the entire roving Jade Heavens. Di Qinglian's demise had left Jiao Qingxian heartbroken. However, she didn't vent her anger on Yang Xintang's lineage like the Vine Sovereign did. Instead, she mediated between the two sides. Part of it was because of the Dragon Spring Emperor, but it was also because she missed her junior apprentice sister, Di Qinglian. According to Jiao Qingxuan's knowledge, although her junior apprentice sister had died young, the thing she was most proud of wasn't dominating the universe with her sword. Instead, it was having a harmonious relationship with her husband, Yang Xintang. If that's the case, the deceased was already gone. Leaving the living with regrets wasn't something the deceased wished to see. Although the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei's relationship with the roving Jade Heavens was extremely bad, he still respected the Profound Sovereign, Jiao Qingxian. Yang Zhaoge naturally remembered the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's friendships. His immortal trapping sword manual was given to him by the profound sovereign's family. Currently, the two heretics, the demon race, and the Orthodox Buddhism are fighting against each other. To us, the environment is relatively relaxed. It's the perfect time to act. Yang Zhaoge said, currently, our enemies are only monitoring the Tao universe, the roving jade heavens, and the world beyond worlds. However, it's hard to say when they would make a move. He turned around and looked towards the Vine Sovereign. Although our enemies wouldn't completely annihilate our orthodox Taoism unless it's absolutely necessary, they would only target a few people. Most likely, they wouldn't have any qualms as long as they can hold back the incongruence Divine Mother. The Pure Lands and the demon race had resurfaced. Even the incongruence Divine Mother had to be wary of the experts hidden within. Currently, there were already grand heavenly immortal level bigwigs participating in the war. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be other experts of the same level. Chapter 1335. 3 Clear Grand Masters, please forgive disciple Yang Zhaoge's rudeness. Yang Zhaoge said slowly, Vine Sovereign, you've personally experienced the great calamity. There's something I'd like to verify with you. The Vine Sovereign's expression was calm. Based on Yang Zhaoge's previous words, she seemed to have guessed what Yang Zhaoge wanted to ask. Yang Zhaoge didn't avoid it and looked straight at the Vine Sovereign who lived before the great calamity. Is the Elder Lord still alive? With just a short sentence, the entire room became silent. Everyone's breathing seemed to have paused for a moment. The two words Elder Lord seemed random. However, as members of the 3 Clear lineage, everyone knew what Yang Zhaoge was referring to. The Elder Lord was referring to the Supreme Elder Lord, the Grand Clear Lord of Tao and Virtue of the 3 Clear Grand Masters. You're asking if the Elder Lord appeared during the Great Calamity? The Vine Sovereign's face was expressionless, and her tone was faintly discernible. Yang Zhaoge answered honestly, yes. When the Great Calamity had just arrived, as a part of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, he had lost his consciousness along with the destruction of the Divine Palace's martial repository. After that, many years had passed since he reawakened in the 8 Extremities world. Yang Zhaoge didn't have any relevant memories regarding the Great Calamity. Back then, the Vine Sovereign's cultivation wasn't high, and her knowledge was limited. However, the current Vine Sovereign had a special identity. Moreover, she had interacted with the incongruence Divine Mother more than once. Perhaps, she already had some understanding of the past. In fact, she might even have a deeper understanding of the past compared to Jiao Qingxian, Suo Mingjong, and Chen Xuanzong. Yang Zhaoge looked at the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, Brocade Emperor. The origins of your lineage can be traced back to a very long time ago. The founding Grand Master had once listened to the Elder Lord's teachings in the Tushitou Palace for a period of time. However, he had left the Tushitou Palace for too long. As such, he wasn't clear about the Tushitou Palace's situation, as well as the Elder Lord's situation during the Great Calamity. After the Great Calamity, all the past Grand Masters had tried to find a path to return to the Tushitou Palace, but to no avail. Fu Yunkai shook his head. The Vine Sovereign looked at Yang Zhaoge and Fu Yunkai quietly. After a long while, she said, back then, my cultivation was still shallow. It was all thanks to the Divine Mother's protection that I managed to escape. As such, I naturally wouldn't know about the situation outside. Still, after the Great Calamity, I once heard the Divine Mother mention that the Elder Lord had not acted during the Great Calamity. She said word by word, however, according to the goddess, the Grand Supreme Elder is still alive. Yang Zhaoge nodded, looking thoughtful. The Vine Sovereign said slowly, however, no one can figure out the Elder Lord's thoughts. We can't figure it out, and neither can the heretical cultivators. Yang Zhaoge said softly, if the Lord of Tao and Virtue had truly transcended, he might be able to understand. Tao, Tian Tian Tao Sovereign, Tao Sovereign's Yang, Yang Yang Tao's Lord, Li's Yang Yang's Yang, Hu. Tao, Hu, Chen, and On, God. Tian, and On, Shen Yang 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 Chen on Tian, on Tao, and God. On. Yang, Yang. There was essentially no difference between doing nothing and doing everything. If he was willing to be impartial, then the three clear lineage would be no different from the Buddhist sect and the outer Tao's to him. But no one could tell what he was thinking. What was even harder to judge was whether he would suddenly change his mind. Compared to this big shot, Chen Qianhua's so-called unpredictable thoughts were just child's play. But if he has really transcended, why is he still in this world? I don't see Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning or Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure either. A long time ago, Yang Zhaoge had found something strange. After the Great Calamity, the orthodox Taoism had many things to do. On the other hand, the heretics, be it the Immortal Court or the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, were in their prime. Under such circumstances, it was still fine for the earthly sovereign of the world beyond worlds to act in a moderate manner. But why hadn't the heretics made up their mind to eradicate the roving Jade Heavens, which had always been radical? After knowing that Taoism's grand heavenly immortals like the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother were still alive, he thought that he had found the answer. After all, the existence of at least 3 Taoism grand heavenly immortals might threaten the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus rule. Once they succeeded, they would be able to cause a devastating massacre to the heretic martial artists and even the people beneath the future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Even if the future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord took revenge, their losses would be hard to recover. If one side suffered a huge loss, it would naturally give the other side an opportunity to take advantage of. After all, they were mortal enemies to begin with. Suo Mingzhang's ascension to the grand heavenly immortal realm 20 years ago and the ongoing war had proven this point. As such, unless it was absolutely necessary, the heretics wouldn't go all out against the Tao universe. Weakening the orthodox Taoism's control within a certain range was the best choice, similar to rearing sheep and shearing sheep. That should be the case, however, after knowing that not only did the demon race hide and recuperate, but the Western Pure Lands also existed, Yang Zhaoge felt that something was amiss. Although the demon race and orthodox Buddhism had never entered the world, they were merely waiting for the right time to strike. With them secretly restraining the heretics, the Incongruence Divine Mother and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's threat towards the heretics was greatly weakened. Suo Mingzhang's origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm was a rather unexpected event, which resulted in its influence lasting until now. If that's the case, how did the Tao universe remain so stable before Suo Mingzhang ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm? Yang Zhaoge had been thinking about these questions. Then, he thought about his experiences in the Heavenly Court's divine palace before the Great Calamity. The Great Calamity had always been engraved in his heart. Other than that, there were a few other things. These rumors weren't considered secrets before the Great Calamity. They were considered as some of the more famous unsolved mysteries. Everyone was curious about it, but no one knew the true answer. Perhaps, some of the top-notch existences within the universe knew part of the truth. Many mysteries were created by their own hands for various reasons. Other things aside, there was one thing that caught Yang Zhaoge's attention. After all, it was related to the Great Calamity and the decline of orthodox Taoism. Was the Supreme Elder Lord still in existence? This question seemed very baffling at first. Everyone knew that the 3 clear lineages transcended as one. With the 3 clear Grand Masters' transcendence, the ancient investitures of the Gods era ended, and the Universe era changed, entering the middle journey to the West era. However, there was something that puzzled many people. After the Jade Clear Primordial Heavenly Lord and the Prime Clear Numinous Treasure Heavenly Lord had transcended during the ancient investitures of the Gods era, they didn't appear in the world. However, the Grand Clear Tao and Virtue Heavenly Lord, who was also the Supreme Elder Lord, had appeared in front of everyone during the middle journey to the West era. Chapter 1336. Why did the Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, who had already transcended, still exist in this world? Such a contradictory matter naturally caused many people to be suspicious. This was one of the greatest mysteries in the history of this world. It was so strange that people could not help but wonder if Taishang Laojun, who had appeared during the journey to the West era and resided in the Tushito Palace of Lihan Heaven, was the real Lord of Tao and Virtue. Towards such a great figure, everyone's doubts were naturally buried in the bottom of their hearts, and they did not dare to voice it out. However, after the journey to the West era and entering the New Era, the Grand Supreme Elder no longer appeared in the world, and there was little news about him. Therefore, everyone became even more uncertain. Yang Zhaoge had received news from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace before the Great Calamity. There had once been a bigwig expert who went to the Tushitor Palace to meet the Elder Lord, which proved that the Elder Lord was still alive before the Great Calamity. However, after the Great Calamity, the orthodox Taoism had withered away. More and more people questioned whether the Grand Supreme Elder was still alive. Yang Zhaoge had once doubted it as well, leaning more towards disbelief. Many things in the history and legends of this world were specious and difficult to verify. If anyone believed everything without a doubt, they would only be digging their own grave. Thus, Yang Zhaoge often reminded himself that many of the myths and legends in his past memories could at most be used as a reference. He definitely could not forcibly apply them to this world and use them as reliable intelligence. Otherwise, his empiricism would really bring him harm. For a period of time, Yang Zhaoge had suspected that the Elder Lord of the Journey to the West era actually didn't exist, and that someone was impersonating him. However, a figure like the Grand Supreme Elder was probably not someone that could be measured by ordinary logic. Comparing the actions of the Immortal Court, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, the Blessed Lands of the Pure Lands, and the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, one could vaguely tell that if they did not have any special intentions, they would be wary of completely annihilating the orthodox Taoism lineage. However, no matter how Yang Zhaoge thought about it, there was only one existence that could cause them to feel apprehensive. The Grand Pure Heavenly Lord of Virtue and Virtue, Old Lord Taishang. The internal strife of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in the past might not be that simple. Yang Zhaoge thought darkly. The Grand Supreme Elder's thoughts were hard to fathom. Most of the time, he was a neutral bystander. However, if others had forcefully suppressed the orthodox Tao sects that had yet to decline at that time, perhaps the Grand Supreme Elder would have changed his attitude. However, if there was internal strife in the Tao sect, the possibility of the Grand Supreme Elder caring would be much lower. However, it was unknown why the situation had escalated to the point where the universe had shattered. As Yang Zhaoge sorted through the clues on hand, many thoughts flashed through his mind as many guesses arose. However, he suppressed his guesses and calmly faced the Vine Sovereign. It's hard for us to understand the Elder Lord's thoughts. Now that the Western Pure Lands and the demon race have reappeared, we don't know if Amitabha is still around. We also don't know which supreme expert in the demon race is presiding over the situation. We still need to be cautious. The Vine Sovereign's gaze was calm and calm. Naturally, she could tell that the word cautious from Yang Zhaoge's words were completely different from the world beyond worlds exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen's mature and prudent mindset. Jiang Shenxin thought about it. The situation was not unchanging. He had to endure it for the time being and wait for the opportunity. The main reason was actually the Grand Supreme Elder. This was the foundation and pillar of his gentle and forbearing attitude. Some people's attitudes were more proactive and radical. That was because the Grand Supreme Elder's attitude was difficult to fathom. During the Great Calamity, the Elder Lord didn't interfere, which made it hard for others to be confident. If the Elder Lord treated the three clear lineage, Buddhism, heretics, demon race, and even the 9 underworld's evil devils with a transcendent attitude, it would be a nightmare for the orthodox Taoism's successors to a certain extent. Even if the Elder Lord's attitude might change at any moment. However, what was his current attitude? Under what circumstances would his attitude change? If his attitude changed, what would it become? All of these were unpredictable. Yang Zhaoge suspected that it wasn't just them. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the future Buddha, and the others were also trying to fathom the Elder Lord's current strength and attitude. Under such circumstances, they had to be cautious. They firmly believed that the Elder Lord would make a move, which was why they had been enduring it. No matter if it was right or wrong, they had to think twice before acting. No one knows if the Elder Lord has a bottom line or where his bottom line is. Yang Zhaoge considered his words and slowly said, however, from past experiences, the enemy wouldn't have any qualms if one or a few of us perished. The Vine Sovereign's gaze swept through everyone within the cave manor. Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Gao Shuebua, and Long Shueji all had a calm expression on their faces. The Cloud Conquest Emperor's expression was slightly serious. However, his gaze was still as calm as water as he welcomed the Vine Sovereign's gaze. He was good friends with the Hung Emperor, Kong Qingxi, who perished under Yu Zhenbei's sword. As such, he had always been at odds with the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, and had a tense relationship with the entire world beyond worlds. However, the Cloud Emperor also supported the roving Jade Heavens being transferred to the Pill Hall's cosmos. After all, it would reduce many hidden dangers for the roving Jade Heavens as a whole. To the Sword Sovereign, they would only return to their hostile state of being separated by two different worlds. There wouldn't be any changes. Just like in the past, when facing the heretics, the three clear lineage would temporarily let bygones be bygones. The Vine Sovereign looked around, and her expression didn't change. Her gaze returned to Yang Zhaoge. This is a good thing for the entire roving Jade Heavens. It's beneficial in the long run. I have no objections, said the Vine Sovereign slowly. When the Prime Clear experts heard it, they all let out a sigh of relief. However, the Vine Sovereign continued, Qingxian, you don't have to worry about me. Just do whatever you want. When everyone heard this, they felt that something was amiss. They were all shocked. Master, you. Worry appeared in the profound Sovereign's eyes, and she looked at her master. The Vine Sovereign nodded, just follow the fallen deity to the Pill Hall. I won't be going. You don't have to worry about me either. After the roving Jade Heavens left this Tao universe, I won't stay here. I'll head to the Void's outskirts by myself. The Cloud Conquest Emperor advised, Vine Sovereign, to us, the heretics are evil. They will always be our common enemy. You're right. Hence, I won't object to you going. In fact, I'll support you. The Vine Sovereign said calmly, however, I won't accept any benefits from Yang Xintang's lineage. After saying that, she stood up, go and prepare yourselves. Don't worry about me. Looking at the Vine Sovereign's back as she walked towards the Cave Manor's back hall, the Profound Sovereign, Cloud Emperor, and the other Prime Clear experts looked at each other. Helplessness appeared on their faces. Although the Vine Sovereign's tone was calm, it didn't allow for any doubts. It was evident that she had already made up her mind, and she wouldn't waver. Yang Zhaoge felt the same as well. As such, he didn't say anything else. In the past, the Vine Sovereign's closed-door disciple, Kong Qingxi, insulted the deceased Yang Xintang, which infuriated Yu Zhenbei. The two fought to the death, and in the end, Kong Qingxi perished under Yu Zhenbei's sword. This caused the Vine Sovereign and the Jade Capital Crag, who were already extremely upset over Di Qinglian's death, to have no room for reconciliation. However, without a doubt, Yang Zhaoge would stand on his senior apprentice uncle's side. Although the Vine Sovereign still couldn't let go of her grievances, she relented on the roving Jade Heavens migration. With that, Gao Qingxian and the others wouldn't be in a difficult situation. Yang Zhaoge could also do whatever he wanted.